Good morning, everybody. I think some people are still taking their seats, both in this room, the room next door, and maybe in front of the live stream, wherever they are in the world. Welcome and good morning to everybody. Just at the very start, I'd like to make some acknowledgements. I'd like to acknowledge that this event is taking place in Melbourne, or Naarm, on the land of the Wurundjeri people, the people of the Kulin Nation, and we also acknowledge that we have people joining us online from the lands of many traditional custodians around Australia and around the world here today. We recognise the ongoing connection to land in all these places and pay our respects to elders, past and present, and extend this respect to any Indigenous participants joining us here today. A warm welcome to the State Library of Victoria. What a fantastic venue. And our venue in this theatre and the conversation quarter next door, where many of you have grabbed a coffee before coming in. Some of you are still there, and you might work between and take advantage of those two spaces throughout today. You're very welcome to do so. Great to be in the State Library of Victoria. I'd like to welcome you all here as the guests of and representative of HEDx and its members and partners. Oh, they swapped over. Our members are listed on the screen to my left, to your right, our member universities and higher education providers, our various partners that join with us on a journey of seeking to bring about change in this sector and make improvements with purpose, are very welcome members of the HEDx journey. And we thank you for being our members and partners. And we thank you for filling this room, filling next door, and filling the internet with engagement with this today. I want to particularly, amongst those members and partners, thank my colleague Theo Farrell, the Vice-Chancellor of the Trobe University. As you can see from the screen in front of you, this event of HEDx today is in partnership between HEDx and the Trobe University. I don't know how this is referred to as one of your campuses, Theo, but you'll tell us about that in a little while. I know that I came in off the Trobe Street, which made it a little bit more obvious. But we're really pleased to be working on each of our events in a deep relationship with our partners and our members to bring a real experience to all of you about the sector and where its challenges are. Just briefly about HEDx and its purpose. It's 5 years since I first started reaching out to people like Theo and many of you in the room for some conversations about leadership and change and the purpose of higher education and how that can be assisted by purposeful application of technology to bring about change. We extended those podcasts into writings, and then in the middle of a pandemic started some live events. That all seems like a long time ago now, doesn't it? That we weren't able to have live events and we weren't able to be this close together. But we've been absolutely thrilled and delighted with how people have engaged with all those activities in the 5 years since, and to have an overwhelming response to this event here today in these two rooms and online has been a real pleasure and a thrill for me. The purpose and the mission of HEDx has been about bringing about change. The strapline that you see there of changing higher education for good has been a deliberate reflection for me of so many years working in the sector and being frustrated with the barriers to change, and seeing from now working with the sector in a different guise and connecting with so many bold leaders that are ambitious to bring about change, how much that can be assisted by us all working together. I think what we need to make that happen is some time and some space to think away from the grind and the pressures of our daily work. And I hope that this event here today is giving you some of that space to think and to imagine and to look to a different future for higher education and how we might bring that about. And with that, I'd like to pass to our co-host today, Theo Farrell, the Vice-Chancellor of the Trobe University. Please join me in thanking him as he makes his welcome.
Thanks, Martin, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by acknowledging the Wurundjeri people as the traditional owners of the land in which we're meeting. Pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging, and any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people that are with us this morning. Well, it's fantastic to be gathering here today to talk about AI and higher education. I think there's obviously many, many different views in the room about AI and how it's transforming our world. I'm on the end of the spectrum that really sees AI as something akin to the Industrial Revolution. We are at the early stages of a technology that I think is going to profoundly transform our entire experience with regards to the natural world and the social world. And I think that change will be ontological. And we're already beginning to see insights into how AI is transforming, for instance, biomedical sciences, has the potential to transform climate science. It's transforming our everyday interaction with the internet, so that now when you do a Google search, it's an AI-powered Google search. It's blindly obvious. And by ontological, what do I mean by that? If you think about, we think about the Industrial Revolution as just, gave us some gadgets and steam engines, and wasn't that neat? But actually, if you were born in 1800 or before 1800, you would be born, you would basically most likely be in an agricultural setting. You would live your entire life within 5 kilometers of where you were born. If you're lucky, you'd have a goat or a cow or something in your field. If you're super lucky, you would outlive the goat or cow, and then you'd die. That was your life. If you were born after 1900, you expected change. You expected your life to change. The very paradigm by which you had expectations for your social and natural world changed. And I expect AI will have that impact on our lives. We can't quite see where it's going to go, but the change is going to be profound. And if you have any mistake in thinking that you can escape AI somehow, you can just forget it. Because you can see how AI, and in particular, given the level of state and private sector investment in AI, is driving this transformation. So, the $500 billion Stargate AI infrastructure fund that the Trump administration announced, whether or not it's $500 billion, it's not really here or there. It's, hundreds of billions of dollars of investment in AI in the United States. The 200 billion euro investment fund in Invest AI that was announced 2 weeks later. 109 billion euro French fund in infrastructure. I'm just kind of waiting for a bit of an announcement by the Australian government, which would be quite good, but it's not quite happening. So essentially, the private sector is driving AI and the AI transformation, but institutions that are at the core of information, where information production is the core business of the enterprise, we have to be at the forefront of that as universities and other education providers. Both in terms of course, how we prepare our students for a future that is being reshaped by AI, but how also we leverage AI in order to advance human knowledge and the frontiers of science. We at La Trobe have decided to get going, and I'm sure, like many of you in the room, we're not going to hang around. And so in November, we had a council approved our responsible AI adoption strategy. We're delighted to have a partnership with Microsoft and CyberCX to accelerate that strategy. We are looking at how we embed AI right across our education offerings, how we use it to drive all of our business functions to get more efficiency and better customer service in our business functions, and how also we're leveraging AI to push the frontiers of scientific knowledge. And so, for instance, in November, we opened our Victorian-funded Centre for AI and Medical Innovation, powered by an NVIDIA DGX H200 supercomputer. We think it's probably the first supercomputer in a university in Australia, but many others will follow. And the potential there with that centre, for instance, is to work with our partners to produce personalised therapeutics for cancer. So this is an exciting time to be in higher education more broadly. I think we're going to have lots of fascinating discussions. I'll just so for us to, co-host this with HEDx was a real delight. I think the turnout today shows how we're all interested in the conversations and where it can go. I think there's no one single path. I think partnership across the sector is critical. We have to work together on this. I really firmly believe that. I'll just finally close by saying, Martin, I would love this to be part of La Trobe, the La Trobe campus network. It's not. So I'd simply say I'm really very grateful to our partners, the State Library of Victoria, for making these facilities available for us today. And I'm looking forward to the discussions we're going to have and where it's going to take us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those words, Theo, and the idea of conversations and where they might take us is a lovely segue to how I'd like to introduce the opening session here today. I'd like to thank Theo and all of our speakers today for engaging with the programme that's been designed. So I might just briefly introduce you to the programme. It's been such an excitement for me to try and design a set of sessions that lead to hopefully one coherent conversation around all of the different dimensions of the sort of challenge that you've just laid out for us there, Theo, of the evolution and of the change that AI will bring to our sector. And coherent conversations around 8 sessions in one day are quite a challenge to aim for. But this is a key topic of the hour. I think as you are showing, Theo, and as we'll see further examples of very shortly, it's a topic that calls for bold leadership for this to become an opportunity. But I also think it's something that calls for bold leadership with a really strong human focus and a human dimension. And I hope that will come out of what we discussed today. I think it's a conversation that needs to have as its driving purpose accessibility and equity in our sector, and giving opportunity for more people to be exposed to learning and to have their lives transformed through it. And it's a conversation that inevitably has a strong focus on technology, and to use your word, the beauty of not supply relationships, but partnerships between providers of learning and providers of technology and solutions to make those things happen. I hope that will happen. I hope that will happen by the multiple questions that people have come into the room with to ask and that people have prepared some answers for. But my friend Manuela Franceschini down the front here from Adobe, you'll hear more from her through the day, put out a lovely social media post just yesterday, which perhaps drew attention to my engineering tendencies and the diversity of views by talking about the poetry that's possible if we see the art that's involved in individual questions and answers, being able to make a different conversation by searching for joint solutions. And my last message for us at the start of this would be, at UA a couple of weeks or a month or so ago, there was an excellent opening presentation by Catherine Livingston, the Chancellor of UTS, who I think described it along the lines of, it's time for us to stop admiring our challenges and time for us to start to find solutions to it. I think there's one way of us finding solutions by asking ourselves questions and giving ourselves answers. Maybe there's some opportunities to do that by just listening to some answers from others. But there's a much greater opportunity today to craft some shared solutions to our challenges by what we can say to and listen to and hear from in each other. So that's what I've got as a hope at the start of the day. I hope that everyone will join in the conversation. I hope they'll do that with the aid of people in Marcia Devlin and Kelly Matthews down the front here who are going to help me with and help our speakers with Q&A sessions. We've got a Slido tool that you've been given advance notice to. I think we're going to switch to, look at that miracle that's just happened, a QR code. If you've not scanned it now, this is a really good opportunity to do it. Get in on Slido. A number of polls have been designed there. There's chances for you to ask questions and be involved in the art and the poetry of one conversation that tries to get us to find solutions to our challenges and not just admire them. And while you're all scanning that, and I hope you have scanned it by now because I'm about to take it off the screen, there's a code there as well, #1928253. If your camera's not working and you work in numbers rather than visual images, we are all different, aren't we? That would be the way to get in on that mode. But I'll just vision switch to our Slido feed at the moment. I don't know how many people might have engaged with the, oh, there we go. There's more there than when I looked half an hour ago. I'm pleased to see excited is still the biggest word. I love that optimistic is there. I'm not surprised that curious. Pumped is obviously getting a bit of traction. Join in the conversation. Help write the poem of what we think the opportunity is with AI in higher education throughout the day. You can continue to look at that word cloud as it builds on your own device, but we'll go back now to the presentation in the room as I introduce our first fireside chat. I'm sure we'll look at that a number of times during the day. That worked beautifully. Thank you. So with that, and without any further ado, I'm going to shortly get off the stage and I'm going to invite Susan Zhang, the Vice-Chancellor's Fellow at the Trobe University and the colleague of Theo Farrell, to come and join me at this lectern. And I'm really hoping that in San Diego in the USA, a good friend of mine and of all of ours in Paul LeBlanc, the former president of Southern New Hampshire University, is still there ready to join us with a live cross by Zoom from the USA. Can we switch and hopefully see Paul, the unmistakable image of Paul LeBlanc. So please make him feel welcome, and please make Susan welcome as they come and join and interview Paul in a fireside chat from the stage.
Well, good evening, Paul. How are you? We can't hear you. It's good to test. Anyone can read your lips and translate? We need an AI technology for this. Can you try again? I think you are mute. You are muted still.
How's that?
Oh, that's much better.
Oh.
Hi.
That was a very 2021 moment, wasn't it?
Thank you for letting us reliving that. Well, I'll kickstart the session. I'm very curious. On your LinkedIn, you have a new job title called Chief Bottle Washer. What's this role about?
Well, I was president of Southern New Hampshire University for 21 years, and then a couple of things happened. So one was I sort of left to start this new venture, which I suspect we'll talk about, Susan. But the other, much more important, is, and you can call us up on your screen for them, the birth of our first grandchild, who lives in San Diego, which is why we're in San Diego a whole lot more. So Simon is the kind of new center of orbit in our life. He's 8 months old now, and
Wow.
I spend a lot of my time bottle washing, taking care of him. I thought they had a photo queued up because I was saying, look how cute he is. Oh, right, that's a great moment. He's a hefty little bundle, but yeah, so that's the joy of our life, and that's the Chief Bottle Washer title on my email.
Well, congratulations on the promotion, I think. Sounds like you really enjoyed it. Just like you have been the president of the Southern New Hampshire University for the past 20 years, which you grew the student from just 3,000 on campus to more than 175,000 online, markets the most fastest growing university in the country. How did you achieve that?
Yeah, it's actually 250,000 now when I left in June.
Yeah.
And so we continue to grow. It was, there are a number of things, lessons, and I was just doing a chapter for colleagues in New Zealand who are writing a book. But when we think about scaling online, and I had to sort of sit back and reflect back on stages, there are a couple of things. So one is, and it's probably the least sexy and interesting part of the story, but in those first years, we had to really revisit all of our business processes, get under the hood, look at our systems and our policies. A lot of that was built for a residential face-to-face campus, and we were serving adult learners who had kids and jobs. Our average learner in online was a 30-year-old with a full-time job and 2 kids, maybe had done service in Iraq or Afghanistan. So what did they need from us? And it was very different. And that was the first and most important part. It was really changing our policies around that. I could give you lots of examples. Let me give you one real quickly. If a student was transferring to us from a traditional university, we would ask them to go over to their registrar's office and get copies of their transcripts, certified copies, and send them to us. If I'm talking to an adult who works till 5 o'clock, and I haven't been in school for 10 years, and I was like, what's our registrar again? And then they call and the office has been closed for an hour, and it just didn't work very well for them. So we changed our policies such that we would chase down their transcripts for them. We paid the $10 fee, and all of that was automated. So it made it very easy for them. So these are kinds of, again, they're very practical things, but very practical things, our systems and our policies are often get in the way of learners. Second thing I would say is that we get very, very focused on a concept that came out of Clay Christensen's work at Harvard Business School, which is called jobs to be done. And his question was, we often, in higher ed, I think is particularly guilty of this, we are a supply-side minded industry. We create programs, dream up programs. We think, oh, there's a need for an X, or I think we should create a Y. We see some data about jobs and workforce, and we create these programs. And then we put them out there and we market and we hope students will come. And Clay's argument in Jobs to be Done was that we really should be demand side minded, which is whoever we think we are going to serve are going to give us their resources, whether it's their time or their tuition payments, however, whatever they're giving us, they have a job they want to get done with us. So you could argue in the United States, and the surveys and polls are very clear about this, they come to us for a degree, but the job they want done is an economic opportunity. The job they want done is a job, is a career. And when we looked at our adults, when we looked at our campus students, a lot of the job they were asking us to do is what I would call coming of age. Like the American residential campus experience is a lot about growing up. Get out from under your parents' roof, join clubs, play sports, study abroad, figure out what life's all about. Like they want the education for sure, but the coming of age job is something they need. My 30-year-old that I described to you with 2 kids and a job and a lot of experience, they've had all the coming of age they can handle. They had other jobs they needed doing. So we get very focused on, those are the 2 most important preliminary lessons. And then in the end, it was about talent. We don't produce in higher education, we don't have machinery, we don't produce widgets. We produce talent, and it takes great talent to do programs like these successfully.
Paul, it's great to see you again, and thanks for joining us this morning. And for colleagues in the room, I just want to acknowledge that Paul was very generous with his time. He spent an hour with my senior leadership team while we figured out how we were going to take forward our AI strategy and our AI acceleration work. And Paul's insights really shaped the approach we took. So thank you, Paul. And I think what we were really struck by was the laser-like focus that you brought to the needs of your learners and really identifying those learners in that learner segment that you were going to serve. And of course, there's a very strong equity mission behind what you're doing. And it's really about creating those life-changing opportunities for people. That kind of mission will align with many people in the audience today because it's a really shared driving mission of our sector. But that requires you to have a really good understanding of your external environment. So the learners, the lives they have, the challenges they face in an everyday way, the aspirations that they have for the future, and then shaping a service offering and delivery offering that meets their needs very, very precisely. So with that in mind, we have to turn our attention to the future and what's happening in the future, because that obviously shapes the challenges people are facing, but the aspirations they have. And so the question I really have for you, which is, from my mind, one of the big questions of the day, is how do you see AI transforming our economies and the world of work? And with that view in mind, what should we in university land do about it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's interesting. I'm here actually in San Luis Obispo, further up the coast from San Diego, and OpenAI is here, and Google and Anthropic. And a lot of the conversation with a lot of heads of HR, very large American corporations. This is the Business Education Roundtable. And the data is really clear. We're going to see massive displacement of jobs, of workforce from AI. The largest bank in Singapore last week laid off 4,000 people, replaced with AI, customer service, chatbots, and so on. If you take a look at the latest version of ChatGPT 3 Omni on performance test, it now outperforms 99.5% of software engineers. Think about that. And it's going to get better. So already it's better than the most elite software engineers. So Mark Zuckerberg of Meta, came out 3 weeks ago and said Meta will hire far fewer software engineers in the future. And I think if you take a look at where the sectors that will be most impacted, they're going to be information economy jobs, right? We're going to see this in finance, in banking, certainly customer service. We're going to see it in tech for sure. That's already softening in the US. There's a major realignment and rethinking about where those jobs will happen. And I will only speak in the US context. We are wholly unprepared. We are not having a conversation about the future of work and talent and how we'll rethink work and what jobs are most important. So when you think about your question, Theo, about universities, I think in the short term, we have this challenge of preparing our faculty and giving good guidance to students who all the surveys show are using, at least in the US, 90% of students are now using AI, at least some of the time. They're desperate for good guidance from faculty and from their institutions, and they're largely not getting it. In the medium term, I think you have to arrive at your theory of work. The one I gave you is a pretty radical one. There are people who would give you a more moderate, right? They would say, for example, McKinsey, I think, was, 60% of jobs won't go away, but they will have significant reskilling. What's required of you will look very different. The World Economic Forum tends to have a little bit more dramatic thought of job loss and so on. But whatever your theory is about the future of work, whatever you're looking at for data, you've got to revisit your portfolio of offerings. You've got to ask yourself, for all of your majors, what's going to be required of my students if these jobs are around? And I think you have to ask in some cases, will these jobs be around? Is this a major that still makes sense? I wouldn't put a lot of bets on accounting. I think accounting is going to be one of those things that actually absolutely gets transformed by AI. So if I have a big business school with a big accounting program, I'm going to start thinking about what does that look like in 3, 4, 5, 6 years? And we'll see enormous backlash, and we'll see lots of attempts to sort of arrest the speed of change. So the Hollywood writers' strike was very much a fight about AI and its impact on that industry. But we're going to see this flow through job after job. So I'll give you a little bit of a more optimistic view of how this plays out. So David Autor is a really terrific labor economist at MIT. He thinks AI could reinvigorate middle-class jobs. And the example he uses are nurses. And what his belief about AI is it's going to make very expensive and rare or scarce expertise now available to anyone. So hold that notion for a moment. So then he says, and at least this is true in America, it takes 10 years and millions of dollars to train a physician. We don't have enough of them. Even if you're privileged, you wait longer and longer to see a doctor. Now you could take a nurse in a rural area who has all the foundational skills. They know how to put a PICC line in. They know how to repair a broken limb, all of those things. They have the emotional skills we often wish our doctors had more of. We tend to like our nurses, at least in America, maybe not true in Australia. We like our nurses better than our doctors. And now at their side, they will have the highest, best medical expertise that you would get from a physician at the Mayo Clinic or Cleveland Clinic or Mass General. And nurses get paid pretty well. They're good middle-class jobs in America. They start at $130,000 a year. And you could fix a pretty broken medical system if you flooded it with well-trained nurses. A lot faster to train, a lot less expensive than doctors, and we can make real progress. So he's got a bit of an optimistic view. I would sort of expand that a little bit further and say, I think, and this will not happen overnight, I think we will see the huge displacement in information age jobs and a shift to what I would call care economy jobs. So again, I'm only going to talk about this in the American context. We have a broken K-12 system. We need to flood it with amazing teachers, coaches, social workers, counselors, and so on. Jobs that AI can help, but can't do. We have decimated our mental health care system in America. We use our prisons as mental health care systems now. We need to rebuild our mental health care system with psychologists, counselors, and so on, social workers. AI can help, can't do that job. And I can go down sort of sector after sector, which are all about human jobs. In today's economy in America, we don't like to pay for those jobs. We don't support those people well, and we don't give them much status. But in a world where human work, the work that includes empathy, navigating difference, people feel pretty fulfilled by them. They help our community. They make people better. When we offer good mental health care, good K-12, good teaching, psychological counseling, et cetera, the world gets better. So my optimistic view is that we will see this flip, that we will have to see this flip. And I can come back to why I think that's not as impossible as it sounds later on if you like Theo. But I'm in the camp that thinks universities now have to prepare for a workforce that's going to go through tremendous change. Maybe not in the next 2 years, but way more than we think in the next 5 to 10. By the way, I have to add one for anyone in the room who's from the humanities, which is my background. This is your day, because the qualities that we associate with human jobs in the future, sense-making, empathy, and so on, are qualities we tend to associate with the humanities. And I was giving a version of this talk in Peru to a whole group of Latin American presidents. Many of them are Catholic priests because the Catholic Church has a very large higher ed presence in Latin America. And I turned to the priest like, guys, this is your time with questions of what does it mean to be human? Existential questions of what does it mean to be human? What are we about? What is society for? These are the questions we're going to be forced to grapple with, I think.
Well, I'm glad you touched upon.
I mean, it's going to be ugly for a while.
It's great you mentioned it will impact on the future students' career, whether, how do we create jobs suitable for the future Gen Z of their jobs. But for the universities, we also consider, for example, the ethical dilemma we have in the university environment. How do we ensure the equity reinforced in the university in the context of creating the AI-first university? So what do you think are the biggest challenge in creating an AI-first university, either in Australia or in the US? What do you think?
Sure, and I'm always careful to say I can only speak to the context I know best, which is the US context. So first of all, in the US, we already have an inequitable higher ed system. It's undeniably so. If you take a look at who goes, who doesn't go, who drops out, who gets served, the reality is if you are a Black American with an undergraduate degree, you still would get paid less than a white American with a high school degree, right? Like the inequities are baked into our system. And to the extent that we have loaded students with more and more debt because there's been a cost shifting from the government, from the state to the student, we've made it more equitable still. And now, of course, in the US, as you probably watch, we're under full assault from the Trump administration, which includes an assault on equity, DEI. We can't even use those phrases anymore. So let's start with where we are and then ask the question, does AI exacerbate the problem or can it solve the problem? And of course, the answer is it could do both depending on how we use it and shape it. The work that I'm doing today with a new company called Matter in Space is very much about trying to post amazing teaching through AI to people who don't have access to good education, to good teachers. And in that sense, if we can do that at radically affordable rates, then we start to create some equitable alternatives or options to a system that isn't equitable today. I think that's an important piece. There are also questions, obviously, of algorithmic bias, cultural bias, how LLMs are trained. I'm sure this is something you all are thinking about in the United States. John Passmore is doing, training a new LLM called Latimer AI, and it's trained on a lot of the information sources from Black Americans, Black American culture. So from the Harlem newspapers and others, and they're moving into indigenous cultures now, which is much more complicated as he's explained to me. But I think there are things we can do. And for example, with what we're building, we're training in Mexico and in Rwanda to, again, train our models on cultures different than the dominant North American. I think we have to be very thoughtful about that as well. But, what we have seen is that AI has lifted the performance and capabilities of people who are often under-resourced. So if, I'm focusing on teaching, of course, but if you think about the research mission of universities, now our researchers are superpowered. If you have followed, for example, the work of DeepMind on protein folding, I mean, this is miraculous stuff. This is stuff that researchers worked on for decades, teams of researchers, and DeepMind did it in a day, right? So now we can ask much more interesting questions. But today, if you're an individual scholar or researcher in a small institution with not a lot of resources, you've just been superpowered. You can do things that your colleagues at much better resource institutions can do. In like fashion, I think we can use AI to provide tremendous supports to students that might be scarce or hard for us to fund because we can deploy AI in really powerful ways.
Great. And I think you touch upon so many different aspects: teaching, research, ethical consideration, equity. If you consider all of them as Lego set, for example, for Simon, for university just to start to explore AI in education, what are the first steps they should take? What are the priority in your list should be start with?
Yeah, so there's a book that influenced our thinking at Southern Hampshire University, and I'm still there. It's called Power and Prediction. It's out of the University of Toronto. Highly recommended, very readable. And what the authors, and they published it just before ChatGPT hit the scene, but they argue that all organizations will deploy AI across the enterprise in ways that have tremendous impact on productivity. And I suspect you all are doing that. I know Theo's doing that at La Trobe. And lots of easy examples. Like I see this in marketing, I see it in just administrative back office. We now, our learning design team at Matter in Space, my new company, have said to me that first we were thinking, we still have to curate content because we don't trust LLM. They're hallucinating, personalized to an individual. Okay, then we can concentrate on knowledge graphs or knowledge maps. Think of this as curriculum laid out in detail. And now with reasoning models, we can use AI to do that. So much so that I was talking to the head of Amazon's career choice program and saying to her, we're at a point now where they could tell us on a Monday the specs for a new program, and we could enroll students on Friday. Now, compare that to the pace of curricular development in a traditional university. I look at my own at Southern Hampshire University, where we employ scores and scores of instructional designers, content experts, assessment experts, and so on. I can reinvent the business model. I can reinvent that university. It's really, really hard. It's reinventing your university. Like, what am I going to do with all those people? Do you want to be the person who lays off 200 instructional designers? Probably not. So existing universities are going to have their struggle, but I do think we're going to see a whole host of new providers who are operating in very different business metrics. But if you're a university, go back to the book, you should be playing with this across your enterprise. You should have a little skunk works group. It doesn't have to be big and it doesn't have to be expensive. And your job as a leader is to kind of protect them from the incumbent organization and give them permission to be bold and crazy. Because you don't necessarily have to use anything they come up with, but ask them to be radical. Give them a challenge, invent the provider that would put La Trobe out of business. Right? Theo can say, I want you guys to figure out, if you were young entrepreneurs, I got 4 of you working on this, you got limited resources, what would you do to put us out of business? That's a great question. And then let them loose. And what you have to do is protect them from the incumbent organization, which will hate the fact that they're asking that question and working on it. But there are people out there asking themselves that question. Better to disrupt yourself and manage and shape your future than have someone else do it for you or to you. That's my philosophy.
Yeah, that was one of the insights, Paul, that we took away from that meeting we had with you. And our AI Acceleration Task Force, which is a small group, has a mandate to push envelopes. But I think one of the things that I've been very grateful for is the leadership across the university has actually embraced that. But I think that mindset's important. Let's just shift gears slightly, though, and again, back to the external context. What's really striking among the Trump administration, there's a big long list of things that are striking about the Trump administration. But one thing that is quite interesting is, how Trump has really embraced AI. He sees an opportunity here, ironically, to create soft power in the United States using AI while he's busily burning all of the existing soft power. But that's behind the Stargate announcement. That's behind reversing all of the regulation that the Biden administration was about to bring in. The Trump, through executive orders, has just junked it all. And so he wants to liberate AI and drive AI right through every aspect of the United States business sector. And interesting, if then in Europe, you've got a slightly different story, obviously, of heavy regulation, but still large investment. But as we think about it, here we've got an audience of people from ed tech and from universities and from other education providers. And so what are your thoughts about the role of government on the one hand, but also the role of industry in helping universities embrace AI and make that transformation?
Yep. I think of 3 approaches to AI. China will use AI for the good of the state, quote unquote, but it's essentially using AI as a surveillance tool and control. Europe is going to have a more balanced view. So an easy example of this is, European regulations that say, if you are using an image that has been reproduced by AI, you have to say so. It has to be labeled as such, right? So this is about combating misinformation and so on and so on. And the US, even under Biden, was sort of the Wild West, and under Trump, no restrictions whatsoever. He's enthralled with the oligarchy, right? So Elon is happy to have him move this way, and they all bow the knee. If you looked at the inauguration pictures, all of the major tech companies were there. So we're gonna see on the. So here's how I think this plays out to go to your civil as possible. It's informed by the work of a Venezuelan British economist who I admire very much, named Carlota Perez. If you don't know her book, if I could recommend only one book to you, I think, Theo, I recommended it to you. It's this one, Technological Revolutions and Financial Capital, which is the most boring title in the world. But the first third of this book is her look back at 5 paradigm shifting, revolutionary technological advents, right? And what she says is that when a society encounters such a technological paradigm shift of this magnitude, a revolution in technology, it goes through a difficult transition. And she would argue that AI is not the revolution. Digital technology is the revolution. AI is phase 3, the internet, social media, so on, with all the problems, revolution. And what happens in that transition are the following things. So we're 40 years in, right? We're 40 years, we're in the middle of it. And about the middle of it, here's what starts to happen. And tell me if this sounds familiar. Massive wealth inequity, the rise of monopolies. The big 7 tech companies now control 1/3 of the S&P 500 in the US. So rise of monopolies, a displaced population who's increasingly disaffected, the rise of populism. So last year, globally, in every democratic nation that had a national election, the incumbent government was thrown out, with the exception of Mexico and South Korea. And South Korea flipped 2 months later. So let's just call it Mexico, right? Populations, whether it was a left or right-leaning government, are unhappy. It's when you see dictators and strongmen emerge, and it's when you see wars. Like, does it sound familiar? I mean, that is where we are. We problematic ways. Like I'm pretty optimistic about the ways we can use AI in education, but we weaponize it, right? Human beings have never created a technology or a tool that we didn't both use for good and for bad. And historically, when that's happened, the state has to step back in. And she has a very interesting framing of this question, which is when the state steps back in, it has to answer a new question, or a question that's been old but has to be answered anew. And the question is, what constitutes a good life for our people? So the example she would use is, in the last big revolution of this kind, we found ourselves in a very similar time in the early 20th century in America. We were in the Gilded Age, massive wealth inequity, massive rise of monopolies. This was the age of Carnegie and Rockefeller and so on. Rise of populism, Communist Party of America filled Madison Square Garden, disaffected population. Then, of course, it broke. And it broke. If you had told people in 1935 starving and there were no jobs and so on, if you had said, hey, in 20 years, 2 decades is not a long time in the societal change. In 20 years, there's going to be a thing called the suburbs, and it won't be unusual for you to own your own home instead of living in a multifamily unit, and you'll have a car in your driveway, and access to higher ed will be much broader than it is today, and you'll only pay a small portion of your budget for food, and you'll eat foods at time of years that you never thought you could get. People would have thought you were a lunatic. There was no version of that future that they could envision. And I think this is where we are today. I think we're struggling to figure out the question, what will be a good life? How will we answer that? And universities have a critical role to play in that debate, in that discourse. We have a responsibility to help answer that question. And I think, as I said, things have to break. So what you would also say, and this is the bit sobering part, supposed to save this for after lunch, is that really it was World War II that broke everything. But in 1935, FDR and the state started to answer the question in America. He said, being old shouldn't equal being poor. So we're going to invent something called Social Security. You shouldn't have to work 80 hours a week in order to feed your family. So we're going to have a 40-hour work week, right? All these things that started to say, life has to look better for our people. And then the war was the final breaking point. And the new American state stepped in, and it looked very different right up until Ronald Reagan. And it was a sort of golden age for the US. I think, what you would say is it's easier to rebuild and answer that question after the earthquake, but you have to survive the earthquake. And right now we're in the earthquake.
Paul, I love the fact that notwithstanding what we're talking about this morning, we're talking about the work of significant scholars and even great books. So I think it's great to see that reference. Susan, I wonder if we shouldn't go straight to questions because we just have a few minutes left. So perhaps we go to take a couple of questions that people have.
Sure, I might come and join you, and I think I'm being heard. An overwhelming response on Slido. I acknowledge that many of them were asking when's the live stream starting. I'm delighted that it now has. My apologies to anyone that's inconvenienced, and my reassurance to everybody that a recording of what anyone might have missed will be made available to you at a later stage. But my apologies that there was some disruption in that. Of more substance for the moment and here now, a really great question that came forward was that given we're looking at such a huge upheaval in workforce roles, this was, I think, asked when Paul made his call for the future of the humanities and of nursing and of other vocations like that. But more broadly, Paul, and to both of you in talking with Paul, given we're looking at such a huge upheaval in the workforce roles, how would we as a higher education sector show leadership in helping our society navigate that change?
So one is, of course, we are institutions filled with scholars and thinkers and people who help inform the public discourse. And again, I will only say this, in the US, that discussion is not happening. Like, we need our social scientists, we need our scholars talking about the future of work, not simply relying on large corporate entities to tell us what that should look like. I hate hey, you won't lose your job. You'll lose your job to somebody who can use AI. It's like, no, you'll lose your job. Like, it's bigger than that. Like, that will maybe be a very short time, but like, you have to start thinking seriously about what the future of work looks like. And I think we have a responsibility. And certainly nature abhors a vacuum. Let's dip into that conversation. Let's lean in and start doing and introducing the hard work. It's very hard for the US to do that right now in our higher ed because we feel under assault. Everyone's just trying to keep their head down. But we should be in that conversation. I think we need to be having that conversation internally. How are we thinking about what we do? And then I think I'm informed here by the work of Chris Dede at Harvard. What AI, we have to grapple with the fact that we will now live alongside a kind of intelligence that surpasses ours in many areas. And certainly an alien intelligence, and that it's different than ours. And I love James Bridle's book, if you haven't read it, called Ways of Being, because he is a philosopher and a technologist, and he argues that we've always lived alongside other intelligences. We just don't recognize them because they're not ours. If you've read the wonderful book In Search of the Mother Tree, what we now know is that the forest has a kind of sentience. We don't recognize it as such, but it's almost undeniable. And the research on animals is telling us the same. If you know the book An Immense World, which is a marvelous book that talks about animal intelligence in a way that we have a new appreciation for. So anybody who actually prefers their dog to most of their family and friends knows what I'm talking about. Like, right? You have this relationship, you live alongside another kind of intelligence. So we'll have this other one that is an extension and a sort of superpowering of our own cognitive mind. We'll have a genius TA or a genius assistant at our side. But we're going to have to grapple with, as Chris Dede would say, is that alien intelligence is going to be a lot better than your physician, for example. And then we have to start asking the question, then what does it mean to train a caregiver in healthcare? So I'll just do this really quickly, but if you come into the doctor's office presenting symptoms, the diagnosis is a prediction, right? Which is, this is what I think is going on, and we'll order the test to confirm it. And then the prognosis is a prediction. This is what I think how it's going to play out given what we know about you. And then the sort of, treatment plans are predictions. This is what will work best. AI is better at human beings than all three of those things already. In fact, there's research that shows if you put a human in the loop, if you're one of those people who say, I can accept that, but I want my doctor to look at the results. The research suggests that they actually degrade the results. Your doctor will mess things up, so don't trust your doctor, right? So if that's the case, what I think we really want is to train our caregivers to do the thing we wish our surgeons, our doctors would do more of, which is, hey, Theo, this was a tough diagnosis. Tell me about the conversation you're going to have with your family tonight. around the dinner table. Tell me about your support system. Tell me if you're part of a faith community. Tell me about how you think about questions of quality of life. Tell me about how you want me, your caregiver, to be with you, alongside you in the decisions that will be ahead of you now. How do you want me to be your guide and coach in this? Those are very human conversations that Chris Dede would say it's about judgment and wisdom, and AI is not good at that. And the human jobs I talked about, the jobs of caregiving and raising children and mental health, those are judgment and wisdom and empathy jobs. And the best teachers we ever had, I was biting my hand at a session at this conference I'm at because someone asked the technologist on stage, the AI folks, what will the best teacher, the teacher of the year look like in 3 years? And the answer is, it's exactly the same as it's always been. And it's not about the teaching. The best teachers, and you know your best teachers, I can name Mr. Schlafman in 6th grade, Mrs. Collins in high school, Dr. Heinemann in college. They're the ones that transformed my life. And it wasn't because they were really good at knowledge transfer. It's because they knew who I was as a human being. They made me feel like I mattered. They kicked me in the butt when I was slacking off. They raised my sights. They helped me dream bigger dreams. And if I ask audiences all the time, you know your teachers. You could name them the way I named my 3. How many did you have on average? I can only see a corner of the audience right now. But if you hold up your hand, if you're on the left of the stage, looking at the stage, I can see a gentleman with a brown jacket and a white shirt. How many of those teachers did you have? If you raise your hands and hold them up, the average is 3. 3, you have 3, like me. So I would say when we think about what does it mean to train our caregivers, it's going to be in distinctly human things. And when we think about what great faculty will look like in the future, I think the challenge will be for university faculty, not about their research function, but when I talk about teaching, I think the model is going to be the flipped classroom on steroids. I think AI is going to do the knowledge transfer outside of the class. I think it's going to do the tutoring. I think it's going to do the wellness supports. I think it's going to do a whole lot of things. And when you have time with human beings, your students in a classroom, it's not about teaching them stuff. It's about enriching them, curating community, helping them, checking in on who's doing well, the distinctly human things that we remember about our best teachers. And that's I think, the central challenge of how universities have to rethink the function of what we do.
Paul, I think you have provided a perfect note on which to end the discussion. I want to thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you for your insights. I'm sure you will have seeded lots of discussions that are going to be ongoing today. But really terrific to end on a positive note. We will get into the other stuff later on after lunch. But thank you so much indeed. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. It's always a pleasure with my colleagues. Thank you, Susan. Bye-bye all.
Thank you so much, Paul, and thank you to Theo and Susan. Please give them a round of applause as well for leading that fireside chat. We have our first panel now joining the stage that John Dewar will facilitate, and I'll let... He perhaps needs no introduction in a place like this, but I'll let him introduce the rest of the panel. So please come and join us on stage, the panel. And please make them welcome as they do so. Sit underneath your photograph, that would be great. They're going to sit very carefully underneath their own photograph so that you know who they are and that they're in the right order, and we'll all be very comfortable. Perfect, Pascal. So I'll leave you in the very capable hands of John Dewar to introduce the panel and the discussion we'll make in response to that fireside chat. John, welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Martin, and congratulations, Martin, on putting together such a great event today. And I think the fact that there is a long waiting list for tickets is evidence of how you've really hit the mark with this program. Look, the purpose of this session is to look at the question of AI in higher education and its impact through the lens of individual institutions. So we've had a great overview from Paul about what this means for work and where universities might sit in that new environment. But how does it look from the point of view of the leader of a university in particular? So we've got 4 fantastic university leaders to help us debate that topic. But I'm just going to make a few introductory remarks. And I may have had some help from ChatGPT in drafting these. But welcome to the age where our students are using AI to write their essays, and we're using AI to mark them. I suppose that's called efficiency, or perhaps a kind of poetic irony. But we're here today to discuss the simple question of how AI will impact Australian tertiary education. But behind that question lies an important inflection point, as we've heard, a moment where our choices as university leaders will determine whether we harness AI to evolve or whether we're disrupted by it. Is this the university Kodak moment? Much of the discussion about AI and higher education so far, and I think this is why this is such an important topic for this discussion, has been a bit reactive. ChatGPT appeared as a rather unwelcome guest, suddenly rewriting assignments and challenging everything from assessment design to our confidence in academic integrity. But this isn't just about cheating. This is about change, deep and structural and transformative change. We know that AI is already transforming industries, and if we believe it'll reshape how we teach, and how we research, how we assess, how we prepare graduates, then the only real question for universities is whether we're moving quickly enough. Now, in that context, the latest Cisco AI Readiness Index shows that just 4% of Australian businesses are pace setters in AI compared to a global benchmark of 13%. So Australia has a long history of being an early adopter of technology, but in the case of AI, it starts to look as though we're laggards. So what are the implications of that for universities, for our workforce, and indeed for our entire education system? Now, we've talked for a long time about the disruption of higher education by technology. That conversation has been going on for decades. It doesn't feel as though it's happened yet, but AI may be the thing that actually forces us to do it. So today's conversation will, I think, or I hope, not just in this session, but throughout the rest of the day, force us to ask, well, what happens now, what's possible, and what are we going to do differently in the short, medium, and longer terms. So I'm going to ask each of our panelists today just to talk a little bit about how they are thinking about AI as part of their future strategies for their institutions. I know that certainly in the case of Pascal and Andrew, that you're both going through a process of strategic renewal, and it'll be really interesting to hear how you're factoring in AI into that process. Jess is about to move jobs. She was my colleague at day 3. She has already moved jobs. Was my colleague at La Trobe, now DVC academic at Deakin. Of course, an institution that has a long history of digital disruption and really using technology to its greatest advantage. So after 3 days, Jess, very interested to hear your take. And I'm really delighted to have Dan Cockerell with us. Dan is possibly someone that many of you haven't met yet. He's still the relatively new CEO of Torrens University, but an institution that has really built a strong reputation for getting close to employers, and it'll be really interesting to hear your take, Dan, on how you're seeing the future and where AI fits into how we prepare students in particular. So, Pascal, let me start with you. Your strategic plan famously has these moonshots, and I know that you're going through a process of rethinking that plan. You may or may not be able to tell us much about that today, but how are you seeing AI as part of your next wave of strategic thinking?
Thank you for the question. I mean, I think it's, as a preamble, I would say that I was fortunate enough when I arrived in Melbourne that we were in the midst of the pandemic. And I say fortunate because I didn't need to make the case for change, and I didn't need to make the case for the fact that technology was not tearing society apart, it was bringing people together. So it did really enable us to have a foundation vision of people and technology working together for a better world, which I think is kind of really important because he's kind of debunked the model that technology was somehow anti-people. But that red thread of having to work so that technology and people can connect and then deliver a better outcome is one that we're carrying through our next strategic plan, which, as you said, John, we're working on. And the way that I can describe it is, because we've landed our moonshots, we're very keen to slingshot and go further. But the second thing is that we keep true to that notion of people and technology must work together. Technology of its own is not an end, it's a means to an end. And unless people adopt it, adapt it, and use it, it creates no value. So we continue with that very strong vision, which I think has been endorsed. But where we've been able to illustrate what we believe is the future is that rather than have a conversation online with all the staff, as I did in 2020, we opened the conversation with alumni, with students, with staff, with industry partners, with TNA partners. And the main reason why we could do that and have such a broad conversation is because, unlike the last time when I read every single piece of feedback that I received from staff, we actually got AI through. And AI assisted us in identifying the emerging themes. And those emerging themes were then reflected in a series of sessions. And then we got people to kind of validate or vote or dispute the type of emerging themes. And we're now down to the process of distilling this in something that will not be called a moonshot, but will but will be equally metaphoric and important, because people do like to have these big transversal objectives. So I can tell you, spoiler alert, it's not going to be, again, a strategy where we talk about education and research and engagement or whatever. We want transversal, big objectives, just like moonshots. We want something that will coalesce people and give people a positive, optimistic thing that as one institution, as one Swinburne, we can pursue. So not all is yet finalized, but there will be 4 such strong, so not moonshot, but something else. And we are in the process of validating, because AI can provide the emerging themes, but should not necessarily be trusted to be entirely truthful in reflecting the way people think. And in the next couple of months, we'll go through the process of validating this and announcing it to the world.
So what can you tell us about how, obviously you used AI to help you develop the strategy, but what can you tell us about how AI will fit into the strategy itself?
So I think that one of the things that people have recognized, whether it's internal or external, is the fact that we have to, as a university, adapt, adopt, and model the use of technology. So we've got to be brave enough to try things and actually be willing to share with others those things where it hasn't worked. And I think this is one of the character of Swinburne, that we're quite entrepreneurial. And as of 2 years ago, I think I was the VC that invented the Failing Forward Award, where I encourage people to actually put their hand up and say when they tried something and it didn't work. We've also, as of the last year, introduced 10% of people's time is dedicated to innovation. But I think the emerging theme that we are reading so far is that we have to infuse AI and technology in everything we do, in our teaching, in our research, in our engagement, in our student support, in our administration. We should really be thinking about the benefit that AI can provide to deliver more personalized and more rapid response. And that will resonate with the researchers too, because Paul talked about it just now. But I think what's unusual about the technological revolution that we are entering is that AI is not just experiencing that revolution in and of itself. It is accelerating the innovation that occur in other fields. So there's a kind of technology super cycle that's coming up. And so you have to really master AI, not just to be better at it, but because it will assist your research, your teaching, and everything else you do in other ways.
Thanks, Pascal. Andrew, the concepts of core and adjacencies have been key to your philosophy as a leader of UTS. Now that you're coming into your second term and rethinking your strategic direction, how are you seeing the needs and opportunities of AI to develop and deliver on your current core and develop new adjacencies?
So I'll come to that perhaps through the lens of the strategy evolution similar to Pascal's. We, back in 2017, 2018, we did a very large technology-led crowdsourced approach to engaging our community. And we framed the strategy in the sense of it being a series of guideposts that allow you to make choices and to make investments and so forth. So if you look at strategy with that lens, that it gives you it's not a marketing campaign, it's what are we going to actually do. And we called that strategy UTS 2027. We've just finished another strategy exercise, and we're calling this one UTS 2030. Now, if you do the sums, we're not at 2027 yet. And I think that's a signal of two things, really, and that is that when the environment changes, whether it's the impact of technology disruption, policy, the environment, it's time to check in to see whether the guideposts are right and the investment choices that you make are right, and that you are actually taking account of the things that you need to take account of. So we settled on 4 areas, which will come to the core and the adjacency piece. And a bit also like Pascal, our carve-up of those is not teaching, research, engagement, support. We talk about a university that's creative and innovative. What does that mean in the context of digital disruption and the industries that supports, and how creativity and innovation could infuse what we talk about a connected and engaged university in terms of the way in which we work with the professions in particular. And that's particularly pertinent at the moment. I think last week sometime, Kylie Reedman, my Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Education, and students convened a panel as part of the AIinHE forum, which talked to the professions. And they have such an input. 60%, maybe 2/3 of our courses are professionally accredited. So somehow we have to sort of co-create the future with the custodians of the professions that we're in. And I like the example that was given earlier about how the medical profession is changing. I mean, I'm not a medical practitioner, but I'm a user of the medical profession. And while I'm not exactly sure that I want an iPhone to tell me what's happening, it is true that a lot of medical stuff is pattern recognition, right? Work out what the symptoms are, look at the experiment that's going on, diagnose, provide a treatment. And so there's a technology disruption there for doctors, and the solution there is to put it to nurses. But what if we could work with the medical profession to transform the way in which doctors actually spend their time with patients, and what that would do to the capacity we have if we change the way we educated doctors in that environment. And it's true of other professions. We do it all the time with law and so forth, and ones that are highly regulated. So being engaged and connected is absolutely critical to adapting to the technology. The student-centred university, I think, is fairly evident, but John, you mentioned at the beginning the reactive nature of some of the things that we've been doing, right? The apparent assault on academic integrity, but also a recognition that the very environment that our students are going into is one that has these technologies available. So what does that mean about what we assess, how we assure the learning and all of those sorts of things, and make it supportive of the student rather than policing what the student does. It's very different. We've got leaders in that area that work through that. And the last one is the university gets things done, and that's where technology helps us get things done. So that's the sort of framing for the core and adjacencies. And I used the term core and adjacencies a few years ago, which was really associated with the business model of the university, not necessarily what the university does. So if you think about, for UTS, we are fundamentally, particularly at undergraduate level, a campus-based university. All right? Almost all of what we do is on the campus. It's an experience on the campus. It's certainly digitally enriched. But our operating model is set up to give students a fantastic experience on the campus. And the reputation we built as an institution means that we have international students coming to enjoy that too, at least at the moment. But so to the adjacent part then means if we have to do education differently, whether we have to redefine what we mean by transnational education or expand our digital reach but give the same type of experience, the model that we use to do it has to change as well. And that comes to how we use some of the digital technologies and the opportunities that are afforded in a range of different ways through AI and others to not so much replicate the experience that we have on campus, but to give the same dimensions of a richness of what it means to study. So the core and the adjacencies cut through all four of those pillars I spoke about. And the other final thing I'll just say, because we have time to hear others, is there's big S strategy and there's small S strategy. We have to remember, universities created AI. This isn't something that technology companies brought out. Universities decades ago of research created machine learning and so forth. We have a responsibility to continue that journey of how it's being used. So we created an AI statement of intent some years ago. I think we were the first university in Australia, maybe one of the few globally to do that said, we have a role in the creation and pushing the boundaries of new technologies, but we also have a role in its responsible use. We have a role in ensuring that our key stakeholders, including our students, can use it well in their careers and their professions. And we have a responsibility as a public institution to see what AI can do to ensure that we can direct the resources to the things that are important to us. We didn't then take the next step of then, right, so what? So I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, Carly, I don't think we actually mention AI explicitly in our strategy. But we've got leaders in the institution, some who are in this room, who basically stepped in, because that's what universities do. They stepped in and populated those four quadrants for us. So we've got people who are leading around what AI means in learning. We've got people thinking about how we can work with industry and the professions in the responsible use of technology. We've got people thinking about how we can actually address the adjacencies by the better use of the right technologies, the human technologies, the human-centered technologies that will enable the experience to be an enriching experience. And while I don't actually think in the sector, because we haven't got the shared services model to get the scale, we'll see the same sort of impact on jobs. I think we'll see jobs shift substantially as we learn how to get the efficiency we can out of AI.
Great, thanks Andrew. You might come back to some of those points. I'd like to go to Dan. Dan, you hold a unique position in this sector. You're at the helm of a large private university, which in itself is a minority position to occupy. But you also came to the sector from North America, from completely outside higher education. You worked for Disney, I think, from memory. So you've been in the job for a year, 18 months now. What impressions have you formed so far of the Australian higher education sector, our embrace of technology and improving the student or customer experience? I'd be really interested to hear your observations on that.
Yeah, thanks, John. And I promise there won't be an American on every panel. We started with Paul and me, and just a quick thing that kind of Paul talked about. The U.S. right now, I think the diagnosis is temporary insanity. So hopefully the cure will be coming through soon. So I apologize for that on behalf of my country. But thank you for having me. So it's been quite an education in the past 14 months since coming to Torrens. And when I look at how we talk about the universities in Australia, and I think worldwide, we talk about research, creating new knowledge, social license. So it's not a business, it is an institution, and it needs to be managed and led differently than a business would be. But there's a certain appropriateness to deal in reality and what our students are looking for, and really look at that. So I think using the word customers is inappropriate, sometimes maybe uncomfortable in the university setting, and I'm very clear never to use the word customers. We always use the word students. But when I do think about the word customers, I think about are our students customers, and I would say they are. And the way I think about this is they're customers because they have a choice and they have certain expectations. And they're going to use the choice that they can be free to make, and expectations to drive value from where they end up going to get their education. Whether that's in a private university, a public university, an online university, or they just use ChatGPT to be their professor. They have that choice. And so when we go back and we look at the power of technology, you go back to maybe 2010, 2011. Well, why did everyone, if they wanted to have a quick, efficient, the most efficient way to get around, get a taxi? Well, because they didn't have a choice. And now they do have a choice because technology's enabled share riding and Uber and Lyft and other organizations. Why do we used to go to the bank to deposit our checks? Because we didn't have a choice, and now we do have a choice. So technology is going to continue to create flexibility and choice for people, and we have to figure out what the value that we're bringing to that experience. So I went and made a list of the things, because what I like to think about is, and I saw this happen at Disney, technology came rushing in, and what a lot of organizations will do is take the technology and walk around and just point it at different things and see what sticks. And I think strategy is about what are we trying to do as a business, as a university, and then how does the technology come in? How do we put the resources towards it? And I look at AI as just another tool. It's just another piece of technology that's getting us to an end goal, and it's not the be-all, end-all. And my experiences at Disney, we spent a lot of time when we put new technology in place going and communicating very strongly to the employees that the technology was not the driving success here. It was the foundational pieces of hospitality and taking care of our customers that would make them come back again, help us get a better reputation. So I think about expectations, and I'd ask, these are some questions I ask myself all the time. And the first one is, how well do you know your customers, your students' expectations and their experiences? And we have surveys and we have all kinds of ways to get that, but do you really have a good handle on what each of your student profiles looks like, whether they're domestic or international or 30 years old or a school leaver? What does that path look like? And do you understand their emotional state and how they think about what they want and what they need? We become experts in our industries, and because we're experts, we stop listening to the people who are paying us because we know better than they do, and that's always a mistake. We have to be in tune with what they're looking for. So when I think about this, I think our students, they expect to learn new skills and knowledge, right? That's something they do. So how do you point AI at that to update content faster and be more relevant with student content? There's a direct connection there. It's pretty clear. They expect flexibility. You know, some of them less flexibility. They're full-time students. They come in and they're 100% students. But I think we're seeing a lot of this today. Our students aren't 100% students. They have other things happening. Even if they're 100% students, they're also working. They have other things going on in their life. So how are we using AI to create flexibility in that? Asynchronous learning, online versus in person, the days of the week, 24-hour support. What are the actual things that 24-hour support should provide, and what should it not have to provide? I like to think about technology sometimes. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. A lot of times we take technology, it can do this. Well, it can do that, but is that really the best way? Should we implement it that way? And having the discipline to not do that. They expect frictionless experiences. Our students are not comparing themselves to other universities. They're comparing themselves to Amazon and Uber and their bank app. And that's what they expect. And so it's not just, I know we all like to benchmark each other. We're benchmarking the digital experience they're having in their lives. And I know in many areas of Torrance we're working on that because we're woefully behind in certain areas. It should be as easy and on these administrative issues as getting on an app and tapping and being able to get that level of service and support. They expect to gain a network at university and after graduation that's going to help get them support. And so if you really sat in a room for 3 hours and asked your team, how can we be better at networking our students with alumni, better at networking them at our university and using AI to be able to do that, I bet you come up with some great ideas. But that's one of the things they really value. And the last two things, they expect to gain knowledge and skills that will make them employable, right? So how are we doing that to connect with industry? Because at the end of the day, students aren't our product, but when we prepare them, they have to be competitive to be hired. And so how are we preparing them from the real world? And AI, once again, it's not the only way to do that, but how do you plug that in to connect with employers and be able to get real time the skills that they're looking for and the new technology they want our students to learn and bring that into the classroom quickly? As you heard Paul talk about, in 3 or 4 days, he could create a curriculum. And so how do we do that real time with employers so we're giving them the types of graduates they need? And lastly, I'd say, they expect to finish what they started. And I know attrition and progression is a big focus for us. And I can talk about that right after this, but how do you make sure you're using AI to target where you should have your lecturers and your administration spending their time. You can't talk to every student every day, but if you know which ones to talk to about what topic at the right time, that becomes a differentiator, and that's AI can see these patterns.
Thanks, Dan. And I think that's a really useful corrective in a way that not every problem can be solved by AI, or nor should be. There's a risk of every nail being hammered by AI when that's probably not appropriate. But thank you for that. We will come back to some of the issues you've raised, but I want to go to Jess, because you've very recently moved institution, and you were at La Trobe where, as we've heard from Theo, there's been a very strong emphasis on AI first. You're now in day 3 of a new institution. Be interested in your reflections on the extent to which technology strategies and the use of things like AI within an individual institution, whether it's inevitable that the response will be the same everywhere, or whether you think there's scope for each institution to pick and choose a bit the deployment of the technologies. Your thoughts on that?
I might start with the last part of your question. I think every institution will find its strategic sparkle and needs to. Right? We all need to be able to differentiate ourselves through our strategies, and the way that the more we learn about the affordance of AI, how it is transforming our teaching, our research, our assessment, our practice, our operations, we will each then be able to get a sense of how will my university be different from another, as we have done with our education experience, with our employability programs, with our research. So I think that characteristic will come through. But I may be a little bit provocative here. I don't think we are there yet. We are still talking about assurance of learning. We still have students who are using, as you mentioned right at the beginning, they're using AI for their assessment. Great. But how are we making sure that there are checkpoints within their degree program where we can say a real person really did this all by themselves based on what they've learnt with us today? I think that's something we've got to get right. To get that right, you have to have a workforce that understands the affordances of AI, that are capable, that are confident to use AI. I have heard across the sector, not only in my 3 days at Deakin, but in my days at La Trobe and elsewhere across the sector, staff do not feel confident in how to use AI, what tool is available. So the number of questions that come that says, when am I getting Copilot? Can we use ChatGPT? What am I allowed to put in? What can't I? They're really fundamental basics that if you don't get that question right, and if your staff aren't confident, then you're not opening their minds to be able to think about, where can AI take my teaching? Where can AI take my research? Our staff genuinely want to do the right thing, whatever the right thing is. I think there is a really big question that we have to start to solve as a sector around that. And I think once we've done that, we will open our eyes to start to think about the things that Dan was talking about, which is, how do you then harness AI to really start to transform the learner experience? So it's more than just, I'm going to ask ChatGPT or Copilot to help me with my assignment, but actually I am interacting with AI in a way that helps me unpack my learning, understand where I need to go next, think about what tips and strategies or other people I might want to be connecting with that's really going to take us to the next level. We are not there yet. We're having the conversations about it, but deeply in practice and embedded at scale, that's what the sector needs, that's what our students need, and I think that's what industry will be demanding of us from our graduates pretty soon.
Thank you for raising that. I can sense twitching on my right. I think Pascal wants to say something, and then Andrew. Pascal.
I really appreciated Jess's comment, and I think that one of the dangers that we face as a sector is what I call AI washing, where we're going to look at the way we've done things forever, and then we're going to see how AI helps us do that better. And that's the worst mistake. I spent quite a bit of time with some of the staff who were saying, can you imagine how ridiculous it is? The students are going to write their essay with AI, and then we're going to mark it with AI. And I said, question why you're assessing with an essay. What is the learning outcome? Let's go back to fundamentals, and then let's try and think about, now, we have a job with that. And the job we have is, as Andrew pointed out, to convince the accreditation body, because they too function on the basis of nostalgia. So they too think that AI is something that we can just paint over everything, but we continue to have in law a 70% assessment based on an exam because otherwise people are cheating. Except that the lawyers of the future will actually spend 30 seconds doing all the work that they did before in 30 seconds, and then twiddle their thumb for 5.5 minutes thinking, what am I going to charge for? So we really have to we really have to project and avoid what AI can do for education is not what AI can do for the way we've been teaching. It's about what it can do for the way learners will need to learn, and that's a different shift.
Thank you, Pascal. Andrew, you were twitching as well.
I was twitching as well, but for a very similar reason. But this is not the first time we've dealt with this, is it? I mean, my background is not, as I said, not in medicine, but it is in engineering. And yes, I am old enough to remember when we didn't have computers. So at some point you say to people, what do you need to know? And it's not just what you need to know, as in to function in the profession. There's also a professional confidence piece. If my doctor, going back to the medical profession, had to keep taking the book off the shelf and flicking through the book to find out what the solution was, I kind of lose confidence that that's the process, unless I built a framing around it for actually that's what I'm expecting to do when I go to the doctor. I'm expecting them not to know the stuff anymore. What I'm expecting them to know is how to solve the particular issue in a way that gives me an outcome that improves the health outcome. So Pascal, I think, is absolutely right. The paradigm has to shift, and the thinking around it has to shift away from how we take a defensive posture for everything to how we embrace what opportunities exist, have the right conversation with the right stakeholders, and then find a way that we can build that community broadly defined confidence that the professional skills our graduates take out into their careers are going to lead to the sort of expectations being met around what they're trying to achieve, whether it's an accountant, a doctor, an engineer, or a lawyer.
Thank you, Andrew. So I think I'm getting the look from Martin, but I think we've got time for me to ask just one final question for your views in response, and that is this really a potential Kodak moment for universities? Is the impact of AI going to be that transformative and disruptive, or is this merely another stage in the incremental evolution of teaching and learning and research in universities? I'll start with Jess and then work along from that end.
I think it should be. I think it should be. It should be a Kodak moment. Like if this isn't, then what is going to get us back to Pascal's earlier point? What is it going to take for the sector to stop those classes where you stand up and dictate to a student because you're the smartest person in the room, and rather get to co-creation and shared understanding? Like, how do we as a sector make it worth a student's time to come to class? And I think AI will help us do that. And if that's the push that we needed as a sector, we've needed to do this for a really long time, but I hope it is.
Yeah, I'll go back to something Paul mentioned, is there's a bunch of people out there right now figuring out how to disrupt what we're doing. And regulation has a responsibility, and it will certainly help and protect students and protect the process, but it's not going to hold back this wave, and it's going to come. So I think this is the hardest part, having the discipline to disrupt in your own businesses today and really have a sense of urgency about how you're going to take advantage of this. Paul had mentioned some books. There's a great book, The Medici Effect, around design thinking. And this idea was, which I think about all the time, what's the smallest executable step you can take to try something and test something? And the great thing about AI is you can take small executable steps for almost no cost at all to test new things, because it's digital in nature. And so we just have to be comfortable to get our sense of urgency up and that curiosity we talked about. Do you have someone getting up every single day thinking about how this is going to impact your business and whispering in your ear to have you go try things and test things and make it part of the conversation, make sure it's on meeting agendas? And if you start to do that, the fear goes away and the implementation ramps up. But
I was thinking how I could say yes and no at the same answer, actually. In my view, we tend to think of disruption as the start of a journey, but it's actually not. Right? You go back much further, and universities are or should be good at this. I mean, we imagine what can be, we experiment to find it out, then we have the disruption and the change that comes, then we embed it and then we use it. So we go on that sort of journey and cycle, and it's a bit iterative and backwards and forwards. I think we know how to not let ourselves be disrupted. What I think we haven't quite learned yet is how to be the disruptor. And that's the piece that we need to do in the sort of the ecosystem. So, I mean, we smashed most of our lecture theatres out of the university when we built the UTS campus 10, 15 years ago. We all have different problems that we have to address, and technology will impact on those problems in a different way for each institution, for each cohort, for each specific mission. But I don't think we should be afraid of being disrupted, and I don't think we should step back from being the disruptor.
So my answer would be that it's definitely, there's a continuity, but there's also an acceleration, and it's exponential in some ways. That's what I talked about, the technology super cycle. But we mustn't forget that the mission remains the same. This is about learning, this is about generation of new so we can sometimes scare ourselves in thinking this is an entirely new world, and so how do we cope with it? It is the same mission, it's just different instrument and different velocity, I suppose, which is really important. But one of the anecdotes that I like to remind my staff when people get a little bit scared about AI is that the lecture was invented as an effective way of transmitting content at the time where books were not affordable. So now access to very, very large amount of information instantly is affordable. What are we going to do about it?
Fascinating.
Can I just make one other comment to interrupt? Because I was going to try and frame this in the question that you had. Sorry, Martin. I think this is an opportunity for universities to step in broadly. If you think about the democratization of knowledge that we've had over time, where our role as the custodian of knowledge has changed and it's sort of gone out into the world. Now it's being deeply polluted. And I think what's happening is the misinformation, the lack of ability to distill the essence from all this information is here. We created the vehicle to be able to democratize knowledge. How do we actually, as universities, step into solving the problem about how people actually can use it properly? And AI does have a role in that. It enables us, if we can use it effectively, to actually solve what could be one of the most pressing problems of the time, and almost regain the social license that universities seem to have lost over a period.
Thank you, Andrew. On that note, I will conclude that conversation, but we're going to have some Q&A.
We are. That was a great last question and a great set of answers. If this is a Kodak moment, I encourage everyone to get their shot right now. But I think we had some fantastic answers there, which to me took a great opportunity for leaders in the sector to... Oh, there we go. You can now hear me as well, can't you? Which is even better. To be able to see that I think leadership is accepting of that opportunity and of that change. Going back to Catherine Livingston's challenge that I mentioned at the start of the day of not just admiring our challenges, but embracing them and doing something about it. So great question, great responses. We've had other questions coming in, and Kelly Matthews and Marcia Devlin at the front here are actually reading what they are and are going to relay them to you.
Yes, thanks everyone. A round of applause for our panel. They're not done answering questions yet, though. Now is your time to think about the questions that you might like to ask. Slido is going to appear, and you'll see in Slido that people have been asking questions. In addition, there's a poll up that asks us to pose a question, and that question there is about our graduates. At UQ, our Deputy Vice-Chancellor is very good at saying with AI, it's not about answering the questions, it's now about the questions that you ask. So no pressure, audience, for the questions that you are about to ask. If you have a question in the room, get ready to put your hand up, but I'm going to hand over to Marcia, who's going to start with Slido.
Thanks, Kelly. So I'm going to combine a question from Michael Burgess and a question from Sam Jacob because they're very similar. Given the inevitable disruption you've all spoken about, and given unis are, I'm quoting, notoriously awful at doing anything quickly or simply, not my words, How can higher education respond quickly and effectively to the changes coming? Are new models, new investments, outside assistance necessary?
This can't possibly be a question for my university because we are very agile and we kind of actually do things well ahead of time. So hypothetically, I think it would have to be, it's a culture shift. And so that's what takes time. But provided you have optimism and provided you have a shared vision, I think people can cover an amazing amount of ground in no time at all.
I mean, my answer to it is it's both. There is merit sometimes that universities have to doing things perhaps slower than stakeholders would like, because we're not simply throwing out the value of the things that we've done for a while. So if values are important, in a massive disruption, you could easily shift to the things I think that you were talking about earlier, the things that are important to us get lost if you're not careful to think about how you do it. I have to admit that we are sluggish sometimes. I actually used the word in an all-staff forum. I said it would be great to have got this strategy out 6 months ago, and we've been a bit sluggish about it. We got a better strategy at the end than when we started in. But in saying that, there is definitely an asymmetry in the tempo that stakeholders expect us to work at versus what we can do. So we do have to resolve it, but we don't resolve it by just running faster for everything all the time.
Can I maybe add a piece? And again, maybe a little unpopular in a view. We need to talk, this part isn't unpopular. We need to talk more to our staff to help them to understand the challenges that we face and help them to realise that this is real. So we still have staff asking questions, can I ban AI? What? Like we've come past that, but the fact that staff are still asking that question means it's a real question and we have to continue to have those conversations. Then I think we need to move quicker by being more decisive and having very clear frameworks and clear plans in place for how we will transform at scale. This is not something that you can leave to every academic to just learn for themselves and figure out. It needs very clear change management. It needs very clear processes and frameworks, and you've got to get those sooner rather than later and then drive it hard. So this is all whole of institutional leadership, and I know that's something that we were certainly working on at La Trobe before I left.
Thank you so much, everyone, for that. Dan, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you can't boil the ocean and you can't do nothing. So do something in between. And it's this idea of if you don't have a personal story about how you've been involved or have knowledge of a test or something you've done around AI in your institution, you need to get there. You need to go find someone who knows what they're doing and get some context. This is the hardest thing. It's such a broad and it's such a white paper here of the things we can do with this. We need to start being able to have context at every level of the organization. And so I think it's just scheduling time to make sure you're getting this education, small bits at a time. And it's going to help you have a better point of view. And it's going to teach you, as we mentioned earlier, what questions you should be asking, which is probably the hardest part.
Thanks for that. Have we got any questions in the room? Marcia is going to run to you. While we're waiting for the questions in the room, I love that focus on coming back to thinking about our students customers or not, no matter what, we want them to learn. And they're here, they come to universities to become a better version of themselves, have a more successful future. And that question there about what do we want all of our graduates to be able to answer about AI, I think it's a really kind of a focal point as well when we think about that impact that we wanted to have on learners. I'd love to hear one question you might have. Pascal's like, oh, I don't know, Kelly. Love that. Thank you. Marcia is ready. Any questions in the room?
If there aren't any questions in the room,
John's got a question in the room.
I've got a question. So looking ahead, in let's say 5 years' time, what's the one AI-enabled transformation that you think will be standard in every institution?
Learning agent. So personal tutor, basically. But that not just to help you with your learning, but that will actually do intervention and support, so help you to feel more confident in how you can take agency for your learning and also seek support.
Oh, look, I think my ideal world is that nobody's talking about AI. So it's like, it's just what we do, right? It's the same, something else will be out there in 5 years' time. I do, for all the criticisms that are laid at the foot of universities, I think we know how to adapt. As I said, we've got smart people in the room, and I'll give you just one little example as about how to be careful, at least from the university leadership lesson. I wondered whether the fact that we weren't seeing the level of concern or activity meant that we weren't doing anything. But when I asked the question, and we actually had an academic board forum where people came forward, everyone was blown away by what people were doing. Absolutely blown away. Because, as I said earlier, people had lent in. They saw the issues, they saw the opportunity, they saw the risks. They understood that the community needed to come together around the issues. And it's a lesson to us in universities, I think, is that sometimes it's not the sort of downward direction of what one must respond to that's the important piece. It's the fact that we have forever relied on an academic community that does the right thing.
Dan, any thoughts? We do have a question.
Yeah, the one thing I've been thinking about, I've always thought about there's kind of three ways we deal with problems in our lives and professionally and personally. One is intuition, one is experience, and one is education and frameworks methodology. And so I think I'm really excited about being able to give students simulated experience that are going to put them in the shoes of whatever profession they're going into, and getting a lot of runtime in those experiences without even having to go to a company, because we can build these, I'll call them case studies. They're case studies, but they're live interactive case studies where you're getting real feedback, real time. And so by the time you go into on the field, the play, you've been through these scenarios many times. And that's something that's...
Hi. This touches on what Pascal said before about essays being written with AI and marked with AI. We're all obviously focused very much on how we assess at the moment in the light of AI. What do we do to stop ourselves inventing a better slide rule rather than going to the calculator? What does that new assessment look like, not now, but 5 years from now or 10 years from now?
So we are experimenting in that space, and in our design school we started taking away the assessment piece because we wanted to replicate the experience that people would have in the workplace. If you're an architect and you come up with a project design that's kind of average, nobody's going to say, well, that's a 5 out of 10, now move on to the next project. You're going to be sent back to wherever your studio is and work on it until it's actually going to be acceptable. So we have that approach of saying what is useful is to actually know the calibration of the quality of your work, and that's based on the relativities with the other people in your class and the people who were before and after you. And then you need the feedback, which must be empathetic and constructive, which is you're going to have to work on this again because you're not going to go any further until you fix that. And so it's a very different view. We've observed great mental health benefits from it, much less stress at this kind of all-important time where for some reason we can't seem to organize ourselves and we sort of have all the assessment hitting the students at once. And we have something that is much more preparing of the context, the real context of the professional environment. And you would not believe how difficult that was to get across with the accreditation body. Because you know what the logic is? Well, this was done to me, so it should be done to them. So, this intergenerational teaching abuse we exercise needs to stop. And we are preparing people for the future, and if there's one thing I know, is the future doesn't look like the past. So we just need to change the way we do things.
What a lovely note to bring that section of our conference to a conclusion. That's been a really stimulating session, and clearly there are far many questions than we're going to get a chance to answer on stage. We now have a chance for something called coffee, which is a new invention that is being demonstrably shown to further stimulate senses and encourage interaction. So please join us in the conversation quarter for coffee. Be back in here in 25 minutes' time at 11:15, and join me in thanking our panel and John Dewar. Welcome back to HEDx, everybody. I've said that on 163 podcasts now, with that music playing in the background, but you're not normally all here. And we have a need for some tissues or something on the front stage, if James can hear me or if anyone else can hear me that might be able to help me. I don't know why I'm laughing. It just seemed like a... I don't remember seeing that on the run sheet, Patrick. Okay, so welcome back into the room. For those of you still next door in the conversation quarter, welcome to that space if you're making use of it. I hope you can hear me well in there from the live stream, and for all those joining us remotely with the live stream, I hope that's now working smoothly and everyone's feeling good. We're going to move from one session of inspiring stories of leadership from Paul LeBlanc, with reactions from some of our leaders in public universities in the sector here in Australia, to a slightly different phase of the conversation now. Just before I shortly get off the stage and leave Patrick Kidd, our facilitator, and Melinda Salento from CEDA to introduce themselves beyond me saying what their names are and have a conversation. I just want to set the scene for that a little bit. Paul LeBlanc, who was our remote live cross, I can remember interviewing him for my podcast and him telling his personal story about being the first in family to go to university when someone that he attended the house of with his mother, who was a cleaner in New Hampshire, repeatedly said to his mother and to him, Paul could go to college one day. And it was enough of an inspiring word for him and his mother to see the possibilities of higher education. He showed us the moment of the conference so far, I think, has been when the photograph of Simon was shown up on the screen. Remember that? And I speculate in my own mind about Simon could go to college, to go to study and to learn one day. I don't know how old he is in that photograph, but if it was 20 years' time from now when he might go, what does Australia need in 20 or so, or 15 or 20 years' time? What does business need in terms of skills? And what should tertiary education be providing for the student of 15 or 20 years' time from now? That's a question in my mind as I introduce Patrick Kidd here, on my right, the CEO of the Future Skills Organisation, who's going to start us off before we have a panel that he will also conduct to follow, with a fireside chat from, I don't think there's an American on the stage for this session. We haven't had that yet in this conference. But we are going to have a conversation about what Australia and what industry might look like and what it might need some years into the future. So please make Patrick and Melinda Salento welcome.
Good morning, and for those of you who arrived early, you would have seen me do the deliberate coffee spillage act on stage, which I think I've never done before. Whoever sits on this chair for the rest of the afternoon, I apologise. It will be slightly damp, but it's okay. It smells good, and Mel, I'm glad I did not get caught in my fratricide. So that is good. Firstly, thank you very much indeed for sort of turning up for this session. And really, if I think about linking it to what happened in the morning, we had Paul who talked about talent. And fundamentally, this is a conversation about talent. And when you look at the education and training system, it is a system. And I think this morning, in the conversations that we had, I didn't think I heard a single person talk about the role that the vocational and educational training sector plays. And so when we think about our system, it's about schools, it's about universities, but it's also about the 5.1 million people who go through the VET system each and every year. And fundamentally, it's about talent. And when we look at the people who are in that education training system, they're going up and through it in a conventional way. Some people are going up into university and back into VET. There are pathways. These are learning pathways. And our obligation is very much around that. I am the CEO of something called the Future Skills Organisation. We're a Jobs and Skills Council. That's funded by government. We're private organisations. There are 10 of us, each looking after stewarding effectively different parts of the economy. So we look after finance, technology and business as industry sectors. That's a vertical, so there are jobs and occupations that sit within those areas, but they're also horizontal. There's also skills that sit right across the economy that fall within our remit. When one sort of takes a step back and thinks about the place of VET and why it's important, it's fundamentally about that linkage to industry. It's the application of learning in a way that helps people through different learning pathways to achieve their potential. Closely related to university, closely related to schools, but fundamentally it's about the application within an industry context. And so if I now link then back to the previous conversation, which talks about the power of AI and where that's going to, we need to sort of take a step back and ask ourselves, where is industry going to? Where's the economy going to? What does the education and training system need to do in response to where the economy is going to? And then start to think about what does that mean for how we deliver education and training. So this first session with Mel is all about setting that context. And then we have the panel conversation, which will look at some of the reforms that are currently being played through, the delivery of training through the VET system, the industry collaboration with that system, and what are the needs for skills as we sort of go forwards as we look at the next sort of 20 to 30 years. So hopefully all things will link together. AI sits underneath everything, but this is a conversation about our education and training system and the 11 odd million people in schools, in universities, in VET who go through it each and every year. So Mel, welcome.
Thank you, nice to meet you.
You have an amazing background. Do you want to quickly just tell the team how you get to sit here today?
That was a question I wasn't expecting. So economist by training, started my career in the public sector at Treasury, kind of hopped around, ended up in funds management for a bit, and then policy advocacy with the Business Council of Australia, and then a couple of board roles, Productivity Commission, and now the CEO of CEDA. So I'm an economist. I have a sneaky psychology degree. That was actually my first degree, and a policy cardigan wearer.
And CEDA has made sort of massive progress in the last sort of 5 years. We were talking about it just before I spilt the coffee.
That's what got him so excited.
You think about things in a different way. You talk about the economic impact and the social impact of things. Do you want to talk a little bit around sort of your vision for the future and 2050?
Yeah, I mean, I actually joined CEDA because at the time the board was looking to see the organisation lift its voice and influence in shaping policy and ultimately delivering better outcomes for all Australians in the economy. For those of you who don't know CEDA, we're an independent, member-driven think tank. We see ourselves as quite unique in the landscape. Our membership cuts across all sectors, so academia, government, business, and also the community sector. And I think I just wanted to pause on that because that DNA is really important to me and really important to us as an organisation, because we think all of those sectors need to be in conversations about our economy and about what our economy delivers for our communities and our society more broadly. So we are very much about every sector seeing their role in those conversations, leveraging the insights of every sector and making sure that what we're doing and talking about is seen as relevant to all sectors and to everyone in this country, quite frankly. It's a big ambition, but that's ultimately what we're on about. Over the last little while, we've been very focused on setting a new agenda for ourselves, if you like, or a new way of working, which we call Progress 2050. It's about putting long-term goals out there for all Australians and setting the ambition for what we think we can be as a nation. 6 goals, but 2 key pillars, and they have to work together. A strong economy, which obviously business and the education sector have a fundamental part in delivering, and a strong social compact. And that means that the economy delivers and reinforces the benefits for all Australians in a very clear and direct way. And of course, education has a really important part in that, in terms of enabling opportunity for all Australians.
So how's the world going to change? Is it just about AI, or is it more than that? What does the future economy look like? What are the challenges and opportunities that sit within that?
Well, I mean, let's talk about it in a skills context, right? And Patrick and I were yesterday at the AFR Workforce Summit, and the session I was there talking about skills and immigration, actually, but one of the things that we spoke about was, at the moment, 1/3 of occupations in Australia have a skill shortage. 1/3. The reason that's so is because we've got these big mega trends reshaping our economy as we speak. So population ageing, climate change, we understand that. We understand the implications of it and the energy transition that has to go with that. And then, of course, a big technological shift, all against the backdrop of increasing geopolitical instability and volatility and uncertainty. So big mega trends that are influencing us, and all probably at a pace that we really haven't seen for a while. I don't like to say ever, because I'm sure during the Industrial Revolution things felt like they were going fast for the time as well. But there's a lot going on, and it has implications for just about everything we do, and it definitely has really, really important implications for the skills we'll need in the future and how we actually build and grow those skills.
So let's just drill down into the skills bit then. So how we are changing from effectively an industrial economy to a post-industrial economy. There is a fairly traditional view as to what skills are. There'll be different views as to what we mean by skills. But how do you see that changing over the next 25 years?
I don't know that there's a direct answer for that. I mean, I think, it's a trite answer, but we all know that there are jobs that people are doing today that we never imagined. My own daughter's doing a job that I never thought she would be able to do even, 10 years ago. So I think kind of thinking very specifically about, this skill is going to be needed or this job is going to be there. But I think we can identify a couple of things. One, technology and how you work with technology is going to be critical, and how we think about that. I think one of the things that people aren't talking enough about is that people are talking about it, but only to a point, which is the concern about is technology going to eat all of our jobs and all the rest of it, and what gives you confidence that it won't, which is the human aspect to it. What it means to be human and the humanity of it, and how we knit together technology and human skills and capabilities. And I don't think we're talking enough about what that piece means and how that's influencing the sorts of education that we think we need to be delivering for everyone, right? What does it mean to be human? And if anything, I feel like we've kind of squashed that down a little bit. We've talked a lot about STEM, but we're not talking about creativity and the arts and all of the things that we get real joy from life, and how do we think about that? We're not talking about philosophy and ethics and how, all those things that, when you talk about, is it good AI or bad AI, how do we even know? Yet, if I reflect on the education my kids are getting, it's like narrow. Get to year 10 and decide what you want to be when you grow up. Don't be curious. Curiosity should be something that we're just talking about everywhere.
That's very much a theme that Paul of Blanc talked about sort of first up this morning, the revival of the arts as a sort of a core sort of set of knowledge now that sort of can underpin the economy. Yesterday, there was a lot of chat about productivity, the fact that productivity itself hasn't really moved over the last 8 years. What's your sense as to that and what we need to do to get productivity moving in the right direction?
As productivity hasn't been moving enough for a long time in Australia, and it's really important. It's one of the reasons why so many people feel that they haven't benefited from a strong economy, because that growth hasn't been underpinned by enough productivity, and actually real wages have stagnated. And so when you ask people how they feel about it, they don't feel great. And they feel like we've brought a lot of people in to drive economic growth, and it's led to a whole bunch of other challenges that we haven't really spoken about with nuance or lent into. So yes, we need it. But I think the other thing is that we have to actually translate it to people so that people understand what it means. And there is a really negative connotation around productivity. It just means working harder and working longer and essentially not getting paid for it, is what they feel. So I think one of the things we have to do is capture people's imagination around what productivity actually means and how you can use AI, for instance, to help you to do your work better and essentially to start, use technology to do the stuff you don't like doing and spend more time doing the stuff that you love doing and the value add. And if I could just say one final thing, I'm trying to encourage my team when we think about productivity to think about it differently. So if I think about the aged care sector as a for instance, we can look at that and say we've got restrictions on the number of nurses that we have per resident in a residential aged care, and we can say, well, that limits productivity. Well, only if you think about productivity as a quantitative piece, but how do we think about productivity in a qualitative sense? What if we thought about productivity in the aged care sector as reducing the rate of depression and loneliness amongst residents in aged care? What would that look like? And then how might you use technology to enable a care worker to deliver more value-added services for a resident? So, for instance, doing some low-level medical testing or evaluation, which meant that they didn't have to have a new person coming into their room and invading their privacy, but it was a care worker that they were familiar with who could come and do that. Or you could use technology to actually monitor someone's mood or to get their own sense of perception around how they're feeling that day. All of those things are adding value to the life of that person, but we don't really think about it that way and don't capture it that way. And if you did, then technology is seen as being something that workers would want to work with because they can see the productivity and the value and the qualitative impact that it has and the benefits that it delivers.
So just driving down a little bit now into sort of like the implications for the education training system. How do you perceive the importance of the relationship between industry and that system to ensure that the system is generating people with the right skills, knowledge, attributes to be successful, to drive productivity in the right direction? Are we trending well, or is it actually trending downwards and we need to do more to energise that?
I'm going to be a little bit... I'm going to quote a stat that I'm sure you've all heard, but I'll use it to be a bit as a provocation. So I was reminding myself of the statistic around how long it took ChatGPT to get 1 million users. And have you guys heard this stat? So it's 5 days. It took Instagram, I think, 2.5 months to get to 1 million users. And it took Netflix, I think, over 3 years, right? So this is the pace of change. And the provocation is, now it's a little bit trite, but someone said it to me, so I'll tell you. If you're not changing as fast as the world around you, you're not changing fast enough. Now, my unfair comment is going to be an anecdote, and I apologise for that, but I've got a daughter who is studying psychology at university. And I mentioned that my first degree was psychology. She is being taught exactly the same way I was 40 years ago. I'm not joking. Exactly the same. Now, I'm sure the content's a little bit different. The titles are still broadly the same. And she is being taught exactly the same way. So I guess a first observation would be that doesn't feel like change. And it certainly doesn't feel like change that sees the adoption of AI like we've seen. So that's a provocation. The second thing I'd say is that if you're thinking that ChatGPT got to that many users that quickly, every student is using it. And if you talk to employers, they know their employees are using it, whether they've sanctioned it or not. And the very first instance, the reaction was, let's put it over here and not use it. And the most dynamic and productive businesses very quickly shifted that and enabled the use of AI. And they're doing it to great effect. Now, that means that when they're looking for graduates or employees of the future, they want graduates and employees who know how to use AI to do their job, that know how to figure out whether AI is giving them what they want, that knows the strengths and weaknesses of it and knows how to use it productively in a way which is consistent with the expectation of their employer. If they're not learning that at university, if they're not learning that through vocational education and training, where are they learning that? And the final thing I'd say is that the organisations that have the most confidence in how they're using AI have the most confidence because they have a really strong culture, and a culture that understands the values of their organisation, which then becomes the framework for how they think about using AI and governance. And I think that whole issue of culture is one that I would challenge in the educational organisations that I've seen, and whether your culture as an institution is changing in the way that it's going to have to, in the way that business culture and environments and values are having to change to be able to deal with these things as effectively as they can.
But just carrying on down that line of culture and business culture and education culture, there is definitely within the world that we see, so finance, tech and business, there is a natural tendency for business to withdraw, for example, from the vocational educational training system. 9 out of 10 tech jobs look for somebody with a degree. They don't look for somebody who comes out with some skills that come through an alternate system. So is there something about the culture of industry and the culture of business that we need to work on as well to help bring them in so that they recognise the value of this education and training system, that they invest in it to help nurture it? Is there more that we need to do around that?
Yeah, let me sort of make a couple of comments that some of which relate directly to that, and some of which might be a bit tangential. So the first comment I'd make is the one that I sort of started on earlier, which is kind of bring a few thoughts together. If you look at the sort of pace of change that we're experiencing, and you look at the challenges that creates, the DNA that I referenced at CEDA is that we don't think that you can solve for these challenges or make the most of these opportunities by thinking in one silo alone. You've got to bring insights and knowledge and thinking together. So that's my starting point. So if I look at the pace of change that's confronting us, my starting point is that we are only going to get to where we need to get to if all of the sectors are working well together. So in the education space, that includes government, by the way, as an important funder, but definitely business and the education sector working far more closely together to understand what are the skills and the capabilities and the attributes that we need to be developing in students, and actually all the way right down through high school and into primary school, because that's where it really starts. So how do we start sort of doing that much better than we are now? Two other points that sort of reference some work that we've done, which have surprised me, if I'm honest. The most recent one was looking at work-related training and how much work-related training is going on within business, and that's declining. And so since 2007, we've seen a 14% reduction in the amount of work-related training that's happening, and we've seen an even greater reduction in the number of hours of training. Now, the question I have is there a change in the attitude of business around what they see as their responsibility for education and training and their people, and what does that expectation mean for the providers of education, and is that right? And I think that's a question I have. I know when I started as a graduate at Treasury, they had a really, really detailed program that recognised I got certain skills out of university but not others. And so they trained me in a whole bunch of things. So have we got that right? The second observation I'd make is we did a whole bunch of work on how you can better leverage science and technology, and this is kind of the commercialisation conversation. But my gosh, I'm really tired of the same narratives around business can't work with universities and universities can't work with business. Like, how do we accept that? How does that just become the narrative that everyone just keeps talking about as if it is unchangeable? And there's cultural change that has to happen on both sides. This narrative around business moves too fast and breaks things, and that's not consistent with academic freedom and academic integrity and rigour, really. And vice versa, that academics and universities are too slow. How do you work together to shift that? And that's a cultural piece, and it's a responsibility on both sides, yet we somehow seem to just accept that there is this pat narrative that's, oh, well, it's all too hard, see you later. It defines our future. So that's kind of 3 points for that.
And there's a sort of a structural issue, isn't there, in terms of learning pathways should reflect employment pathways. And definitely when you start to then sort of plug back into AI and what's the impact of AI, what we're starting to see certainly in the tech and finance sector is that the entry-level job roles that traditionally was the seedbed for people to come in, talent to come in and move through the organisation, those roles are disappearing. So unless industry is able to find a way of investing to help nurture talent, then we've got a sort of a problem that's being stacked up for later.
Yeah, and I think we've already got insights into that. And I'll remind me to come back on the sort of career pipeline. But yesterday we were talking a lot about diversity, and I think what we saw in that conversation was when you're trying to lift gender diversity or cultural diversity or the representation of First Nations, one of the first things that happens is that the bigger organisations with the resources and whatever just go and poach people, right? Right, so you could sort of say, I'm not going to train my grad, I'm just going to go and poach someone. Well, what everyone said was that doesn't work. You need to build your pipeline, and that's how we have to think about this. And that's going to be has to be the conversation. You have to build your pipeline. This idea that you go and poach and poach and poach just isn't sustainable. So how do we sort of get that thinking? The second thing that I'd say is that throughout my career, as I made different decisions, every now and then I would encounter people who would say, "Oh, you shouldn't do that. You're going to lose your momentum. You're going to do whatever." And I was like, well, I went and did board work as a sort of part-time. I was doing 3 board roles. I wasn't working full-time. I was looking after kids. And the advice I had was, don't start your board career now. I'm like, well, whatever, And you won't be able to get back on track. Of course you can. So I always try to encourage people to think about what are the skills and experiences that you pick up and you put in your portfolio, and then you think about what you can use and what a job might look like. It's not a job description. It's like, what can I do and where can I find a place where I can do that well? And I think that's got to be the ethos that we bring into this too, is how do you encourage people to be picking up lots of skills, and as long as they're learning and developing and whatever else, it's moving forward. And then being curious about where are all the different places that you can apply effectively the things that you've learned. And I think it kind of goes back to this question about how we segment the sector, and I think that's going to have to change. How do we build little, it's a modular approach, that I build this module and then I add this and then I add that, and that makes me more interesting and capable of doing a whole bunch of things, including a job in 10 years' time that I haven't even thought about today.
Martin.
Yeah, just with an eye on both the clock and the flow of questions coming in on Slido, there's some comments, first of all, that I've received from some. You've just become the favourite economist that someone's met in the room. Amazing. How can we get more economists that appreciate human emotions, was just a comment that was made. And it sort of goes to the question that I've picked out of Slido. That's one that Sue Kokonis has raised from OES here, who will be on a panel later. And it sort of touches back to some of the things that you've touched on and those things that Paul said a little bit earlier, that given the coming disruption in roles by AI, how do young people, or learners more generally, decide which roles are going to have enough human in the loop to be worth studying for and investing 3 to 4 years in? How do they get informed about where that change might be likely to come?
So firstly, you've hit on something that I sort of have railed against a little bit, and I'll give you an example. I think we're going to have to rethink how we structure tertiary education in particular. And the way I sort of liken this, and sorry if I just take a moment to sort of set this up, but one of the boards that I was on was Woodside Energy, so a big oil and gas company, produces massive projects. And when I first joined the board, they were building a $15 billion LNG plant, a so-called greenfield. And you could do that when oil prices were expected to be $100 a barrel, because you could sort of look at what you were going to sell your product for forevermore, and it gave you confidence to invest that sort of money. If oil was at $45 a barrel, right, people don't do greenfields of that scale. They do modulars, right? They build a smaller one, they tack on to something else, they make a bite-sized investment because you don't have the certainty. And at the moment, I feel like we're asking our kids to make the $15 billion investment with $45 oil. And I just think that's wrong. So how do we think differently about that? So I think that's the challenge. In terms of human in the loop, I actually think human in the loop is going to have to stay everywhere. That's the thing that's going to make technology work for us and not the other way around. So I actually think human in the loop is going to be everywhere. But I think what I would encourage people to do is to, I always tell people to study things that they like and find interesting and exciting, because that makes it worthwhile doing in the first instance. And then trying to figure out how technology might supplement or help you to do that better, or how you think it's going to change. Even in the law, people are saying, AI is going to take over, and maybe it will, but you're still going to need, it might take away some of the boring things, but if you don't have to memorise every, precedent or case or whatever, isn't that empowering? And then what do you bring as a human to the study of law and to the development of the future laws and how we think about that? It's just going to be different. So I think thinking about how, like if you love something you're engaged with, great, have at it, but then just be thinking about how you can make it different, and that's that innovation piece. Rather than being confined by thinking it's ever going to be thus, as much as lawyers would love it to be so.
And maybe a last question in this segment. I think you're hanging around a little bit after the panel and might come back to some questions then as well, Melinda. But the most recent question is probably one that I shouldn't ask you, and you shouldn't answer, of which university did your daughter go to? But there's the most popular question I think that I can see in recent ones is what the views, questioning what the views of students would be if they'd been on this panel. We're delighted to have Sarah Bendel from the National Student Ombudsman Office for a later panel. But what did your daughter say when you said studying psychology was pretty similar now to what it was 40 years ago, and what was her reaction?
Well, it's all she knows. So she's sort of having at it and making the most out of it and enjoying what she can out of it. But I think if the way I would articulate, and I've got one daughter who's finished university, I've got one who's at university, and I've got one who's doing year 12. And the overarching sort of feeling from the two who are still studying, I think, is, they wouldn't say it this way, but a desire for greater empowerment in what they're doing. And a desire to understand better the relevance of what they're doing to their future. Now, less so at university, because second daughter knows well what she wants to do and she's on that path. But for my youngest daughter and for her friends at high school, they don't feel empowered, they don't feel engaged, and they don't really think much of what they're doing is relevant to their future. And I think, and actually, second daughter, when she was getting careers advice, it was terrible. Honestly, she was good at maths and they couldn't get past, accountant and actuary. So it's just, and so I think the issue, I think what students want is to be able to talk about things that they're reading and hearing. They want to have a voice, they want to have relevance. And I don't understand why we can't use AI to guide curriculum more. Why can't we use AI and feed it the curriculum and have students actually develop their own course content in a way that excites them and engages them? So I think that's what they'd be asking.
I'm sure Will Stubley, if he's here from year 13, is giving a lot of thoughts to what you've just said there, and he might share some of those later. But for now, for this fireside chat, which has given us a lovely picture of what the nation, what industry, and perhaps what our students need over the period in the future, please join me in thanking Melinda Salento for joining us. Melinda's going to come and join us at the front of the theatre and will be available when Marcia and Kelly do a Q&A a little bit later. But you can see there's lots more people coming up now. I don't think we've got another American on the stage coming up, but joining Patrick are 4 more people. They'll sit under the beautiful photographs of themselves, and I'll leave you in Patrick's hands to introduce them. Please make them welcome.
I have taken and moved the chair, so it's okay. Well done.
Just
excellent.
A bit of musical chairs.
Place for everyone. No, I've got the wet chair. You're okay. It would be very rude not to do that. So, Mel, that was excellent, wherever you've now gone. Probably a long way away from me, I suspect. Quite wise. But a really good sort of backdrop to this panel conversation. And I think, the question that I was left with at the very end of that is sort of like, so are we moving quickly enough? Are we urgent enough? what do we need to do next? So there's a bunch of challenges there. 2050 is just around the corner. Like, we need to start to do things as we go forward. So this panel very much is about that conversation. So Megan here on my right has got tremendous experience now within the Jobs and Skills Australia, but also from her time with AI Group, and we'll talk to what she's seeing at a system level from a reform side. We've got Yasminka, who is from Microsoft, again, massive sort of history in sort of the delivery of training within a commercial as well as a public sort of setting. And she'll talk about what she's seeing around the industry education engagement. We've got Glenn, who's going to talk from a LinkedIn perspective around some of the needs and skills that they can see. And we've got Sally, who is a CEO of a TAFE, and she's going to give, I hope, a really interesting insight into what delivery really looks like and what some of the challenges are that she's seen that needs to be addressed if we are going to treat this as a system as we go forwards. So we'll start with Megan. Where are we headed? What's the opportunity? Recognising that you've got constraints on what you can and cannot say, but I know you're going to be suitably engaging.
Thank you. Well, a good question. That constraint was acknowledging that we're in caretaker, so I'll put that out there, and that I am just speaking on the work that has gone before. But where we're heading, I mean, it's a good question, because where do we want to head has to be part of the answer. So if we look at it from a point of view of disruption and the mega trends that Melinda talked about and all those sorts of things, one comment I would make in relation to that is that it will happen to us, with us, or because of us, unevenly. And so we can have these really top-level conversations or national conversations, and they are very important things to do, but what happens on the ground to either individuals or companies and whatnot plays out in a really uneven way. So we must make sure that we nuance conversations and we allow all that diversity to flourish within it. But then moving on to where are we heading in terms of the education and training system or future skill needs, I would contend we're actually a long way away from where we need to be heading, and we're a long way away from how we need to get there. And I'm not even really sure that we're having the right conversations. So a lot of recent work I've been doing is around on the need to harmonise tertiary education in this country, so vocational and higher education. I might pick that up more in a later question, but I want to focus in on skill for a moment. And I noted you asked Melinda a question around skill and the importance of it and what's the relationship of it. I'd actually challenge everyone in this room to see if we have a common, even a common understanding of what we're talking about. We're talking about that. There is no agreed common definition of skill in this country, and I sit in rooms where we're talking about skill. If I talk to vet sector people, it's a pretty task-focused conversation or competency-based conversation. I talk to higher ed people, it's quite different again. But so we need to, and we are doing work on that at JSA. We are developing a national skills taxonomy. Our number one thing is to get a definition. But we have a conversation in this country where skill is reduced to an old-fashioned perception of skill as being male technical skills. Until we move past that, we're going to have very limited discussions about skill. So that will then help us get somewhere better.
Are we ready to start to have a common language of skills that underpins our education and training system? Are we ready for a harmonised education and training system?
I think if we're not ready, we need to get ready, because these are incredibly important positionings to help us deal with the future that we're all talking about and grappling with, and including the speed of it. But when I talk about skill and the importance of getting this better understanding and a common language around skill, I'm not talking about content, I'm talking about skills. So put cognitive skills in the mix, but also it's about then it becomes about the relationship between skill and knowledge and how they are continually put together, assembled, reassembled, disassembled, and indeed applied. And that's the future for the education and training system and the world of work and the relationship across all of that. So it's not fixed, it's dynamic to meet that really dynamic future that's ahead of us. So it's quite a conceptual thing, but very important nonetheless.
I'm going to mess with the order now, because I'm going to come to you, Colin, because I think, we started a conversation about skills, and I think, LinkedIn have just produced some excellent research which talks about what are the skills most in demand. Do you want to sort of talk to that and LinkedIn's view of what the skill needs are as we go forwards?
Yeah, thank you. And look, I think one of the luxuries of LinkedIn as a platform of 1 billion members globally is we get a phenomenal view of the global workforce, the global trends. We've just released the report on the 15 emerging skills in Australia, and not surprisingly, and I think Melinda said it really well, and we've heard it all morning, 7 of those 15 are soft skills. So I think what industry is saying is not only do we want to define skills in the traditional sense, but skills to us now is resilience, communication, leadership. The other thing that I think that skills is challenging us all on is that for the first time probably ever, we have 5, 6 generations all working in the workforce at the same time at different levels. We've talked about pathways and non-traditional pathways, but we have this hierarchical approach in business to how we operate, and you earn your stripes and you move up through. Digital is disrupting. We're talking about AI at the moment, what AI is going to do to disrupt the industry. Some of the best skills in AI are coming from the generation that's just starting because they're born into it. Yet, as business leaders, we're trying to dictate the use and direction and applicability of digital and AI without context of use, without context of understanding, and we're applying traditional thinking to that. So I think the challenge for us, whether we look at it from an industry perspective or whether we look at it from a tertiary perspective or skilling as a whole, is how do we look at that differently? How do we put a human centricity to it that allows businesses to say, this is what we need from the students coming into our workforce, whether they be first-time students or repeat learners. How do we get those skills when we need them? So the agility and the pace of change now is greater than it's ever been. So how do we infuse learning more regularly? We've all heard, it's all about lifelong learning and constant learning. Melinda, you're right. The culture of learning in organisation is so diverse. We see, particularly tech, very strong on the culture of learning because you just have to. It's moving so quickly. But you go to traditional industries and, you go to the building and construction industry, for example, get someone to go and do a training course or go to frontline workers. You can do your learning, but do it after hours or do it at your own time. And when you've got an economy that's saying we already feel stressed and overworked and underappreciated, to ask someone to learn after hours is just another burden that they choose not to do. And then on top of that, we have portability. More than ever, it is easy for someone to say, I'm passionate, this is what I want, and I want meaning. For humans, life is about meaning. And our challenge is we're not giving the opportunity for people to put their passion. When we talk through, skills of the future and learning, what we're hearing from a number of our partners is we're now asking different questions. When we sit down with students, we're not sitting down and saying to students, do you want to be an accountant? Do you want to be a lawyer? Does your dad want you to be a doctor? We're actually asking questions like, what excites you? If you get up in the morning and go to work and you have 8 hours of work, how many of those 8 hours do things that motivate you, energise you and excite you? And how many of those hours deflate you, bore you, defeat you? Now go create your future. But industry isn't helping apply that. Industry is saying, we want those skills and that agility and that flexibility and creative thinking. But we as industry haven't put a structure in place that supports the nurturing and time of that. We're expecting them to be delivered to us. So I think the challenge for industry is to lean back into that in the same way we're asking the vocational education sector to help us develop those critical skills and soft skills.
That's like the perfect segue. I couldn't have dreamt it up better myself. I think you used a couple of terms there that I thought were really interesting. You talked about the importance of context, the application of skills in a context, which then takes you to this idea of industry has a responsibility, doesn't it, to sort of help to drive the education and training system, the sort of the supply of skills in the right way. So, Yaz, you've seen this from many perspectives. You're absolutely in the sort of the nuts of it in terms of the New South Wales Digital Skills Contact, IHED as an institution within sort of Sydney. I mean, give some perspectives, if you can, from your experience around how important it is that industry leans in and why doesn't it always lean in as much as it might, and what could be done to get it moving in the right way?
Thanks, PK. So I want to answer this just by highlighting that there's really strong evidence that just one industry experience can help to make the entry to employment smoother and faster for students. I think we've probably all seen that. And I think that's why our entire system actually tries to provide a lot of those experiences. What I haven't heard today is the acknowledgement of the extraordinary effort that I see from my chair across TAFE and higher education equally, universities, to provide those experiences to students. We have, I'll go through the laundry list, guest lectures, curriculum, advice, work-integrated learning, internships, co-creation of courses. Microsoft is heavily involved in all of that, as are our competitors and many other businesses. And it's a lot of work. And I think there is a lot of leaning in, otherwise your institutions wouldn't be able to guarantee students those experiences, which I know you do as part of your value proposition. So I just want to acknowledge the effort that's going into that. And I think where we're seeing the evidence of that actually is if you look at employer satisfaction rates, they're pretty high. I look at the employer response surveys every year, and they're usually sitting at around 84%. Is that a perfect metric? Probably not, but it's a really good one that we can look at. So employers are on the whole pretty happy with graduates, and TAFE students actually are rating even higher than that. Where I think that we need to be more connected is around planning for the disruption that's coming. We don't really know what the pace of that is going to be yet, but it is coming. And it's those conversations that we need to be leaning into, talking about new models, talking about the way we're presenting information about courses and skills to students. I also have 3 daughters. I was relating very much to some of your comments there, Melinda. I have one daughter who also completed a psychology degree and has decided she doesn't want to do that anymore. So she's shopping around at the moment to try and figure out which job does she want to be in. By the way, I would say all of this is very much coloured with fear from students. They're afraid. They read everything we read as well, and when they hear things like all the jobs are going away and we won't need all of these roles, they're paying very close attention to that, and they're thinking very hard about where they're going to put their money. Into the comment about customers, make no mistake, they are customers. My daughter right now is shopping around for a skill set. She comes to her mum, who's a future skills lead, and I say, you should go get some advice about that. It's hard. It's really hard out there for consumers of learning and skills to find that dream job, to land in that place when it's changing around them. So we have a responsibility together to have that conversation and really pull it apart. I feel like we did some of that at the Institute of Applied Technology Digital, and we've been in a bit of a bubble because we've been innovating under a pilot. But we designed a model for people looking to transition into new careers who need upskilling and reskilling because their organisations may not be providing that. We need to look at models like that. There will be a complete evaluation, which is fantastic. But that's the conversation we need to be having more of. I feel like we've kind of nailed the engagement piece. That's very healthy, and I'm not even worried about Gen AI in curriculum. I'm not worried about education. In fact, education is moving at a slightly faster pace than some of the other sectors, which may also surprise you in terms of adoption of generative AI. We've got, whole school systems have got their kids using generative AI applications. So they're coming, and I think you know that. I don't think we need to overbake this conversation. In 12 months' time, pretty much every university in TAFE will have figured out how they're going to build it into curriculum and how their people are using generative AI. it's the conversation around what's changing in the workforce that we've really got to get serious about.
Sally, you would have listened to this morning's conversation, all of this, like, how does it feel to be the CEO of a premier sort of TAFE? What are the challenges that you're seeing as you deliver your work today, but also as you start to think about harmonised tertiary sectors and what that looks like? Where does that leave you?
Thanks, Patrick. As you know, I'm the eternal optimist. So I think harmonisation provides enormous opportunities for all of us in the tertiary sector. For those of you who might not know TAFE particularly well, our brand is that we provide hands-on practical skilling fast, so you're job ready. So at our TAFE, 80% of our graduates have a job within 6 months. And pretty much that's the majority of those who want a job. Not everyone comes to TAFE looking for a job outcome, interestingly. So the opportunity of harmonisation is great for us in TAFE in that our default is to partner. There's very little that we do without partnership. We are linked at the hip with industry. So every one of our teachers must have a vocational basis to their work. So part of their job is to still remain in industry and bring those skills, obviously, to the areas in which they're working. We also partner heavily with universities, schools, tech partners, everyone. And so I think it's a great moment for vocational education in this harmonised world. I certainly hope it's the opportunity that vocational education is an equally important part of the sector, an equally important choice for young people or all people. Interesting fact, more people who have a degree go on to vocational training than those who begin with vocational training and go on to a degree. And I only learned this more recently. So the importance of harmonisation is there for actually all of us as individuals. In fact, we probably don't care so much about whether it's university or TAFE. We just want our pathways.
Megan, just building on the harmonised piece, I think it's when you start to reflect on how to bring together universities and the vet sector, what does that relationship look like? What's the sort of conversations that we should be having around how to bring that together? If that's the right language that I even use there.
Yeah, that's good. So I'm going to talk a little bit what harmonisation isn't and then answer that question. And the reason I'm doing that is I wanted to dispel some myths that creep up in this conversation every time I have it. So when we're talking about tertiary harmonisation, we're not talking about integration and we're not talking about homogenisation. We're talking about valuing the diversity and the difference of the two sectors, but building a more coherent and connectedness between them. And so that when we answer the question, what does it look like for the vet sector and universities? So I actually say vet sector and higher ed because we go from system to institution all the time in these conversations. The better lens to look from it is what does it mean for the individual and for industry? And I think that's what we should, how we should be, the lens we should look through it, and then the actors and agents, an agency within the system need to actually sort of think through that. But what it does mean is that, to me, one of the most important framings of it all ultimately is around lifelong learning, and so a lot of our policy architecture is absolutely not framed around lifelong learning. We still have predominantly entry-level conversations, whether it's vocational or higher education, whether it's funding, regulation, qualification, design, it just goes on and on and on, until we get actually a genuine lifelong learning framework that enables people to move in and out of tertiary education according to their needs, where they are in their working or personal life, on the basis of need and purpose. So that's the opportunity, because people will have to keep moving more and more, and it's not just this. It's not just even up and down. It's diagonally sideways. We need to have a whole conversation, not just about skill shortages, which is all true, but we can have other conversations. It's often about skills gap, but we need to have a really good conversation about skills deepening, and so it's all of these sorts of things that we actually need to bring it. And then the institutions can, over time, work out where they are best situated in all of this to meet those needs. And it doesn't mean universities stop doing research, so I get asked that all the time, so just knock that one out of the park. And it doesn't mean, everyone has to teach a hands-on trade skill. There's a whole diversity there, and if we let that sort of flourish on the basis of a new framework and start embracing excellence, we can actually start getting a world where vocational and higher education are on a more equal footing for the benefit of this future that we're grappling with.
Back to you, Sally, then. When you think about that vision that Megan's just sort of articulated, what are the sort of the barriers, challenges that you think will need to be addressed sort of sooner rather than later to help keep the thing moving in the right direction?
Yeah, I guess less boundaries, more pathways is going to be key, and that will be through collaboration. I think being absolutely customer-led, I think we've all sort of talked about that, but as I said, I think customers, and when I say that I mean students and industry, again, they could care less about the institute. They either want their skilled workforce or they want to follow their passion. So how do we kind of turn ourselves inside out to meet their needs?
And then from an industry perspective, what are the sort of the major barriers that you think need to be addressed to ensure ongoing progress? Colin, Yaz, thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, I think that we're going to have to get a lot better at skills transparency, making it very, very clear to learners where they can get the skills that they need. So one of the phrases we use at the IATD is start where you are and exit where you need to. That is almost impossible in our system today. But that a bit because we're not particularly transparent around what we're delivering to learners. There's lots of great descriptions about what you will learn, but not a lot around what you will learn to do. And employers need to know both of those things about their candidates, about their future candidates. And learners are also needing to know that as well before they invest in their education, and that is at all ages and stages, so not just people in the workforce looking to transition potentially or upskill, but it's also school leavers. Will is here and he'll talk a lot about the pain that school leavers are going through to identify those careers that they want to go into. And even if they do, the pathways into those careers are not always clear. We have to do a much better job of illuminating those.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things I would sort of build on that, and I couldn't agree more with what you've said. I think industry needs to develop some patience. I think we're expecting immediacy, and that's unrealistic. I think we need to consider how the skills that are being built are applied and give people the opportunity to apply them. We know that a skill learnt and not used is a skill lost. And I think we need to be clear in terms of what those pathways are. I think, the number one question that we get at any level in an organisation is, what's next? What do I have to do for next? Work is economic opportunity. That's what motivates people to work. You're working, you've heard the saying, we don't want to live to work, we want to work to live. But we don't have that opportunity yet of clarity that applies passion to that. It's just do these skills, get this job, and then maybe you will, maybe you won't. And the over-promotionalisation that students feel they have to do to be seen, to be heard, and to be given access is just overwhelming. And it's not improving our candidates, it's just damaging their mental health and their confidence.
Sorry, I just have to inject one thing because it's a pet peeve. I would love to get rid of the term job ready. I'm not job ready until I finish the job I'm in. And so the expectation that graduates will be job ready, for me, is absurd. They get ready to be job ready, and then they learn at work. Context is everything, as we know. So I do think there's some calibration that needs to happen there so that we're all working from, we're starting from the same place in terms of where we need to take learners into these jobs of the future. I can't underscore that enough, and that might sound strange coming from somebody in industry, but it's just not realistic.
So I would just add to that job ready comment, and I worked with an industry association for 20 years until very recently, and it is, you hear the language a lot, it's sort of an expectation, but I agree with you that we've got to be careful about the promise. I was also on the VET Qualifications Reform Design Group, and we had this huge conversation about exactly this issue, and also when I was doing the AQF, Australian Qualifications Framework review work too, because there has been this over-promise about readiness on day one, and it's a little bit, it's tied up in a lot of language too, and even the language of competency is you are competent on day one, and people then get confused with competency and proficiency. So, and then you hear this whole thing about, no one's as good as they ever used to be and all this sort of stuff. And I actually don't think it's right. I think when I graduated, I don't think I could do very much at all, actually. But hopefully I've improved a bit. But I do think, so one of the things that we focused on in the quals reform thing was what's the purpose of a qualification and what are realistic learning outcomes that someone gets from that qualification. And I think that's the right balance, that sets up what the promise is, and it's the beginning of a journey which then is the lifelong piece. So this is not just the end point here, and we need to we need to move past thinking about it in that context as well, and think about it very broadly in terms of that breadth and depth of skills, interpersonal, cognitive, all those things that we don't codify or articulate very well. And how they develop over a person's working life. They're all important in the mix.
So we've got to come to you, job ready, or ready to start a job. Where are you at on that?
Well, I think as close to job ready as you could imagine. If you're an apprentice and worked through 4 years earning and learning, I would argue you are job ready. And licensing says that you are. So I think that's part of it. Really, there'd be very few of our offerings that don't have an element of industry placement or otherwise, and it goes a long way to assisting in that job readiness. And we measure our success by our students and our industry partners who essentially say, I got the skills I needed to start the job, and the employer saying, you had the jobs, you produced the students or the graduates that have the skills needed. So that's a pretty good measure of job readiness.
Can I just add, I agree with that point Sally made, and I really didn't talk about application in the workplace. And apprentices are probably the most job ready, and the alignment between post-qualification and ongoing employment that lines up to where the qualification is the highest. It's really high, and the rewards are good. But we're talking about 10% of the system, and so that becomes the dominant narrative or dominant expectation across the system. That was what I was referring to.
And I guess one of the biggest things that we're doing as an institute at the moment is converting as many of possible of the courses that we offer into earn and learn. So cost of living is biting hard. Even if study is free, it's unaffordable to live without, say, 3 jobs and be able to study. So we're converting and looking to bring online a nursing traineeship so that you can actually afford to study. And we'll do that in as many offerings as possible. So that's one of the biggest changes happening in our institute at the moment.
Just move the conversation on a little bit. We've talked about pathways, talked about the role of industry. If I focus on sort of the world that we live in, sort of finance, technology and business, technology in particular, it's like moving at a million miles an hour. And what we see is that there are inconsistent demand signals that come out from industry about what are the skills that they want. So therefore, the education training system, you, VET and others, don't have a clear North Star that they can align with. So when we talk about pathways, let's talk about technology because that's most uncertain and that's where the AI thing is going. Who owns those pathways? Who should take responsibility for defining those pathways so we're sending clear signals? Do you think industry is ready to do that, or do we have to lean in to help them with that? Anybody?
I'll have a go. I think industry has to be involved, but I think we must make sure that we don't see pathways as sort of a set and forget type thing, because that's much of where we've come from and creates much of the problem going forward. Because that was the point I was making before, trying to make, about skills and knowledge being combined and recombined and applied and reapplied, that gives the agility and the adaptability, and I think that that's going to be what we need forward. So you can actually get multiple pathways from that world, hopefully on a needs basis, and you can hopefully get more agency into the individual learner to help work out their pathways and their requirements, and in concert with industry. So there's some really important connections there. So to the earlier point, everyone needs to be engaged in this. It's not one or the other. It's the mutual obligation's enormous to get this right, but we need to get those settings right to enable a more adaptable response.
Yeah, I might be a little bit controversial here in the fact that I'm going to make a reference to skills taxonomies and a common skills language. I think the biggest problem, and it's a humanity thing, we don't agree. That's one of the great things about humanity, is we debate and we express ideas and we share ideas and we form our own opinions, and trying to push a path that says this is a skills taxonomy that aligns to this role, this industry. Business has a different perspective of how they're trying to differentiate themselves, how they're competing in the market, how they're either being disrupted or they're disrupting. And it's moving so quickly, and particularly if we talk about it through the tech sector or the digital sector, what we see through the insights we can get from the economic graph, that is the underlying data that sits under the LinkedIn platform, is just how quickly the skills of the future measure is. We can run another report in 3 months' time and we'll get a different list of 15 than we got in January. But I think what's more interesting about that aspect is it spawns conversation, it spawns debate, and it spawns innovation to evolve in whatever way we need to evolve. So Vic Uni, for example, they're using the insights from our economic graph just to start a debate or start a conversation about what is the offerings that we need to present, where should we be positioning ourselves. That doesn't mean they'll use them, but they're using the insights to start a conversation, because we're data-driven. Right, this is a data-driven world now, and we need something to base the conversation on. I have no doubt that's what's driven, your planning.
Absolutely, and I guess needless to say, industry is not homogenous. So we specialise in automotive training, and we work with every manufacturer in Australia and worldwide, and they don't have the same expectations or needs. And so our challenge as the institute, as the training partner, is how we can be responsive to each. So there's a common element, but then there's also specialisation. And I would say our challenge, and we heard Paul earlier, he said their organisation now can get a spec on Monday and produce, enrol people on Friday. I mean, that is a dream for us. We are miles off that, but we have improved our rate of producing curriculum, reduced it by 30%. So we're on our pathway, but our challenge is to be on our toes to industry. And we have a model where it's not just a matter of coming to our TAFE to learn. We have a workplace delivery model where we go to industry, and that's where we deliver the training, and that's increasingly popular as well. So in TAFE, you just have to be industry-led.
The answer is just together. Neither one of us, but together. The landscape is changing really quickly. Also, industry doesn't know everything. We're in a highly experimental stage with these new technologies, learning also as we talking collectively as we go. So, the thing that's on my mind a lot is we are a system. K-12 is also very much a part of that system, and they're not often in this conversation. And government, we are a system, and are we optimising that system to have these conversations? I think is our opportunity. We're having it in lots of different places at lots of different times, but are we leveraging learnings across the system and empowering each other with those learnings so that we can create a more efficient system for learners? I think that's a huge opportunity for us.
So last question from me, and then I think, Martin, some questions from the floor. You may not guess it, but I'm actually a soldier by trade, 30 years in the army in the UK and in Australia. And soldiers are not the sharpest people in the world. And when we deploy overseas to Afghanistan or Iraq or the Balkans, Northern Ireland, it's always a highly uncertain environment. And so the way that we make sense of uncertainty is to sort of apply frameworks to things. So there are two frameworks that we apply to an uncertain environment, which determines really how we act and how we respond. So they haven't been rehearsed on this, but I'm going to tell you what those two frameworks are. Then I'm going to ask you which one you think we need to apply to the reform of the education training sector. And then I want you to tell me what it is you think we should do next. So the two frameworks are these, and this very much picks on the Medici effect and the stuff that you talked to, Don, earlier. So we have two loops. We have an OODA loop and we have an ASDA loop. So ASDA means act, sense, decide, act. So if you think of it in terms of a hornet's nest, you pick up a pole, you shove it in the hornet's nest, you see what happens and you respond to what happens. The alternate, and you do that when you don't know what's going on, when it's highly uncertain, difficult. So you just got to try and make sense of your environment by stimulating it. The other approach is to do the OODA approach. So this is to observe, orient, decide, act. So that's where you are more clear as to what you have in front of you and how you should then respond to that. So ASDA, highly uncertain. OODA, a little bit more sort of conventional, taking your time, less risk because you're taking the time to sense what's happening within your sector before you then respond. So my question to the panellists is, are we in an ASDA world or in an OODA world? And what do you think it is we should be doing next? Who'd like to start?
Oh, I'll have a go at that. I'm the tech guy here. I live in the first one. So, in the world of AI, we can do two things. We can sit and observe and wait and hope it works for us, or we can have a go. And we've heard that all day. And whilst, there's a lot more uncertainty in terms of how AI will be, and you've heard all the conspiracy theories and how it's going to end the world, I'm an optimist by nature. And the more I play, the more I see applicability that makes my output, my productivity better because I can see a human lens through it. And I think what AI is showing me is I can't possibly, my little brain cannot keep up with everything that's going on in the world, but I'm endlessly curious. I want to know something and I want to test it. What AI is giving the ability to do is pull that, test it, and then I use forums like this and any forum, anyone who works with me knows, if you've got 10 minutes for a conversation, I'll take 30 of it because I just want to test my idea and then move forward on it. Now, that may not mean it's right, and we may fail and have to come back and go again. But I think, my experience working with Microsoft is that's how it works, is they're on the front foot and they're trying. And I think as a tech sector, we've got some motivations behind it. And you can see those motivations in many cases. But it's a forward-leaning approach rather than an observation approach. And, we act or get run over is kind of how I see it.
So I'm going to give you a quick break, but I'm going to come back to you because I want you to tell me what the act is. So what's the thing you want us to do? Who else would like to go? Sally?
Well, I would say it's a combination of both. If I think of one of the things that we're trying to do at the moment is, and we've been charged by the Victorian government to do this, is to try and solve the problem that I think we all experience in this room of recognition of prior learning. And it won't just be a matter of observing it and trying to solve. So it's perhaps more the hornet's nest scenario where we're developing an AI-enabled RPL so that it's affordable and hopefully will be a solution for everyone in this room over the next couple of years. So I would say it's a combination of both. We have to use the data that we've got and be quite considered, but we absolutely need to come in and solve the problems that we've been experiencing over long periods of time.
And would you say RPL is the thing to get in around?
To cut through? Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. It's essential. If we're going to unlock all of the capability that exists within our workforce, and we heard Melinda talk about these significant workforce needs that aren't being met, RPL is going to be a huge part of that solution.
Excellent. Thank you. Uda Asda.
I'll have a go. I hate a false binary, so I'm going to line up with Sally. And I was I'm actually going to reword it too, so sorry about all of this.
Whole new mnemonic, excellent.
I'm much more comfortable replacing the word act with experiment or explore, because I don't want to then also just react. And instead of observe, even though I think the power of observation is incredibly important, I think reflection is also a good word in that one as well. And I think that we need a combination of all these things and applied differently to the different circumstances. But inaction is probably the worst of all worlds, isn't it? And we need to get a bit more fleet of foot in all of it.
Is there a one thing?
Tertiary harmonisation.
Just a small thing?
Yeah, well, just because it captures everything else I'd like to say. So, but it's really about the directional, about getting a better, fit-for-purpose, focused tertiary education system to meet the challenges.
Thank you. Megan, yes.
I think I'm going to go for the second one, just because I think we've done a lot of observing. I think we've had a lot of conversations, we've had a lot of reports. I was mentioning to Martin earlier, I pulled up a report from 2 years ago that had a lot of elements in it that are being recommended by the JSA recent report and by the Accord. So we've sort of passed that stage, I think, and also thanks to the education sector, we have interrogated AI. We're still doing it, and we need that. That is the optimal role for education, is to question these technologies as they pertain to how we teach and learn. I actually think that's really important. But we have a lot of that under our belt now as well. And so I think we're getting ready to act. I can't imagine we'll be sitting here in a year's time having the same conversation, given all of the evidence that we have amassed, all of the trends that we're seeing and all the actions that are already being taken. We've got some big moves happening. We've got efficacy emerging around the impact of Gen AI on teaching and learning. Macquarie University just 2 days ago, improving grades by 10%. That's a big deal. So we've got the evidence we need coming forward. And so we're ready to act. And if I had to choose one thing, I'd say all the things, and then I get to say something else. But I think I would like to see micro-credentials have a formal seat at the table. And I know that's a function of RPL and harmonisation, but there's a real role for them to play in this disruptive period we're entering in the workforce.
Thanks, yeah, it's brilliant. Colin,
yeah,
I'll
just credentialise that. Micro-credentials on our platform in the last 3 years, the increase in individuals updating their skills has grown by 140%. That says to me people have gone from saying, I did this job with this role, to these are the skills that I have done in that role to help them broaden their job search around the things that they're passionate about and the skills that they've developed rather than the roles that they've had. So, yeah, second, the micro-credentialing.
Please. Brilliant. I'm going to hand across to Kelly. Thank you. I'm just reflecting on what my own act is. So I'm absolutely an ASDA person, and the act that we're focused on within the FSO is to address urgent skill gaps. Urgent skills gaps are the digital skills gap that sits across the economy, and it is obviously the AI literacy skills gap that goes there. So if we did nothing else apart from just do that and do that at scale, I'm thinking that would be a positive step. Kelly.
Thank you. A round of applause for our panel. Thank you. Thanks. Lots of activity on Slido, lots of really fascinating questions.
Your microphone's not working.
Let's see. Nope. There. Thanks, Marcia. I'll give you the one that doesn't work. Lots of great questions on Slido. We want to circle back to one that came right at the beginning, and we're going to invite Melinda to come back up and kind of join us up here. And there was a question we're thinking about skills and education, and nobody likes job ready, but there's something there about having meaningful lives and transforming societies. That's what we are all here to do together. And Melinda mentioned a really good point about productivity and how that's understood. And one of the questions was, so if AI can bring us more joy, and if AI is about giving us more meaningful time, what is the role of leadership around, well, how do we actually spend that more meaningful time? I thought I'd hand over to Melinda to answer that.
Just a small question, and sorry for encroaching on the panel. I was really loving all of your insights, so thank you for that. I think the way I think about this is, if I look at the work that my team are doing, it's really easy for everyone to get really caught up in process and spending lots of time in the how you do things. And the simple answer is the leadership around why and what are you trying to do and achieve. And so I think the very first thing we can do, and it's actually the least risky thing in many respects, is to use generative AI to help us do the process pieces that can help us do it more consistently, faster, and then create the space to spend the time adding more value. And if I think again about some of the research that we've done, we did some research on dynamic capabilities around do our management teams in particular in Australia have the abilities to sense and see new ideas that could help them in their business, to seize those ideas and then to use them to transform their business, right? It's very simple, makes sense, but we're not doing enough of it. And the number one thing that you sort of hear from businesses, and I see this at a governance level at a board or whatever, is that everyone's got so much time taken up by these processes, by governance and regulation and all the rest of it, that they don't have the bandwidth to do the big brain thinking. So use technology to do the stuff that's easy and repeatable and create more time for people to actually be curious and to be thinking about things. And I think that's where the leadership is actually encourage people to try to do this and to create space and time for themselves. But then you have to be really clear on what it is you want to see them doing and what the outcome is. And that sort of ties back into comments we heard up here around what's the customer experience or the member experience or even the employee experience you're looking for. How do you measure it? How do you track it? And how do you get people spending more time focusing on that?
Thanks, Melinda. I've got one more question for the panel, if that's okay. So if the panel had to give one piece of advice for action in relation to skills and AI to the whole tertiary sector and to K-12 and government, as per your comments, what would that one piece of advice for action be? I'll hand back to you, Patrick.
I can answer, well, I'll give you my view last, but who would like to go first?
I guess my message, hopefully, that's come through is each of us are just a part of the system, and I think how we integrate and pathway and work with each other is going to be the answer for our customers, both students and industry.
Yeah, I'd say participate would be my one word. Don't watch it, participate. You don't have to get it right. It doesn't have to change your world immediately, but you're either in it or it's happening to you, so participate.
I think just the acceptance that every one of us is going to either be using AI applications or making them. So just by the way, we haven't finished our innovation around technology. There's more to come in the future, and we're going to need people, and people are going to be required to be creating new applications. And so in education, I think it's really important that we grapple with AI in the context of disciplines. So we talk a lot at a very high level, but what does that look like when it's dropped down into the disciplines, and how should we be preparing learners with those skills?
Yeah, I'd agree with everything that's been said, which is the problem of going last or second last. But I think the critical responsibility of the education and training system from kindergarten all the way through is to help individuals develop the skills to deal with AI, the world of AI. So it really strengthening those sort of cognitive skills and the ability to discern, to create, imagine, distinguish all those sorts of things, rather than just this sort of knowledge approach where this is the truth and accept the truth. It's going to be a different approach to learning, and I think that can be a terrific thing if we put the right effort into it.
And I would add only to say we need to be urgent. Like this, the train's already left the station. It's moving at 1 million miles an hour. We need to now have skilling solutions in place, recognising that they're never going to be perfect because it's going to move at pace, and be comfortable with that. We need to have a more agile system that's able to get on board. Otherwise, we will be left behind.
That's a very good note to leave us with there. I hope you're hearing me. Yes, you are now. The idea of urgency, I'm not sure that I want to go around poking hornets' nests too often, Patrick. It certainly brings some urgency into my life, I'm sure. And it sort of gives me a great opportunity to thank Patrick and this panel, and please join me in thanking them for their contributions. And maybe as I whisk you urgently to lunch, which is about to be served, I might just use that as an opportunity to then just reflect on what we've heard so far today. In that we started off with a provocation from afar of what AI might mean to the future of learning and how it might impact jobs from Paul LeBlanc first thing this morning. We had a lot of leaders of our public universities respond to that and describe how they believe their own strategies and strategic developments might be impacted by what he was able to share and how they're seeing that technology. And we've had in this session now, with Melinda having started us off with Patrick, and a range of people from a beautifully new harmonised tertiary sector of the future of what Australia needs, what businesses need, and I hope by relaying some thoughts of that from our students, whether they're our own family or thoughts further afield, what change is needed across that combination and those partnerships that Theo started with us with at the very start of today. What is it, the action that's needed here? And I repeat my call to the room at the very start of the day of if this is just us talking about the challenges that we're facing, as Catherine Livingstone put it, and admiring our challenges will do one thing. But if we are to drive towards, to your point, Patrick, the actions that we will take, we will go that much further. So I'm really looking forward to you getting something to eat, replenishing everything, and coming back this afternoon. And in the conversations that I hope will take place between now and when we resume at 1:40, back in this room and hopefully on live stream next door and around our engagements, that you'll have had a chance to interact with people, do some more poetry around the questions and answers you came with today, and to further think about the actions that we can take, whether you're poking hornets' nests or just watching what's going on, in navigating change into the future. Thanks very much for joining us today. Enjoy lunch breaks.
Well done. Thank you.
Welcome back to HEDx, everybody. It still gives me a buzz to say that in the middle of that bit of music after 163 episodes. But this is our third major session of our conference here today, and I hope everyone's had a good break and good conversations and something decent to eat over that lunch break. There's lots of things to reflect upon from this morning's two sessions and lots of things to look forward to in the two groups of fireside chats and panels that we have in front of us, along with another report on some voice from students out there, which has been a topic being raised through this morning in the sessions that we have in front of us for the rest of today. But my job for this part of the day is to get out of the way as soon as possible and to allow you to hear from and engage with these three wonderful people on the stage. We are returning to Dan Cockrell's observation of how typical it is to have at least one American voice on the stage every time, but we also have voices from other parts of Australia and from a diverse set of perspectives of different universities trying to grapple with common challenges of how we support our students to succeed, how we prioritise that as a mission of our universities and how we use leadership and culture and technology to bring that change about. So I'm going to say little more than that. I'm really looking forward to this session along with you. Slido is open, and Kelly and Marcia are going to help me jump up with a question after 25 minutes or so if there's one that we should add to what Veronica does with Tim and George. But for now, it's all in the hands of Veronica, Tim and George. Please make them welcome.
Thank you very much, Martin. And I think previous speakers have spoken about the admission of having an American voice. I can promise you I have the best American voice on my panel today and the best Australian voice on my panel today. In fact, I feel like we went an Australian and an American and a New Zealander walked into a bar. We sat down and decided to actually talk about getting stuff done, insert other word, but getting stuff done. And that's what we're going to talk about in terms of student success here. Hey, can I just acknowledge firstly the lands in which we meet and the tapestry of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders who have contributed to the voice of higher education and continue to. I'd also like to acknowledge Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander colleagues who are here in person and online as well. From my part of the Motu in Samoa, talofa to you. I'd also like to acknowledge Martin from HEDx, who I've only known for all but 2 weeks, but I get more emails from Martin than I do my own boss. I'm slightly confused who I actually report to, and he's convinced me that I'm his BFF, and so he very happily voluntold me to do this session, which I accept. And hey, look, can I just say a very warm Pacific greetings to you all? And I say that because I've come from New Zealand, where I want to remind Australia that you belong to the Pacific, one of the largest oceans in the whole world, and the commonality of that ocean is what connects us. And one of the things we like to talk about is that our commitment to the region and bettering is absolutely the thing that connects us, and certainly what connects me to the two powerhouse of speakers I've got here on the stage. I am Veronica Pritchard, for those of you I haven't met. I'm new to your sector, only 6 months in from the higher ed space in New Zealand, and I work at the University of Queensland, where we're leading out the Queensland Commitment, which is our pledge to making education accessible for everyone here in Queensland and beyond. Joining me today is Dr. Tim Rennick on my right and Professor George Williams. And if I'd say there are names who are at the vanguard of student success, I would say these two here. You cannot get any better than that. We made a pact before we came up that we would be rebellious, that we would talk about the things that we are actually doing, and that's hopefully the promise that I intend to keep with you both. Now, I'm going to start with connecting the past and present of New Zealand and beyond with Tim. So in Australia, many of you are starting to catch on to who Tim Rennick and the story of Georgia State is, and the transformation that has happened abroad and overseas. But I might just say, from the rivalry that exists between Australia and New Zealand, that 6 years ago New Zealand discovered Dr. Tim Rennick. And we've had him with us for about 6 to 7 years. So you've got about a 6 to 7 year mark ahead of New Zealand before you're about to catch up. But I wanted to start there and kind of internationally with Tim, because he's seen so much of this world and so much of what they've done in Georgia State, and certainly what we did in New Zealand around student success. And so I thought we could start off, Tim, if you could reflect on the experience that has shaped and continued to shape the story around Georgia State, and introduce us as to why student success continues to be relevant then as it is now.
Yeah, thank you, Veronica. And as the requisite American on the panel, I should make clear on behalf of all my Americans, we are not here because you need to import our expertise. We're here because we need to escape our home country. And so thank you for providing a refuge from the craziness. Much appreciated. So what I'll start by saying is, it's never been a surprise or a mystery what we need to do in universities to support students. They need personalized, timely attention at scale. The problem has been, for much of the sector, certainly for Georgia State, which is 53,000 students, 80% of whom self-identify as coming from underserved backgrounds. They're low-income, first-generation, mostly African-American and Hispanic students we enroll. You know, we knew what they needed. We knew how we were deficient. These are students who need help. They were leaving with problems that could be resolved, but nobody knew about the problems before the students left. They were leaving because of financial difficulties. We could have helped in many cases, but nobody had the information and initiative. What has happened, though, is that we have over the last decade, with the help of data and technology, and yes, we're going to talk about AI on this panel as well, and Georgia State has been using it for our students since 2016, found efficient ways to deliver personalized attention to students at scale. We can use technology to help our staff do what they have always wanted to do. Identify a problem when it's first happening, reach out and scale in a personalized and effective fashion. And so my reaction to your question, Veronica, is to start by saying there is much in common between Georgia State, New Zealand, what we see in Australia as well. These systems were designed, these universities were designed to serve mostly middle and especially upper income students who had parents who were going to watch and guide their process, who had relatives who would fill in financial gaps if there were problems and so forth. Those are not the students we're serving at Georgia State. They're not the students you were serving across your campuses in New Zealand. They're not the students that primarily many of you in this room are serving. So we have to adapt. And the great news is there are all these new tools and approaches that allow us to do so for a reasonable cost that allows us then to make a transformative difference. Georgia State is graduating every year 3,500 more students than we were a decade ago, and we've moved from an institution that was segregated, whites only in the 1960s, to the institution that is now graduating the most black students in the United States. So these kind of transformations can occur, and they can occur over a relatively short period of time.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tim. And I think, George, if we shift the lens now to Australia, and having heard about New Zealand and a bit of obviously what's overseas, I wonder if you might be able to share what's top of mind for you as we navigate the current sector reform here in Australia, the Accord, and a number of priorities that are driving our sector. And obviously we'll hear a little bit about WSU, but what kind of keeps you up at night around student success here in Australia?
Yeah, top of mind for me, I think as a society we're too often failing our young people. And so just forget unis for a moment. I think there is so much stacked up against young people today. It could be housing, it could be climate, you name it. I think that we are doing a very poor job often when it comes to supporting the next generation of people. I think it's also fair to say too often as a university sector we are failing young people. And we see that every student who wanted to stay at university but is unable to do so, well, there's a reason for that. And sadly, too often the reason is a university has made study too hard and we've failed to understand the needs of that student. Or we've put barriers in their way to continuing in study. Of course, there are many more as well, and many of those are external societal pressures. As I've said at our uni previously, 1 in 2 of our students have reported food insecurity. So at our university, it's often as basic as I need the food to continue study. But it says a lot to me and worries me deeply that we live in a society, a very rich country, where the reality is for many students that study is poverty. It's actually not easy for those students to study for 3 years on a reasonable income, and I think something has gone very wrong. And it's not just for the students, it's for our larger community, because those are the students ultimately who build social cohesion. They're the students who build a sense of the community and the moving forward in the powerful, important ways we want to do. And by failing those students, I worry about our future as a country. So uni's where I can make a difference, and it's why I'm really passionate about higher education. But I think we need to do more in doubling down on students and give them the experience that really is the number one thing in our mission, that is their success.
Awesome. Thank you, George. And I think we might just dig into the work that you do now, Tim, around the National Institute on Student Success. And I wonder if you can share with us the kinds of challenges or areas of focus that continue to emerge consistently across the institutions that you're working with. And in particular, your story has been around the use of data, evidence and analytics being used or underused to support student success. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so let me build upon George's observation. He mentioned that sometimes it's too difficult What we found at Georgia State, and I want to make this very clear, is the difficulty we need to help students overcome is not the difficulty of the academic work that's expected of them. There is no proposal on this stage for lowering expectations and standards academically. It's appreciating the way that our institutions are part of the problem, that we create administrative structures, we create all kinds of bureaucracy that are designed in some instances to help students, to be frank, a lot of times designed to make life more convenient for us. But if you actually examine the data, are the very reasons students are leaving our universities with no degree. So when we talked about using data at Georgia State, one of the first things we did with better data teams and diagnostics is put the mirror to ourselves and ask, how are we contributing to the dropout rates of our students? What we found was, quite frankly, horrifying, very disturbing, because we found in so many ways, as George just suggested, we were failing our students, not in their classes, but in the way that we had structured the university experience. This has started prior to the first enrollment. We had huge problems with students never making it to the first day of university because they couldn't get through the bureaucracy, all the transcripts and deposits and applications and placement exams and immunization requirements and so forth. And what was particularly disturbing is every time we looked at the data, whatever the problem was, whatever the obstacle was, it disproportionately negatively impacts students from first-gen low-income backgrounds. So we were not only the author of student attrition, we were the author of some of the equity gaps we were lamenting and blaming on others. Oh, isn't it terrible that the secondary sector is not, preparing the students more equally and so forth. So what we began to do is understand the way we as a university were complicit in the dropout rates of our students, not because that's the only reason students drop out, but because it's the reason we have the most control over, right? We have the ability to change the way we admit, communicate, register, advise, support our students, and we can do that at scale. And so, one of the things we began doing, this is now 12 years ago, is tracking students for common risk factors. We found that a student who's withdrawing from or dropping a course in the middle of the semester is at high risk of dropping out of university entirely. But when we looked at the mirror, we found we weren't doing anything with those students. We should have been reaching out aggressively the day that they're requesting to drop the class or to leave the course, but we weren't doing so. We found far more nuanced things. At Georgia State, for instance, if you take a course in biochemistry and calculus the same semester, your chances are 20% lower of getting passing grades in both classes as if you take the courses in succession. What we found, it didn't matter what succession. You could do one before the other or the other way around. But the students, again, no student knew that, but mostly first-generation low-income students certainly aren't going to know that. So we began saying, okay, now through registration, we'll look for students who sign up for those classes. We won't prevent them from taking the classes, but we're going to give them the information they need to succeed. Do you know that if you take these courses over the course of different terms and so forth, your chances of graduating are much higher? Do that over and over again. We're doing it over 100,000 times every year, where we're using the data to proactively give students advice that we never gave them before. Our graduation rates are up by 25 percentage points.
Awesome. And George, as you listen to that, to what Tim has just shared, how does that relate to what's happening at WSU and the work that you're doing, and the wonderful work that you're doing for students, both for communities and families alike?
Well, and we're very much at the beginning of the reform agenda, and we've got a few years to catch up to New Zealand, for example, in this area. And I think the challenge for me as a university leader is, what does it actually mean to have a university that makes decisions with the student at the heart of it? And as a sector, we often talk about student-centric universities, but what does it actually mean? And for me, that comes to basic things like timetabling. What does actually a timetabling system mean where you are serving student needs as opposed to a range of other factors? Another one is just campus utilisation. At our own university, we found that students couldn't get access to rooms for clubs and things. It caused other problems. We've changed that to actually say, let's open it up to students. And suddenly we're seeing more students using our campuses, clubs growing, and so good positive outcomes. So it's actually changing the starting point of decision making, and it leads to quite significant shifts, sometimes inconvenient for other things, sometimes more expensive, but important nonetheless. And for us, it's clearly a data-driven approach is part of it, but it's also the qualitative as well. It's about engagement with students, and that's been a big effort for us. And as I said at HEDx in Brisbane, part of it is using social media. We're deliberate about that. That's where we need to reach our students. We can't assume the students will come to us. In fact, they don't. They don't even read their emails most of the time, as we know. But I did another TikTok live session last week. You turn up, you don't tell the students, you just do it. And we got 1,200 students with us for half an hour. Turned up just there and then, 200 questions, ranging from which sporting team do you enrol in, or I've got this difficulty with the subject, but I'm too afraid to ask someone. And it's interesting that with this current body of students, they'll be quite frank on social media to the world, but not frank one-to-one. It's just a different generational engagement, but we'll do that very regularly with me and others, answer queries en masse, and it's working in terms of increasing engagement. And as I walk around campus, I very often have students coming up and saying hello and asking questions because they've seen the TikTok engagement. I did say last time in Brisbane that it did have that negative effect, or positive actually. My daughter wouldn't use TikTok anymore. And I can report that has changed. Last time she said, when I went on TikTok, she said that you're lame and a try hard. And she said there's no way I'm on any platform you're on. As a father, and Anthony Albanese, this is the way to get young people. You don't need to ban it for under 16s. But my daughter, it has actually changed with her, and she's been watching these things. And now she says, you're still lame. But she said, as a 14-year-old, I watched this and it says your university cares about students. And she said that was the key message that was coming through. And that's the engagement that feeds into the data, absolutely data-driven, but connection. Connection, purpose, belonging, and for us, you've just got to be where the students are. And as uncomfortable as it is, I can't tell you how many micro-humiliations I've suffered. There are many, many, I assure you. I'm so out of my comfort zone, so badly out of my comfort zone. But, as leaders and as a community, we've got to get out of our comfort zone, essentially, and go to students, listen with humility, and then on the basis of those, we act. We make changes. This is the problem for clubs and societies. This is it. Often small things, incremental change. And I think with the great work that we hear from Georgia State, they're the two things we want to put together.
And I'll just mention briefly that when we talk about listening to students, it's not a separate issue than getting the data right. Because what you see in the data is all kinds of insights from students who would never raise their hand and actually talk about these issues. I mean, just the example I gave of, students signing up for 2 courses that are a toxic combination the same semester, we learned that through the data. It is giving voice to what students are experiencing. So, yes, it's important to talk to students in the traditional way. It's also important to look at the data because you learn all kinds of things about them that they may not be able to articulate or not willing to articulate.
And I think it's very cool that you're on TikTok, George, so, so keep going. We're hot off the press, Tim, from your 3-day, what we're calling the Taylor Swift Australia worldwide tour, where you started at UQ. You'll then go on with the cool collaboration that we've got with online education services today and tomorrow, and then finish off with George at WSU. One of the things that we heard yesterday, when I look at you both, you're both leaders in your own right, is that often the culture that comes with having to change institutions, your staff, your people that believe in you, and you have such big portfolios where you have the ability to drive change from your level, but often it's the bottom up too that we need to also be looking at. I guess I come to you as leaders around what your core message is about those who want to get serious about student success to their staff from the bottom up in your capacity as leaders. So if you don't mind, Tim, I'll go to you and then to yourself, George.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, Veronica, that it takes both pieces of the puzzle, that you do need leadership to step in places. I now run an institute, a nonprofit, that's working with over 100 American universities, and one of the things that we've seen as absolutely essential is contracting with the university leadership, the president at U.S. universities, and then by contract requiring them to sit for a 90-minute meeting of findings and so forth after the first 6 months, because they're going to need to do some things. They're going to need to pull some levers. But what we also need to do at the same time is empower the practitioners to be able to understand the data better. A chronic problem in the States, in New Zealand, in Australia is our staff do not have the actionable data they need on a day-to-day basis. The simple example of a student withdrawing or dropping a course in the middle of the term. There's a process for getting that bit of information to somebody who can act on it, not 3 weeks later and certainly not 3 terms later, but the day it's happening. And many of our staff are frustrated by the fact that our universities are not effective in doing that. So we need to think about ways that we can empower staff to use the data and technology that is going to make their jobs much more effective and ultimately impact these student outcomes.
So at my level, I suppose the three most impactful things I've done since I've been in the job to answer that question. The first is the TikTok. It's actually going where the students are and learning and understanding more about their needs and preferences in a way I just didn't get. I didn't understand. I thought I could see the world through my own eyes, if you like, as a student in the 80s and 90s. So I think that was impactful as a leader. The second thing was spending time in our Student Services Hub. So actually going there, answering queries, sitting with people as students came in, and that really opened my eyes to the barriers the students are facing. And also the barriers our poor staff face. They're brilliant, they're dedicated, they care, but guess what? Most of their job is helping students navigate a system that doesn't work. Computer says, no, I have to ring someone up in order to get that person's help to navigate something that frankly should be straightforward and easy and should be an app on their phone. And so when you've got brilliant, talented people, but they're held back from doing the human work they should do, as opposed to an assistant to navigate a computer system, that really opened my eyes as well. And for me, particularly with AI, the opportunity is how do we get them to do the system bit with AI and then free these people up to do the human stuff they're brilliant at, what they don't have time for at the moment. And the third thing that was very impactful, again, really just getting to the coalface, was volunteering and spending time at our food pantry, where in Welcome Week, we had a pop-up pantry on our Parramatta South campus. I wondered how busy it would be. I got there, the queue was out the door. It went for a couple of hours, non-stop, of people coming to get the rice, oats and staples, handing out food and asking, why are you here? And those stories were really powerful in helping me understand the determination and aspiration of these people, but equally how difficult it was. And again, that's what keeps me up at night, the fact that we should not be making study so hard. And we are in the food and education business, but to be frank, we shouldn't have to be. You know, you shouldn't be going short of meals to study, but that is the truth of it at the moment. And so those three experiences really are three key things that will inform my leadership, my decision making. And so I suppose you ask about what leaders to do, I'd say get to the coalface. You know, listen, engage directly, and I will teach later. I'm doing a couple of classes as well because I need to see the classroom experience and navigate some of the systems to go with that as well. And I think if you've got leaders engaged in that way, and in our case we have problems we need to fix, well, I'm highly motivated as a result because it's impacted me directly.
Awesome. Thank you, George. And I think when I listen to you both, you spend a lot of time in the institution looking at all the things you're trying to fix. Sometimes we don't look up enough to look at how the impact on communities are and why it is important for us to get this right. I know you've both touched on it in different ways, but I guess the question to you is, what does success look like and why is it important to get it right for our communities that we serve? I'll go to you, George, and then to yourself, Tim.
Yeah, what does success look like? I suppose to be a bit provocative and probably a bit frank, I'm not sure it's the Accord anymore. I don't know where the Accord's gone. I mean, that's the blueprint for determining where we head as a sector, but for me, the Accord was a document of great promise, but, I mean, what is it delivering for students at the moment? Where's needs-based funding? Where's managed growth? We're a couple of years late on those things. Instead, we've got international student caps. And as much as I've talked about domestic students, it is frankly shameful what we are doing to international students. And the distress, anxiousness, mental health issues I am seeing from international students having paid a non-refundable $1,600 fee and stuck in a visa processing queue with no knowledge as to when they will emerge, it is a dreadful thing for our nation to be doing. And, that's the policy settings. And frankly, we've gone backwards over the last couple of years in some of these things. So the Accord's got great promise, but I think we have to focus as leaders and as universities on what we can do. And ultimately, success for me, I measure in pretty simple ways. Our bottom line isn't dollars, it's graduation. So success is going to graduation, watching the happy, amazed students going up to receive their degree. 2/3 are first in family at our university. That's success, and more of that, essentially. The more of that, the better.
Yeah, I think all of us in this room are very fortunate that we get to do something on a day-to-day basis that has meaning, that has moral purpose. I unabashedly, to my faculty and to my partner institutions, talk about the moral component of what we do. It's not ethically acceptable to bring students to our campuses and have them leave because of things that we are doing wrong and that are in our control. And we have to admit the fact that we are part of the problem, that we can do better, and when we put our minds to it, it can have transformative impacts. I promised I'd say a little bit about AI. We were having trouble, for instance, with the students before they arrived on campus because they had graduated from their secondary programs but weren't yet at the university. Many of them were not making it to the first day of class, as I indicated. That was 2016 where we began to use AI at scale to communicate with our students. It was available 24/7. It could answer questions. We created a chatbot that was AI-enabled to answer these questions. What it told us was, in many ways, how wrong many of our processes were. From the very first couple months, the use of the chatbot was heavier at 12 midnight than 9 in the morning. We were wrong about our business practices, right? A lot of our students are working students. They don't have time to get their issues resolved at 9 in the morning. They're getting home from work or putting the kids to bed at 11 o'clock, 10, and that's when they're dealing with these issues. We also had, to a point that George mentioned a little earlier, multiple students tell us when we did focus groups that they asked the chatbot questions they wouldn't have asked a human being. If you're a first-gen student already concerned about whether you fit in, the last thing you want to do is go to some stranger and say, I can't fill out my financial aid form because I don't have access to my biological father and family taxes and things along those lines. So what we need to understand is what's at stake here is the future of these students, and we are in many cases the obstacle between them and success. We blame them, but in many cases we need to put the mirror on ourselves.
Thank you. And look, to close out our session, I guess my last question to you both is, what words of wisdom would you offer all of us as we strive to lead for impact, not just within our own institutions, but across the Australian sector more broadly? Go for it, George.
Oh, sure, words of wisdom. I mean, that's a bit rich coming from me. I've only been in the job for 7 months, so I wouldn't pretend to have that, but I suppose all I can do is, from my experience, is, you listen, you act, and I think the action is the important bit, and for me, you act within a frame where it actually is based upon student need. And when it comes to our mission at Western Sydney University, that means doubling down on mission. And a lot of problems in the sector at the moment, a lot of controversy, but for us it's simple. We're here for student success, impactful research in Western Sydney as our region. That's it. Do that and stick to that, and we think we'll be fine. And I think some of the other noise goes away for us because in the end, that's what we're here for.
Yeah, over the last decade, I've visited more than 500 universities in the US, South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, and so forth. My advice is don't use the excuse of waiting to act, that something else needs to happen before you begin to make improvements. That's the most common thing I hear is, yes, we understand we need to do this better, but we're waiting for this new technology to arrive. We're waiting for this new position to be filled. We're waiting for this new government policy to be clarified and so forth. And the reality is Georgia State made the transformation it did under very difficult circumstances. We're in a state where there's been a large disinvestment in higher education. We've had to operate under some of the anti-DEI policies that now are national at the state level for much of the last decade and so forth. We have had a student body that was coming in increasingly underserved, doubled the number of low-income students we enroll over the last decade. If we had been sitting there waiting for the external factors to align so that we could, move forward, we would literally have about 30,000 students who now have university degrees who wouldn't have had university degrees. So, recognize that there are positive things we can do to better support our students at scale tomorrow. They may not be perfect, but if they're better tomorrow than they are today, you're moving the needle in the right direction and you've done your job well.
Awesome, and thank you to you both. Can I just say Tim continues his time here in Australia up at WSU, where there will be a public session tomorrow. If you're interested, Alfia, who's just going to wave, is over there, which you can register to hear more. Otherwise, from your favourite Australian, the most popular American, and your newly adopted New Zealand friend, thank you for having us.
Thank you very much, Veronica. And before our panel leaves, there are a couple of questions that have bubbled up on Slido that we might just put them to. There were more than a couple, but you somehow managed to anticipate one or two of them, Veronica. Before I sent you the email, I don't know how you did that, but some that didn't get picked up by whatever process was going on there included some issues around the barriers and how we prepare our staff within universities to help us with this cultural shift, and particularly how we prepare them to embrace AI in providing support to students and what support we offer to the staff themselves in doing that. Is that something that either of you have encountered, or any of the three of you have encountered in the experiences that you have in your universities and overcome?
Yeah, I mean, yes, it certainly comes up a lot, and it's often true within the university sector in Australia. Technological literacy is not high. It's fair to say. So there's often a fairly low base to come off, but then again, that's a big opportunity as well. And I think in terms of the pitch at our university, we've talked earlier in the day about AI-first universities. Well, for us, that's completely wrong. It's about student-first universities, and then what are the tools we're going to use to harness to actually improve that experience, and then the research and the community outcomes. So it's speaking the language of staff, and at our university, I'm so fortunate. I've never worked at an organisation with such passion and commitment to students and community as I have at Western Sydney University. It's our secret power. So for me, my job is to harness it, is to actually help people on the journey they're already on. AI is a great tool for that, but it's just a tool. And I think true to mission is the way at our place that we get things done.
Yeah, and I'll say quickly that from this very first discussion this morning from Paul LeBlanc and the first panel, we heard the claim that the issue in front of us now is not AI or not AI. AI is there, it's happening, our students are using it, and so forth. And I wouldn't say our view has been at Georgia State to prepare our staff, it's equip our staff. Equip our staff at what they need in order to use various tools effectively. There was no pushback in 2016 when we began using AI at scale for communication because, as George was just saying, there was a very clear purpose for it. We were overwhelmed with emails and questions from students. Sometimes it was taking us 10 days to respond. And what the AI allowed us to do is turn those 10 days into, in some cases, under 10 seconds, where the student would put a question in and immediately get a response. It wasn't there a philosophical debate about AI. It was recognizing we have an obligation to deliver this personalized attention to our students, and this was a way to do so more effectively.
Fantastic. Do you have anything to add, Veronica?
Well, I was going to say the experts have, have said, look, the only thing I might just add is, having come from New Zealand, where I worked in the most deprived part of Auckland, in South Auckland, where poverty is at its highest, we were still dealing with the digital divide. So just trying to get students data and laptops and those sorts of devices was still as basic as it got. And so some of the ethics around the use of AI and just the barriers to that was probably still where we were. So that's the only thing I'd offer.
I'm delighted to say the clock's down to 4 seconds left for this fireside chat. We're bang on schedule. Please join me in thanking our 3 fireside chat participants. They're going to take their seats and are able to join us for any further questions when Marcia and Kelly jump up in about 40 minutes' time or so. But our afternoon panel is being led by Sue Kokonis of OES, an academic advisor with OES. Our panel members from various parts are going to come and sit very kindly underneath their photographs so they know who they are and you know who they are. Welcome, Will. And I'll allow Sue to introduce your panel to you. Please make them feel welcome.
Student support, it's such a critical issue, and that was very inspiring to hear that our Vice-Chancellors are going on TikTok and that, more importantly, that our students are loving and responding it. That's great. I'm joined here today by a great bunch of people who are going to be talking about the importance of data, and I just want to set the context a little bit here. If our government is returned in this next election, there is a commitment to widen participation. So we will be looking at more equity groups coming to university and being supported. And those students that we were talking about this morning, that Paul LeBlanc was talking about, the 30-year-olds, the working, the mature age students who are really busy and time poor. And to Tim's point, they need a university that is really set up for them. And I think one of the big opportunities for AI is how we can enhance our student support and do it at scale. And we've been doing in my own organisation, we've been doing a lot of pilots with AI, chatbots, and looking at how to do this in an ethical and an impactful way. And there's been lots of conversations, and we've been talking with people like our colleague Jason, who I've seen in the audience today, about where does it make sense for how do you support students so that it enhances their learning but it doesn't replace their learning? And with our staff, where do we use it so that it enhances the support they can give without replacing them? So, in other words, that whole curly question about human in the loop. And I think, as well as looking at shining examples, and we've been following Georgia State University for a couple of years, but Veronica, I'm terribly jealous because you've been following them for 6 years. As well as the shining examples within the sector, who's doing stuff really cleverly outside of the sector? Who's really nailed customer service, and how are they using AI for that? And how can we learn the lessons from that and bring that into the higher ed space and use it really effectively? So all these questions about AI, and probably a really critical part of the puzzle, and Tim mentioned it a couple of times just before, is the type of data that you have. And we need good data. And we need data that tells us what actually matters for the students. And George is out there talking to students, which is fantastic. We've got a lot of data that we need to be able to understand so we can see what are the issues for students. That's really critical. We need data about the predictive modelling. If we're going to predict how they're going, how can we make sure that we're targeting them at the exact right time? And we also need good data so that we can measure how effective and impactful our initiatives are. So data is really critical. So I'm delighted today to be joined by a panel that is really into data. And so I'm going to introduce, we've got Associate Professor Gemma Cadby, who's our Data Program Director for ACSES, which is, because I don't like acronyms, is the Australian Centre for Student Equity and Success. We've got Will Stubley, the CEO from Year 13, who's going to talk to us about all things for young people, not just university pathways. I've got Sarah Bendel, who is a newly minted First Assistant Ombudsman for the National Student Ombudsman, and they've got about, I think you said to me, 2 months' worth of data about student complaints or student issues. So hot off the press, we'll be able to see what are the issues that students are raising. And I've got Charlesy, who is doing this, who's the CEO for Mortar Caps, and is doing a very interesting program about data standardisation. So, without any further ado, I'm going to kick off. Sarah, I'm going to start with you. Tell us a bit about your new role and its priorities.
Sure, Sue. Hi everyone. It is very exciting to be here. As Sue said, the National Student Ombudsman has only been open for 2 months. So I still feel very new into the sector and have that excitement of being able to come up here and join the conversation, in particular about something so important as how we can maximise the value of AI to improve the student experience. So a little bit about the NSO before we get into the really substantial part of the next 40 minutes. Hopefully most of you will know about it already. So keeping it pretty brief, the National Student Ombudsman is a new place where higher education students can go to have their complaints about higher education providers resolved. So we are very much into data, but we're even more into dispute resolution for students. Our priorities are absolutely using our tools to resolve each individual dispute, but maximising the power of student voice to affect systemic change or support the sector to affect systemic change so students don't have to complain in the first place.
And tell us, from your viewpoint, what type of issues are students raising? What's on the front of mind for our students?
So I knew you were going to ask me this. So I did a little bit of research into this in advance, and forgive me if the answer to this one is a little bit long, but I do think that this is probably the most important thing I can contribute today. We have received over the last 2 months around 620 complaints from students, which is what we expected at this point. We'll probably get more as the semester goes on and more students need to call on some of those administrative processes that Tim was just calling out as being part of the problem. 80% of our complaints are from students from university. 20% of the complaints are from international students. In terms of AI, interestingly, not a lot of complaints actually about AI, but so there are 5. And they all relate to Turnitin, the AI detection software. I'm seeing lots of nods in the audience, so this is clearly already something that everyone knows about. These complaints actually involve other factors which are really speak to some of the challenges and the realisation that Tim was talking about before, in that university processes or higher education provider processes really set students up to fail. And I'm going to read a statement from one of the students with the AI complaint, because it just suggests some of the broader issues. So this student says, and this is a student who had to go through an appeal process because they were wrongly accused of the use of AI in their assignment. So this student says, "Please consider how the language in this accusation affected me up until the time I was exonerated. The university did not offer an apology for using untrusted, unreliable AI investigative tools to allege misconduct. In summary, I was accused of using AI in an assignment. This was dismissed after an investigation, but the trauma and anguish of being called a cheat using uncredited, unrecognised AI detection software was inexcusable." And so this student, that already had their complaint resolved in terms of the outcome of the appeal before they came to the NSO, but they're still so disappointed about what happened to them, and the relationship between them and their university provider is so broken that they have invested their precious time in coming to the NSO to continue that complaint. So I think it just brings to light just that realisation that that university processes sometimes can really set students up to fail. In terms of the top issues, I'm going to go through the top 3 pretty quickly, and then I'm going to give you 5 general observations from all of the 608 complaints. So the top one is definitely no surprise, because we've just had Tim talking about it. 41% of the complaints relate to service issues and course administration. In that category are service delays, administrative errors, poor communication, misinformation relating to fees, transfers, withdrawals, credits, and recognition of prior learning. So all the stuff that just doesn't work properly for students. The realisation there being that good administration really matters to students for all the obvious reasons, in that when you do it well, it shows that you're putting the student first, but also if you're doing it badly, the repercussions of these seemingly minor things like a delay in the refund of money can have a hugely significant impact on a student. It can mean the difference between eating or not eating. Second category, at 23% of complaints, is wellbeing and safety issues. So discrimination, sexual violence, bullying, harassment, delays in access to student support services. This is a really important category for the NSO, because the origins of the NSO are squarely on eliminating the elements of student safety. So we're very focused on that category. The third one is academic governance issues, and that's 8% of complaints. Pretty much all of those complaints are about university appeals, misconduct, and special consideration processes. And there are some really quite bad stories in that category. So very quickly, I promise, my 5 general observations, and I think this is really important when we think about the potential for AI, because I'm sure there are some quick wins in here that smarter, more tech-savvy brains than mine can pick up. The first general observation is that I think it would be great if higher education providers could figure out the best way of promoting their complaint services at the right time for students, because many of the complaints that come to us prematurely are happy to go to a provider once we tell them that that's the best place to start. They just don't know that they can do that. Many of the complaints that come to us are complex and involve students with difficult life circumstances. I think, you know this already, but many of the students that come, their lives are such a fine balance that when one thing happens in their life, it tips everything out of scale, and they can't cope with getting an assignment in on time. That could be short-term illness, bereavement, financial crisis, victim of a crime, for example. And when that one thing happens, their life is very difficult to get back on track. And so it's within that context that many of the complaints about special consideration and misconduct arise. Third one is that student processes relating to appeals, misconduct and special consideration really could be improved. Many of the complainants don't feel that the provider has listened to them, or they perceive the processes to be chronically unfair. How universities or providers communicate in those processes to students. You heard that story that I read before about the student alleged to have committed misconduct with AI. And students feel overwhelmed by these processes. They're just so hard for them to navigate, to get the right evidence in the right time frame, to actually understand what they're supposed to do is really challenging for them. Very quickly, fourth one, accessibility of student support services. And the last one is there's a lot happening in workplace integrated learning and placements. This is a feature of complaints that crosses all complaint categories, from bullying and harassment to unnecessary bureaucracy to alleged misinformation. It's everywhere.
Thanks, Sarah. It's sobering, but they all seem relatively fixable. So, and that's probably the opportunity here, isn't there?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think that's definitely, there's definitely potential for AI to transform some of those lower level complaints.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Thanks, Sarah. I'm going to throw to Gemma now. Gemma, you work particularly with equity students and you work in the data and trying to make sense of the data. What sort of state is our data in for equity students?
Well, I've written down quite a few of the data challenges. I've actually got a list here. And what I thought I'd do is
more bad news.
Yeah. So we can sort of break up, I think, the data issues into 3 main categories. So data that's not joined up, data that doesn't exist, and data that could be improved. And just to caveat that at Access, we work mainly with Table A and Table B providers. So I speak from that perspective, but I think a lot of this will be true for other providers too. So data that isn't joined up. So we're probably all aware that within universities, data is often in silos. Systems don't talk to each other. I think even as staff or academics, we know that we have to go to 10 different systems to do our jobs, and the data is kept in these silos. And we find as well that equity data often isn't in the hands of the right people. So maybe it's within the strategy, marketing, operations team, and maybe not with the equity practitioners who actually need it. And also when we look across the sector, so tracking student journeys across school, vet and higher ed, and then back through vet and higher ed, even though we have a USI, that tracking is challenging, potentially say that it's impossible to do currently. So data that doesn't exist, so we have no national coordination for widening participation programs. So as far as I'm aware, except for Queensland, there's no system to track which schools receive university outreach, and that also makes it sort of impossible to track students. to see their sort of higher ed outcomes after they've had that outreach. There's no national level data on who completes enabling programs, what even is an enabling program, and what makes them effective. There's also no national data collected on why students leave university. So we have the Quilt Student Experience Survey, which is great, but it asks students who are currently enrolled, did you seriously consider leaving uni this year? Which it has a survivorship bias because you're asking students that didn't actually leave. So I do think that we have our graduate outcome survey. It would be great if there was a way to also survey either through exit surveys or at a national level, having a sort of a part completer survey similar to what NCVER does.
And Gemma, just picking up on that theme, what do you think are the key steps to improve our data? Do you have a kind of a roadmap or a wish list that you would like to see?
That's a off-the-cuff question. I'm going to have to... could I just finish off the data that could be improved, and then I'll come back to that?
Sure.
So data governance is also patchy. So across the sector, there's not a lot of documentation, and privacy concerns are a real issue. As we all know, data isn't timely. We've got inconsistent collection and reporting of equity group definitions. And within universities, and I think this is maybe going to answer your question a bit, is data capacity within universities is often really low, at least in terms of like equity teams. So even sort of things that are reasonably sort of complex but actually can be done quite simply. So identifying low SES students, which requires geocoding of their addresses, often can't be done at a university. In terms of equity definition, so low SES students are defined using an area-based measure, not an individual-based measure. So if when the census changes and we find an area has become sort of a higher socioeconomic status, then those students who were considered from a low SES area are no longer considered low SES. So that is pretty flawed. And we also really treat equity groups as separate categories. So we don't really understand the effect of intersectionality, which we know is really common.
The interaction, yeah.
Yeah. And just one, if I can just add a bit about information. So stepping outside of data into information is, I do a lot of sort of mystery shopping in my role. So I go and apply for, try and enroll in unis and find out information through websites. And again, if you've ever tried to navigate a uni website, you know that it's near impossible. But I just did a simple task of looking to see how much it would cost to study I just did a Bachelor of Arts history unit. So how long does it take me to find out this information, starting from a Google search? So some universities, I could find that information in a minute or two. At one university, which I won't name, it took me 8.5 minutes to price one unit. So I think when you just think about, talking about like universities being student-centred, I just think there's a lot of work that needs to be done, because that's just one little example. But I think...
So we've got work ahead of us in terms of data, and I'm going to throw to Charlesie now, because Charlesie, you're, as the CEO of Mortarcaps, you're doing a very interesting project with a consortium of 20 universities on some data standards for the student journey. I'm very interested to hear about that.
Absolutely, and I think it's 34 now, actually. It's growing every day, and we're very grateful for all the institutions who are bringing this to life. But to go back to, Sarah, your comments around the back office issues, 41%, and, Gemma, what you were talking about, and just the challenges that are inherent in the infrastructures. It's a very complex environment, and for all of you who work at institutions and operate within this environment, you understand that on average you're looking at hundreds of systems that this student data is stored across. the challenge that we have as a sector is that 1,000 institutions are solving this problem 1,000 different ways, which doesn't help. And if you look at other sectors who have similar complexity, we're looking at financial services, healthcare, things like that, they've solved this collaboratively and created standardization, which enables the software that you purchase to be productized to suit the needs of the sector, and also for them to be able to interconnect more easily, transfer data between each other. So if you look at things like open banking or Swift codes, or, my goodness, even an HDMIC, all of these things, or USB-C, sorry, all of these things are based off of standardization. So as a sector, I think we understand that AI is a dream unless we feed it standardized data. It has to be, we have to set ourselves up for success. And we don't have, thanks to AI, the 5 years to get where we need to go. Students are demanding increasingly that we meet them where they're at, to reference what George was saying. And so to do this, we need to collaborate, and we need to do it together, and we need to standardize, and then we need to work with the SaaS providers who we all leverage to build solutions that enable the back office systems to be much more streamlined. We need to make this as easy as possible to allow the equity so all students can access the higher learning. And what we're doing with Mortar Caps is creating that standardization holistically across everything that it is that we do, from learning and teaching, of micro-credentialing, stackable credentialing, research, admin, all of that stuff is encapsulated in the standard moving forward. And we're trying to work with government to adopt the standards the sector creates. So we're not forced and shoehorned into something that doesn't actually suit the needs of the sector and also doesn't suit the needs of the students. We're working really closely with some of the communities of practice to inform what we need in the future, not what we have today. We know what we have today is arguably rubbish and doesn't meet the needs of the students. What we need to know is where we have to go. And there are fantastic organizations and individuals out there who are forward-facing, and we're trying to get that insight to build the future together and then work with the governments to adopt that. The other thing that we're looking to do is to lower that barrier to entry wherever possible. So moving away from, just a focus around credit and award, right down to the skills that underpin what we need in the future, and encouraging the data model to be the baseline for that. In other industries, this is a hygiene factor, but for us as a sector, this is table stakes to get us where we need to go and unlock the benefits to students, and then enable us to leverage AI to really do this at scale.
And given the sense of urgency that we're hearing today, if we get that in place, what will that enable us in terms of AI and student outcomes?
Well, everything from, the promised land of all the predictive analytics. The pedagogy for this has been around for over a decade. We know the intervention points we need to have. But there's more nuance to this than I think we've understood historically. We don't need to have, the risk of having all of that data accessible all the time is very real. We do not want our Optus moment as a sector. We really do not want that. And we have as much data as a bank loan application sitting in most of these systems, and sometimes in someone's drawer on an Excel sheet. And this is a real fear, and it should be a real fear for the sector. So what we need to do is align behind something, work together to enable that to be delivered. And this is why we're crying out for university leaders like your Vice-Chancellor groups to understand every initiative you have is underpinned by data. Every strategic initiative. And every strategic initiative will be unlocked by collaborating across the sector and achieving that goal. So whether it's your well-being, support, retention, whether it's your financial sustainability, God knows we're not getting as much money as we used to as a sector, whether it's from international students, or whether it's from the private sector, whether it's reporting, the government reporting, the dream and ambition of the National Skills Passport, all of that can be realized if we align together behind a data standard and then the things that come off the back of that. So what comes off the back of that is something like open banking. Now, can you imagine conceptually what that would mean for this sector, whether it's your research data, being able to track where that goes, to the students being able to hop between us seamlessly and stack those credentials that they're working really hard to generate, and the reporting that Sarah could be enabled to access as well. All of that is realized if we collaborate.
So, Charlesie, if I'm a senior leader sitting in the audience there, and there's lots of fine ones here today, what's the one thing that they could do to get behind you on this?
It's a call to arms, really. We need you. We need you to push this forward, to speak to your senior leaders and your IT teams. But more than that, we want your learning and teaching experts to tell us what we need. You don't need your IT teams to develop this in isolation. We want the communities of practice. We want the forward thinkers. We want your researchers who are doing a lot of work in the spaces that we know would enable students to come forward and to tell us what we don't know. And then adopt it in anger. There are the institutions who are leveraging this are getting benefits every day, and we want you to do this collaboratively. And if you are able, join us in building the standard. It's a collaborative effort. The amount of time and energy that the institutions who are working with us are putting in is incredible. They meet for 2 hours every week to build this out, and they've done it in 3 months. That's incredible. So please put your hand up to join us, and if you can't participate in building it, then at least leverage it in the implementations and the adoption of the technologies that you're currently using.
Great, thanks, Charlesie. I'm going to throw now to Will. Will, you're the CEO of Year 13. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your mission and how data underpins that?
Yeah. So I guess we're probably the practical application of what we're talking about. The session just before was perfect. So Tim, basically what you explained is largely what we do. But our mission is upgrade the school to work transition. And so the framing of data and AI for me, there's sort of two major framings. It's the social impact and the economic impact. I will do a small plug. There is a research paper that we partnered with HEDx on out the front if you're interested. But it goes into, so largely we've been focused on the social element. So Year 13 was founded, unfortunately one of my close friends had a particularly hard transition out of school, got a little bit too much for her, and she actually ended up taking her own life. And so largely our business, which is now 13 years, funnily enough, was focused on the supporting the students through that journey. I think what we've learnt more and more is what starts off as a relatively small problem for the individual becomes a much bigger problem for really everyone, depending on how far down the value chain you go, especially from an economic sense. So, we've been talking today, you got retention problems, well, you got retention rates both in the higher education sector and the vocational sector costing a lot of money. You've got skill shortages, labour shortages in industry, all the way up to the government point of view where you've got pretty serious challenges. And so for me, this topic's actually really exciting because it's the lens on top of what I guess we're talking nuts and bolts stuff of if you fix these problems, you're talking massive impact both socially and economically. And I think the example that Tim was talking about in Georgia is really the opportunity that you've got. So for me, that's where there's sort of two sides of this conversation. How do we do it and why do you do it? And so we're sort of in the middle.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, we were talking, I think we were all referencing Georgia's great talk before. What resonated with you from the Georgia State project? I'm just going to throw to the floor.
I can go.
Sarah?
So much resonated with me. It's such an exciting example of what is possible here in Australia. A few things from my perspective. I think, first of all, the insight from Tim at the end that don't wait for the perfect time to do something, just get on and do it.
Or the perfect data, probably.
Or the perfect data, just get on and do it. I think that's really great advice. I know from the podcast that Georgia State saved $21 million a year for students just by helping them to complete their courses on time. And I was thinking about that in the context of Australia, where we're seeing more and more students go part-time because they just can't fit study into their lives. So I imagine how great it would be if we could save students time and money. I was thinking about Tim's idea, I think maximising the idea of the chatbots And I know we've started to do that in Australia. So how we use technology to provide help to students in real time. And I imagine what that might look like if we expand on that idea. So a few thoughts from me.
Great, thanks, Sarah. Will?
Yeah, maybe worth explaining how it can be used, and I think that was the example there where, I guess the problem statement is how do you do personalised support at scale? So for us, for example, we've got 2 million students, we're in 50% of every high school in Australia, 150 industry partners. So in Australia, decent scale. We've launched in the US, funnily enough, in Georgia and North Carolina. And so the problem statement we've had for ages is, if we talk about the data problem, is we've always had two large data sets. You've got the student side, so what the interests, goals, aspirations are, academic transcript. Even on an individual basis, there's up to 14,000 data points that you could put on that. Well, if you combine that with the other side of the data set, which is the labour market, you've got the changing world of work, you've got all the pathway changes, all the stuff that's been talking about. So on a one-to-one basis, that's almost an impossible job to be unbiased, fully comprehending what the options are. So in Australia, the recommended student-to-advisor ratio is 250 students to the one career advisor. On average, it's 560, which means that there's a lot worse, there's a lot better. In America, it's about 360 on average. So it's almost this again, to be sort of provocative in some ways, it's almost an impossible job for a human. And so there's these problem statements that come across this journey of where is technology best used? And this is the opportunity where really we used to solve that with content, and now you can actually run a large language model in between those two data sets to provide personalisation, which is sort of what was talked about. And I think that's where it's going. Where is the technology and tooling a solution, and where is the humans a solution? I think that's the context I was talked about before was how do you sort of break down that ratio problem? Even if you can go tooling or AI or whatever it is can do 50, 60, 70% of students by themselves, that means that the human can focus on the 30%, 40% that really need it. And so I think that's the part where, I've been a little bit concerned of how everyone would react to AI. And what I've been actually really amazed by, because I actually think America was a little bit ahead of Australia, is how open everyone's been to it. Because I thought there'd be a bit more fear. But I think the problem statements that are being solved are so important that everyone's been open to it. So again, sort of call to arms why the data is important. The better that.
Chelsea.
I think I was touched about the efforts you've put into that onboarding because it's so critical. And I think Gemma, your experience of going around and auditing and it's so common. I don't think we understand because we're so deep in the sector as we're designing these things how complicated it really feels. Your average student, whether they're mature age and they haven't been in education for a long time, or your 17, 18-year-old whose parents are not involved in the process. They're trying to, navigate this independently. We use more acronyms. We use more complicated language. It is so challenging. And so we really do need to meet them where they're at. We do need to make this, like a handheld situation. And we can't do that at scale for individuals, but we can when we're leveraging AI and other technologies to support them. I want to get to a situation where we're not sitting here looking at reports about the students we've lost, but we're catching them before we lose them. So moments where if you're seeing a student who's accessing counseling services regularly, is that a point to check in and see if they need support? There's so many opportunities across all the different data sets that we have that exist in silos across our organizations to help them and intervene in a timely manner in a way that suits them. But we don't do it because we don't know until it's too late. And it's a real challenge for the sector. But if we are to get it right and we do it as a group, it's transformative and it can change society. So it's a really meaningful endeavor to collaborate around.
I think there's two parts to that. I definitely think it's about getting the data at the right time. But we did a pilot where we did have some predictive modelling and we put it right in the hands of the tutors. Yeah. So they knew that day there was, we had a risk assessment matrix, and that day that student, that basically it came up a little dashboard and it told them the most important or the higher risk students and why, and it gave them that. But the other part of the puzzle is that we really need to train or give support to our academic staff to know how to respond, because there's a whole variety of how academics will respond to that. And you want to validate, you want to make sure you're using good psychological practices that are safe and supportive. So I absolutely think you're right. It's getting the right data, and then it's, to Will's point, how you use that data and how you can then scale these one-on-one, really critical experiences that make the difference. Yeah. All right, we've got, we're racing towards sort of the wider question time, but I would just want to throw one quick question out to you guys, and just the first sort of, just a brief thought on it. Let's wave a magic wand. There's no financial or resourcing constraints. What's the most impactful thing you could do with AI in your area? And the time starts now. Gemma, I'm going to throw to you.
I'm going to be a stick in the mud here and say that I don't think we're ready currently to talk about AI when our data is in sort of the situation that it's in.
So your magic wand would be fix the data issues?
Yes, yeah, that's number one.
All right, thanks, Gemma. Will, no financial constraints. As CEO, you've been given a huge bucket of money and you don't have resourcing issues. What's the most impactful thing you could do with AI?
Yeah, it's just giving everyone access to it. So we're already saying it's a very equitable solution to a very hard problem, and so making it accessible is...
Yeah, great. Sarah?
Well, I'm still imagining what we could do with a completely maximised version of a chatbot, and my brain is stuck on this because when I was at uni, I was one of those students that had 6 jobs, and uni just had to fit in with everything else. And it was a good uni experience, but it was also an experience where I did miss out on some things because I just either didn't know about them or I could have complained, but I didn't know how to complain. So I definitely fit that type of student. So I've been reimagining my university experience if I had have had access to some real-time Gen AI solution that told me how I could complain if I plugged in a problem, or could tell me that, you know, with my overloaded life, actually Run Club or Wine Appreciation Club was still available and I could fit that into my schedule. Some sort of, I guess, uni buddy there for me whenever I needed it would have been amazing, just to keep me on track, but also to keep me connected to my university experience.
Great. Chelsea?
I think I'd like to see AI remove the barriers that exist across our organizations so that it feels seamless and it feels supportive and it feels engaging, and that you can access a human when you want to speak to a human, because that human is freed up to do what people do, which is provide empathy and support and to be there. And so that's the vision. But I think I'm in agreement with you, Gemma, that we have a long way to go to get there. And so we need to start now.
Great, thanks. I'm going to throw to questions from the audience.
Yes, let's see if my microphone works. Oh, sorry, we're all awake now. Oops. Thanks for that. Sarah, actually, we'll start. There's a question for you, and it is around, with the rapid changes that are happening around data, AI, generative AI, changing student expectations, how do you think we maintain trust with our students?
I think by being transparent about what we're doing, that's the most important thing. You know, I don't think students are distrustful of AI, and you know, I know. You know, the figures about, I know the UK has done some studies of recent students coming in, and it's 92% now use AI in their assignments and everything else. And, you know, my son, who's in year 9, fessed up, I'm going to out him here, he fessed up to using AI for his maths assignment, take-home maths assignment the other day. He said everyone's doing it just for the really difficult ones where you don't know how to get to the answer. In his history class, they are giving them an AI-generated assignment and telling them to fix it. And if you do no work, then you're just going to get a pass because it's a crap assignment that you know, ChatGPT has done. or you can fix it, and it just teaches them to realise that actually you need a human to analyse things well, in history at least. So I don't think there's any issue with that. I think really what we need to do is make sure that students understand what we're doing on this journey, why we're doing it, and also we have to be ready for when things go wrong, because if they do go wrong at scale, to remediate that.
Thanks. And circling back to the comment you made at the beginning around the AI detector, and you told us all that story from the student, one of the questions was, can you make a directive with your new powers to tell universities in the sector no more AI detectors?
Well, it is definitely not my place to be that blunt. And actually on that one, I know that a lot of unis have opted out of using Turnitin, and I think that's probably a good move, and have developed more sophisticated ways of incorporating or teaching students what's appropriate and what's not, and incorporating different ways of testing whether a student's work is actually their work. But we do have powers to make recommendations through formal investigations and systemic investigations, and then we track what the higher education provider does in response to those recommendations. But for that one, I think the higher ed sector's already taken action, which is great.
Are there any questions in the room? Yes, congratulations, you get the prize. I'm going to bring you the microphone so the people online who are not having a very good time today, and we do apologise to them, the live stream keeps dropping out, can hear you. Do you mind passing that along?
Thank you to the panel members. The idea of getting the right data to the right people, great idea. How does that work with privacy legislation and responsibilities? And should we be really concerned that an increasing number of lecturers and especially tutors are casual now, which probably means they're a little bit more distanced from understanding their responsibilities?
I might have a go at answering that. It's a really good question to ask, and the point I think that you were saying also about large amounts of data being kept in unsecure places. We need to be very careful about the data that we're collecting, and you need to figure out what is the absolute minimum data that you need to action for the best outcome for the student. I think, and then you need really good governance, you need really good structures, and you really need good support and training of staff. You've gone into the thorny question of casualisation. We probably can't answer that. We might get the Vice-Chancellors back up on the stage. No. I think that is obviously something that needs to be taken into account, and proper training, proper governance, all those elements.
The idea about persistent data and where it persists and what persists and all of that is integral to the work that we're doing, because you don't want one system to rule them all that has all this information that is incredibly risky. You need to only know as much information as you need at that time, and sometimes that can be nothing more than a yes. Like it literally can just be yes, that box is checked, but that information remains over here. And that's all the focus of how you architect that data, how your service layers all work. There's a lot of technical a lot of technical detail that goes into how that comes together, but it's critical in how you architect that, because what we risk now, as more and more data is available, and it will only increase across every interaction they have, whether it's what Wi-Fi network they connected to. I mean, you name it, we've got that data, and this is what I mean by it's very risky for the sector. We need to be very clear on how much of that is available, to who it's available, and that all has to be tracked, and it has to be done in a secure, governable way, and it needs to be done consistently across every institution. Otherwise, we put ourselves at extreme risk.
Can I just add one more thing? It seems to me that providers already have a lot of this data already, and not necessarily in a secure way. So in some respects, you could say that moving towards a more integrated system is better for privacy. in terms of record keeping and protecting against misuse of personal information?
Great question.
Just to add that I was talking about the siloed data. Someone actually did make a point the other day that in some ways siloed data is our strength, because if anyone hacks into a university system, they can only ever get access to one piece of the puzzle.
Destroy
so
one
I
university
mean, maybe
structure.
we should be keeping the data siloed.
And Gemma brings the silver lining right there.
You've done it intentionally.
I'm going to come right over to Simon. Theo first. We were just talking about the near future with AI agents. We were all talking about children. My child in primary school already has a little AI study buddy who tells her riddles. But we wanted to think a little bit more about what that might look like. Theo.
Thanks, Kelly. Can I just, by the way, say on this point that Charles was making around security and data security, and couldn't agree more. And that's one of the reasons why when we were thinking about our strategic partners to support AI acceleration as part of our responsible AI adoption strategy, we deliberately partnered with Microsoft and CyberCX. The two go hand in hand. So we've increased our cybersecurity quite considerably to support it. But just on this point, it's really interesting. I mean, this back on this great panel we had around a student-centered view. We're all in that business, basically. And really struck by Neil Rennick's point about, we are part of the problem here. And we need to be part of the solution for our students. And I'm really struck by, I think we're all in this, doing very much what he was saying around leveraging data to identify students at risk of non-progression and then supporting them. But I was listening to what you guys were saying. Like, our vision is that inside the next 5 years, every single student that enrolls at our university at the point of enrollment will have an AI agent that will follow them for their entire student journey. And basically, they don't have to go anywhere else. It will push content to them. It will identify when and how they may require support. It will point them towards the support. It will provide advice around their learning journey. It will push content, but also interactively do so. And that will stay with them after they leave. Am I seeing a problem here? I mean, why can't we do that in the next few years? We've got a bunch of people here on data. What's the problem? I'd like to know it.
Can I ask you a question? Who owns that data? You or the student?
That's a good question. But I guess my point is, and this is why we need to have this kind of conversation, is that's a technical question, and I'm interested in how we actually push a vision, and then we just push through the technical issues and solve them.
Can I reframe that to the audience? What would it take to achieve that vision from a technical point of view? Because technical challenges are to be solved. So what would it, I think, is that a fair reframe of your question?
That's a great reframe.
Okay. What would it take to achieve that vision of a AI agent connects with you right from the start, holds your hand all the way through, and I liked your little kicker at the end where they stay with them after. That's lovely. What would it, Charles, I'm going to go to you because you're in the thick of this.
Your data would have to be highly structured across your entire ecosystem. And it's not. But it would need to be, absolutely, to enable that vision. And all of the privacy and consent would have to be inherent, so the student would need to own that data. And so that would be how much of that they allow you to see, how much of that they take with them. Do they want a student advisor to see that they've been accessing, counseling services, for instance? They need to own the granularity of what they need to own throughout that process, I think, is still being discovered by institutions, and we're trying to accelerate that process. And the huge amount of governance that goes behind that. There's also the fact of the vision is to have them take that with them, and then you need to be able to enable them to do that where they're not stuck paying licensing fees for something in perpetuity, or you're stuck paying licensing fees for something in perpetuity that you may not want to do so. So there is a lot of different elements to that vision and bringing and realizing that vision. But I think I love the vision though, because I think you're right. I think that that's the way we're going, or at least it should be the way we're going. An AI agent in some capacity that feels like it knows you intimately, but that as an individual, you need to feel very secure that you have full control over that AI agent as an individual. And that's a real risk as it stands.
Could we throw to Tim, sorry to single you out, your institution has gone some way to solving that. What's some lessons that you've learnt that would be relevant?
Yeah, I think that in some ways we've been approaching that at Georgia State. We now have the chatbot that is AI enhanced that students get when they first get admitted to the university to help them through the matriculation process. That same chatbot, the same platform, stays with the student throughout their degree program. We use it to nudge the students to complete forms and help financial aid, but they use it to ask questions. We get about 180,000 questions every month through that platform from 40,000 undergraduate students on it. And we've produced a number of randomized control trials that are published and on the website for the institute I direct, the NIS. And what it shows is not only do those experiences help the students improve their outcomes, but disproportionately benefit students from underserved backgrounds. So in the case of Georgia State, our Black, our Hispanic, our low income, our first-gen students have a bigger bump in the positive outcomes from that. But what we've recently done, and right now I've got an $8 million U.S. Department of Education grant as long as the U.S. Department of Education actually exists, we're taking that same tool, the exact same platform, and using it to help students in high enrollment, high DFW rate classes, classes with high non-pass rates, where we work with the faculty in the course to say, okay, what kind of issues are coming up? What kind of questions need to be answered? How can we nudge the students? Let's give the student, midterms coming up, let's give the student a sample question to see if they've studied enough and are prepared appropriately and so forth. What we've been able to document is significant improvements in final grades in those courses, as much as 7 points on a 100-point scale, and again, disproportionately strong gains for students from underserved backgrounds. So it's not quite the seamless vision. The data that we use in one of those contexts doesn't always translate to the next, so the tool that is helping the students in a microeconomics course is not the same data set as the tool that's helping the student with their financial aid issues and so forth. We definitely would struggle with continuing this tool after graduation because it costs us every semester per student to support this technology and so forth, but it's not unrealistic at all. And we did that over the course of a couple years with technology that's already available.
Yeah, can I just add one? I think that's a really good point. I think that's where, like, this is real. Like, it's already there. Like, there's that. Like, we've got a tool that's already in the US, in Australia, doing exactly this. So the thing I'd take away is, like, this is not an esoteric vision. It's real. There's already students using it. There's schools using it. There's unis using it. There's TAFEs using it. So, like, I think there's maybe that gap in understanding in the audience where this is already real. And so, like, take a look.
And it's not about, like, I think, Charles, when we get this great data standard, we will go ahead in leaps and bounds. But it's not, to me, it's not also about waiting for that. It's about experimenting, it's about piloting, it's about iterating, it's about learning, which is very much, I know, the Georgia State model. And I think, and along the way, and then almost working in parallel, so we've got action happening at the same time as we've got the deeper, better standardisation and better data, and we will just continue to improve. So to me, it's not, we've been talking a lot about, it's very important to get the right data and to standardise it, and Jeremy, you've done a great job of kind of outlining perhaps, where we really need to get that data, but it's also not waiting for that to get all the data lined up, because we're very good in this sector about doing that, aren't we? We get everything lined up and then we start. And that's probably not a completely fair assessment, because I know across the universities, lots of universities are innovating and trialling and piloting, and there's many of you in this room are doing that.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Fantastic. We unfortunately do not have time for more questions. Can we thank the panel?
And we're bang on time, everybody. Thank you very much to Sue Kokonis and all of that panel for picking up on some of the issues that Tim and George and Veronica crystallised from a leadership perspective by then getting under the hood of the real practical issues around data and how AI can help deliver that student support. As the panel leave, just to shake up the rhythm a little bit, we've got a slightly different session now in our last session just before our break. And Margaret and Michael are going to come and join the stage. The mystery third guest on the slide there is not a person at all, but it's a reference to a report. We've had lots of questions about the what the students think about some of this, and wouldn't it be good to have some student views? You're now about to hear from 7,000 plus of them all in one go, summarised by some very smart people making sense of data on what students think about AI and non-AI feedback. Michael, you look like you're going to lead this session from this lectern. I'll leave it with you and Margaret. Please make them welcome.
Hey gang, it's fantastic to be here. It's a real privilege. A key theme all day has been understand deeply our students. Almost every single session has been sending that message. Well, that's what this project's about. We get the privilege of the two of us, we draw the short straws or the long straws, whichever way you look at it, to represent a multi-institutional project, fully supported by our DVCs from Deakin, Monash, UTS and UQ. There's about 20 of us, researchers across embedded in faculty, across in central positions, all keen on understanding students' experiences of AI. We reported last year some of our data. This year we thought we'd go a little bit deeper on a particular theme around feedback. So we do focus groups, surveys, etc. And we're going to report a little bit on the data from our survey from the end of last year. But just to let you know, the project is alive and it's going. There's some great and exciting plans that we're currently doing, looking at how to build collaborative design labs with students so that we can actually get them to work with us collaboratively to design what the future might be, how AI might fit in. 3 key ideas at the moment in those labs around feedback, learning, and integrity. But that's all shaping up and it'll be to come, and hopefully we'll get invited back again to talk to you about this. Today, we're going to present a little bit of our data, which we thought is particularly interesting. And you may have seen these out on the front desk. Grab one of these if you like, or use the QR code, our third presenter. Hopefully everyone online can see that. So why feedback? Well, if you are a bit new to the field, you might be surprised to hear, but I think everyone else is already on this on the same hymn, and that feedback is understood to be one of the most powerful processes that impacts students' experiences and outcomes, both positively and negatively. So basically, if we get it wrong, we do harm. So it's not a choice about whether we should tweak it, improve it, what's going on. It's not about simply delivery information. It's not about corrective. The feedback, after a decade of researching in this space, I keep getting surprised about the complexity, the different dimensions, the relational aspects, the socio-emotional well-being, the kind of impacts that it has way beyond simply getting a little bit better of a grade. So just to kick us off a little bit, you'll see that in the handout, but one of our very first statistics was, do you use AI for your feedback practices to the students? Well, 50%, 49.7% actually said yes. And we were a little bit surprised by this because we specifically said this was not about you getting AI to do your work for you, but you actually were trying to get information about how you're tracking, what you should do about it, etc. So this is not a situation of saying, do the work for me. It's helping them understand where they're at. Of the students who did not do it, so about 50% of the students said no, they didn't use AI for feedback. We said, well, why? And so we analysed their open-ended text responses. And 2 key themes came out of it. First of all, and not necessarily more importantly, they were unsure about its reliability. They were unsure about whether to trust it. The other one, which is about the same kind of strength in their responses, was simply, oh, seriously, I could use AI for feedback? Cool. And we actually had it in the open text responses. A few people said, I never thought of it. I might try it now. So there's this kind of accessibility through just understanding the options available. But I'll hand it over to you, Margaret, to take us through some of the other results.
Hello. Yes, so as Michael's saying, this is a really interesting survey for us, and you may have looked at the results a little, but in a nutshell, both were very helpful, and in fact, the AI was rated as being somewhat helpful more frequently than teacher feedback, but when we compared them, students said that teacher feedback was very helpful more often. So there was a significant result in the rating of helpfulness in favour of the teacher, but it was only a small effect. We asked them to compare how trustworthy was the feedback. And again, both were rated as being somewhat trustworthy, but teacher feedback again was seen as more trustworthy than AI feedback, and that was a large effect. So we certainly are seeing some degree of trust in teacher feedback, some degree of helpfulness in teacher feedback than we do in AI feedback. But that is not to say that AI feedback was neither untrustworthy nor unhelpful. I guess what we're also seeing, and we analysed a lot of free text comments, and we did do it manually, and that was a bit of work. Part of the reason we did it manually was because of the methods we used. So we were doing this comparative notion, and what we found was that Gen AI and teacher feedback were comparable with respect to when in the free text comments they said they were both equally helpful, they were both specific, and they were both detailed in similar measures. So this is sort of surprising results for us. But that the teachers were more helpful for reflection, they were more reliable, they were more personal, they were nuanced, relevant, contextualised, expert, sorts of things that you might want teachers to be. They were more frequently negative, so our students shared a few horror stories that I did hand code about how negative teachers could be, and importantly, they were felt to be risky. So very similar to what we heard before about the chatbots and asking a stupid question. If you ask a question of an AI to get feedback, you can ask as silly a question as you like, and the AI isn't going to care. On the other hand, the Gen AI was much more accessible. It was much more understandable, which is interesting. Could be asked as many times as you liked, and it was more positive. It was a very positive in tone. That wasn't always seen as being a good thing, because positive isn't always helpful. I'm starting to see some differences there. So this has some implications for teaching and learning.
Sure. So one thing we know, they're using it. Okay, that they are using it. But they're using AI for feedback for what we're seeing is valued different kind of moments, okay? So they're still valuing the teacher and they're valuing AI. It's not actually sort of arguing against each other because they're using it at different times and for different purposes, different values. So as we were putting our heads together, we're thinking, what does that really mean? Well, straight away, it means that since they're using it, since it does seem to be providing value, then what are we doing about supporting them? Just full stop. What are we doing? Is it enough to talk about policy? Is it enough to talk about access? What's the next step? And we talked about the idea of, and we're both a bit critical of the term literacy and how it's applied all the time, but nevertheless, the idea generally of feedback literacy, absolutely, AI literacy, how do all these come together so that the students can make the most of these moments, and how do we support and we know how we can interact with them?
And the other side of the coin to that is, of course, if you're thinking about students, you have to think about teachers. So what do we need how do we need to work with our teachers? And what is the role of the teacher here? We're seeing that the teacher does things, if you want, better. Students perceive teachers as doing things better, and I think notably, again, it's this sort of relational work. It's personal, position teachers as experts. There's a sense of a different sense according to both sorts of feedback. So in this microcosm of feedback, we're starting to examine some of these very questions we've been looking at all day. What do humans do? What do AI do? And I guess what we're seeing here is kind of a slightly complex picture. And I guess that's where we're going to leave you, really, is to say that it is complex, but we have to invest in our students to make sure that because they will be using AI to get feedback, we need to invest in how they understand that and how it fits into their world. And we need to invest in our teachers because our students trust us at the moment with their feedback. Do we deserve that trust? Maybe we do. Will we continue to learn? Will we continue to deserve that trust as the AI changes and in a changing world? And I think that's a challenge for us.
Thank you so much, Michael, and thank you so much, Margaret. I'll just make a comment or two just in closing there. I think that's been a great example. I don't know if I'm showing my age here, and that this snapshot in time competition, if it's not a competition, but a comparison between what our students think of teacher feedback and AI feedback, I'd love to see how that changes over time. Sort of makes me think about the chess master against the IBM computer from however many years ago and that competition. But more than competition, I think that's been a great example of collaboration. We mentioned it briefly in passing when Veronica and George and Tim were on the stage, but I think it's fantastic how UQ, Western Sydney University and OES came together to assist Tim in being able to come and be with us here today, and I'd like to thank all of them publicly. I think it's great that these 4 universities in UQ, UTS, Monash and Deakin have taken it as an initiative through their DVCs, many of whom are in the room and have funded it, to initiate a project around an urgent issue as a collaboration that's got momentum, that's able to share insights back to us. I hope you'll come back to every HEDx and tell us where some of that feedback's up to. And I know your project is looking at the idea of co-design labs in the future. And I know that's an idea that's been brewing. Wouldn't it be great with a room like this, with members like that and with partners like that? We had co-design workshops that weren't just 4 universities, were many, and had some of the tech providers joining in with those universities to accelerate the way that the combination of human intervention and technology advancement here could bring about change in higher education for good. I'm going to leave you with that thought while you go and have afternoon tea. We'll be coming back to look at more about AI implementation after the break, but for now, please thank the members of the previous session. There's that music again, everybody. I recognise it, at least, and I'm sure a few others do. And the clock ticking at the front of the room's just started from its 30-minute journey. And luckily, we've got 3 brilliant people for me to get out of the way of to have our last fireside chat of the day around what's really driving AI transformation in higher education. And look, we've already established that a session without a North American voice leaves us incomplete in so many ways, and I'm delighted to leave you in the hands of my friend Manuela Franceschini, who's got the best job title of anyone in the world as a pedagogical evangelist with Adobe, to share an introduction to the fireside chat of people that she's about to talk to. Please make them all welcome.
Thank you, Martin. I'm happy to announce that there is a North American representative in this panel as well, also a South African and a Brazilian, so I think we are a multicultural fireside chat here. Let me introduce you to them, although you probably know them very well. Lev Gonig's an educator, a smart city architect, and the CIO of Arizona State University, and it goes without saying, ASU is at the forefront of innovation, ranking #1 in innovation for 10 years in a row now. And Lev is one of the brilliant minds behind this incredible achievement. Thank you for being here today, Lev. And Shayna Koval drove digital transformation in leading global enterprises before entering the higher education world 2 years ago. I hope it's been a good journey. Shayna signs off the vision that Professor Theo spoke about at the beginning, their AI-first approach that had somehow Lev's input. And we're going to learn more about that. Thank you for being here, Shayna. Lev, your work and ASU's reputation, we know that goes above and beyond, and everyone wants to learn a little bit more about your secret sauce and what does it take to be that innovative in the sector. And Shayna, that was the case for La Trobe. You spoke to Lev last year when the strategy was an idea, and you mentioned that he helped unlock the how on your strategy. Can you let us know what did he say that unlocked that?
Sure, thank you. So I had to go back using AI to work out when we met. So it was on the 13th of March, 24. And we had the pleasure of a call with Lev and a number of our senior leaders, and some of them are here today. And learning about just their journey and what Lev has done. And so there's a few things I took away that really stimulated what we've done. One is he set up an AI accelerator task force. He did that by using existing resources. He's head of data and analytics as a standalone team, fully empowered, team of 20, light touch governance, and governance is a big word in a university, appropriate governance, but the ability to get moving. Let's just start exploring and get moving. And we really like that. We like that as an idea to stimulate our thinking, because we had done a fair amount of work on the strategy, policy, and governance. So what we did is thought, we'll just take that idea. We started with 2, not 20, but got moving in 4 weeks. And the whole idea behind that is the only way to do this is you have to act. You have to act and learn and fail. And we were in, I'd say, a very privileged position to have extreme top to bottom support from the university, starting from the Vice-Chancellor and the exec team. And that made a huge difference in getting Accelerator up and running. So that idea was thanks to that call with Lev.
And you are the first two representatives, proper representatives of technology at the universities, the decision makers, key decision makers in that sphere at the university. It really relies on you, the power to either block or get to action, right? And your advice to Shana was act. What would you have liked to know, Lev, if you were having a conversation with yourself many years ago when you started thinking about the AI strategy for ASU, and when AI started emerging at this new disruptive revolution at our time? Is there one thing that you wish you knew you would have done or thought differently that could maybe help us all learn from here today?
I probably didn't shoot far enough or high enough. I didn't move fast enough. I didn't engage wide enough. I didn't actually technically understand just how disruptive this moment is. And I think that although ASU has done remarkable things in the AI journey that we've been on in terms of engagement and scale, there are literally thousands of our academic leaders who have engaged with. There are thousands of research projects. There are tens of thousands of students using our AI. There is next week an announcement that every ASU student will have a personalized AI tutor at the ASU GSV Summit. We're working on not only generative AI and multimodal AI, but now agentic AI. I can talk about all of those things. But all of that was actually, in many ways, not high enough, wide enough, deep enough. And let me just say one word, if I can, about why that's so important to everyone in the room, at least from a technology perspective, because that's the privilege we have at this particular fireside chat. You know, if you follow certainly in my lifetime, the 4 major technology revolutions, I think what I've just said about not thinking high enough, wide enough, deep enough would be the case for the first 3. The web browser, born in the fall of 1993, allowed us to all of a sudden open up our filing cabinets and actually explore them in ways that we'd never been able to do that. And then search. Search was the second major technology. And that allowed us to actually take a look and look what was in the filing cabinets and search across filing cabinets in ways that we'd never been able to do that before. And then when mobile came, we actually could put all that in our pocket. At each one of those times, ASU was able to take the disruptive technology moment and use it, not just to deal with the naysayers and the cynics and the critics who have lots of valid points about why the technology was going to disrupt, but actually positioning ourselves to actually continue to lean into our mission of trying to serve all of our commitments to students' success, student engagement, student inclusion, and student success. This technology is not just about the filing cabinet. It's not just about searching the filing cabinet. It's not just about putting it in your pocket. This is actually now the power of AI, as we're coming to understand it, is actually the ability to synthesize and connect and orchestrate all of those filing cabinets with search and mobile, and actually now turn them from just text-driven experiences into multimodal with voice and video and animation in ways that if all we think this is a conversation about is how this is going to change the way we teach or how we do research, I think we're missing the point. It's what we're going to have to teach. What does it mean to actually show that you have competencies and skills in an AI era? This is not only about the question of how, which is what's occupied most of our conversation today, but also what. And that's the only, I think, unlocking the creative minds of our researchers and our faculty. This is their opportunity to help reinvent. And what a privilege that is. And that's why I think this is such an important moment for technologists to partner with other leaders across the university. This is the great unlock of the 21st century.
And is that the wide and deep meaning that you wish you knew years ago? Is that what you?
Absolutely, because I thought it was going to be more incremental, and it's only occurred to us in the last 2.5 years that this was more than just an arithmetic equation. This is a geometric condition where the tectonic plates of education are actually in a position to shift if we choose to lean in to describe what it is that people need to learn, research, and do. You know, should every student who is interested and driven by curiosity pursue one degree, or can we imagine now the opportunities for students driven by curiosity to pursue 3, 4, 5, 6 degrees at once simultaneously? Or if you're a student who actually needs the personalized tutor experience because actually you're not academically prepared as some of your peers, then that personalized experience which brings you along in ways that is prompting, engaging, those are things that I wish I had understood was the power of this disruptive mode. And in fact, it's not entirely fair when I look in the mirror. I think someone used looking in the mirror. I think maybe that was Tim earlier in the day. Because this is changing so quickly in front of us. This is a moment in time where everyone who's in this enterprise together, here, back in the United States, this is just a fantastic opportunity to see us contributing to the great discovery and the great curiosity opportunities that are in front of us, if only we choose to take advantage of it.
And Lev, you mentioned curiosity, creativity, and that's something that came before when we were talking about these transferable skills. And I think we referred as soft skills and I think we moved to calling it transferable because it has this, it leads us to wrongly believe that the soft skills are easier, right? That they are easy, they are the easy ones, and they are in fact the ones that require a lot of nurturing. And I will make a case here, and I would argue that those skills that you've mentioned, and we mentioned before, resilience, curiosity, creativity, critical thinking, empathy, etc., I would say that it boils down to digital storytelling. That being an educated human being in a Gen AI era, implies you being so fluent and agile using the digital tools around you, inclusive AI, that you're able to tell a story, to communicate a knowledge, an idea in a way that is quite personal and authentic.
And authentic, I think, Manuela, is exactly the point here. And we're seeing this actually underway at ASU and literally dozens and dozens of examples, whether it's in a philosophy class where a professor is interested in helping his students actually learn how to create GPTs with ancient philosophers who don't actually have a dominant, they're literally unknown philosophers. Students uncovering and discovering, learning the tools on how to actually build GPTs, and then creating dialogue, stories among philosophers who have never met about topics they've never debated. What a wonderful opportunity that is to actually unlock curiosity through story. And again, we're seeing this in really important ways, I think, especially with multimodal AI around the use of immersive XR and VR paired with AI to provide that personalized experience so that not everyone goes to the same movie theater. You go to the same immersive experience, but you can have your own personalized journey along the way. And at ASU, some of you know, we have a project called Dreamscape Learn, which is immersive. It has 35,000 students who've already gone through our biology sequence. This year, 20,000 will go through our chemistry, Earth and space sciences. These are all immersive, discovery-based, experiential-based, and every student has their own personalized AI, buddy that they work with. And for them, what the students are doing is it's unlocking their ability to tell their own story of the way they're learning biology.
It's the whole notion of capabilities and like bringing their own life experiences to the classroom. And Shano, I'm interested to know your perspective on what is the role of AI in fostering creativity in the classroom.
We see AI as really fostering creativity if used with intent, really intentional about using it. AI can create content and gather content for you, but the softer skills and the real intelligence and test is how do you curate that, bring different ideas and bring your own perspective in learning to bring that to tell a coherent story on what you're doing, irrespective of the discipline. So the humanities one is a good one. The same thing applies to law. How do you bring that in a legal sense, which is not an area you traditionally think of on the application of AI. So we're seeing that creativity, the soft skills, is probably an expression of intelligence in the age of AI.
And maybe we need to introduce some new language here, because this idea of soft versus hard is part of a very different era. In the AI era, these are smart skills. These are skills that are about actually what is relevant. And I'll just simply share tonight, we have a friend who's actually just come to Phoenix. She's Brazilian. This is why I want to tell the story very quickly. She's a young student who's applied to ASU's law school, just to connect the dots here. And my wife just picked her up a half an hour ago from the airport and said, Mila, like, why ASU? And she said, because ASU is the only law school in America that is leaning into the use of AI in the law profession, as well as the journey of studying law. And there she is. I mean, just a student who is curious and is looking for an experience that will actually allow her to at least fulfill her expectation, her aspirations, that law can be something that is in fact going to be not only catalyzed, but could transform the way in which law could be used for good.
Are we ignoring the joy here? Are we losing sight of making the classrooms a joyful place for students?
Yeah, I'm trying to say just the opposite.
No, you are. I mean, in this debate of AI, yes, please, Shano.
I think that, if I can give an example, if I look at innovation that is driven through our schools and lecturers. So one lecturer has embraced AI and is showing computer science students how he uses AI and how they can use AI to generate code, but to truly transform their skills, which is very different to this is how you code. It's a very simple example, but he's done this purely on his own, using his own initiative to drive it, not run through the center, but the feedback from the students is they absolutely love it, because that's the skill we'd expect when they leave.
Maybe just to add to that, I think a lot of us start with a bit of a bias that, in fact, generative AI is going to be sort of most obviously relevant in the STEM areas. And the stories that I'd like to tell are actually all in the humanities, because it's kind of obvious that it could be supportive of an engineering, a computer science kind of degree. But the largest course at ASU, 25,000 students a year go through our English composition course. And the reinvention of the way in which students get to actually find and explore their voice through storytelling with AI, and is actually tools that we use actually happen to be, among them, Adobe tools that we use, has really, again, allowed students to say they finally have found their role in the orchestra. That's the language that they use, that they know how they are contributing their story. And that's at scale, that's huge scale to try to do that. And we got over the debate, not because there isn't truth to some of the concerns around academic integrity, but it wasn't about how, it was about what. What can we unlock in terms of this opportunity?
Since you mentioned Adobe, and we are very honored to say that ASU is an Adobe Creative Campus, which is an expression of our strategic partnership. ASU has hundreds of collaborations with industry. La Trobe also has connections with industry. Where do you see it helping take universities in a fast pace in this AI environment?
I mean, I'll just briefly share that ASU's secret over the 22 years that President Michael Crow has led our university is from the very beginning, the very first partnership was with Google. And we created the Google education experience. And then it was with Salesforce. We have some friends from Salesforce who are here. And we created the education experience that you're paying too much for at this point if you're a Salesforce customer like I am. And the same is true with Adobe and the like. So the message here is that industry is driven at a clock speed that too few universities can actually replicate on their own. And so our approach has always been to partner with, and there are literally 350 relationships that are integrated into our learning environment through partnerships. Some of them are truly strategic, like our Adobe partnership. Others of them are actually point solutions that connect to and support the AI experience or the data-driven insights or the personalization experience or the mobile experience along the way. Almost all of those are partnerships, and yet I have a very large developer team on my shop, and we got over it long ago that this wasn't about pride. Like, well, if we didn't discover it and invent it here, then it couldn't possibly be good. That's part of the recognition, especially in this AI moment, that the speed of the marketplace is something that we, at our own peril, if we choose not to find ways to engage with industry, will find ourselves probably not only in a laggard position, but actually will, in the end, probably erode, at least in the US context, even more the position of what universities in particular could offer to actually be relevant. We'll be there, but will we be relevant? And our answer has always been to partner. And again, next week in San Diego, some of the audience that's here will be with us. We have an annual meeting, and this is the 14th year, called the ASU GSV Summit. There are literally 7,500 organizations there, including 1,000 companies in the edtech space. Adobe is one of the sponsors of that event. And this is part of the DNA of ASU.
If I can add to that, our approach is like every other university. You already have some major tech platforms. We have them, Salesforce, ServiceNow, etc. Our view was really driven through strategy and focus. What are the real focus areas for the university? So an example is if you're looking at recruitment or admissions, and what are the use cases and business problems we're trying to solve, then what's the enabling tech to support that? But it's all done through partners. We're not there to build a tech shop or to do development. It's the partners that are moving much faster than us. So we've announced our partnership with Microsoft. It's been fantastic. We will have other partnerships as well with other major vendors. Because your skill set and what you see across other enterprises at scale globally is not experience we have. So our view is absolutely to partner, but be clear on your strategy and your focus and where you're going. Because not everyone is a strategic partner either, but has to fit into an ecosystem. So it's very targeted and intentional, but to support strategy.
Can I invite you now to enter a more impossible sphere? We've been talking a lot about what is happening, what is possible, what we're seeing, how ASU is really leading the way and showing us, look, this is already possible. If we make an exercise of thinking of the impossible, which I think is one of the beauties of AR, isn't it? It allows us to think of the impossible things, imagine the impossible things. What seems like impossible today for universities that AI will possibly make possible?
Well, I'm happy to go. I'll answer it slightly differently if I can. One is, we, in my role, spend a lot of time dealing with things in running of operations, which creates friction, which stops us from innovating on really unlocking that either student-centric experience or academic experience or research experience. So what's impossible is seeing our way through that while trying to innovate and completely change it. It doesn't seem impossible now. seeing what ASU have done or what others have done. So that, for me, gives us hope that we could achieve the vision that our Vice-Chancellor just talked about before the afternoon tea. About 2030, we'd want a fully digital assistant for our students from beginning to end, for example. And to do that, we're not dealing with what I call the legacy challenges and the friction that we have in the day-to-day running of the university.
I'm glad you took 2 minutes to explain that, so I had a way to think about an answer to your question. I think what we are going to be able to unlock here is an understanding of just how adaptive we can be through our ability to harness AI, and in particular, in one specific way. I think there is a real concern today about the disruptive qualities of AI in many, many cross-cutting ways. And one of them is, has to do with the future of work. We've talked about skills today, but actually the future of work. Will there be jobs available into the future? And I think what the opportunity here, is to understand that we will, if we choose to be intentional and strategic, be able to demonstrate our resilience and adaptive abilities, and even come out even stronger, what I've called anti-fragile, even stronger on the other side. And it's for this reason. From 1950 to 1975, people entering the workforce from in that period would change jobs 2 to 4 times. Between 1975 to 2000, that moved from 2 to 4 to 4 to 8 times. From 2000 to 2005, you entered the workforce, age 20, you worked for 45 years, you would probably have somewhere on the order of 16 jobs. And did the university stop actually doing in terms of what our core mission has been? No, we kept adapting to that reality. And the predictions, at least by the US Department of Labor, is that for the next 25 years, people entering the workforce, our students graduating, if we remain committed to the adaptive orientation, will have between 20 and 25 jobs in their adult lives. Are we ready to actually unlock that rather than looking in the rearview mirror and saying, wow, there's a lot of change in front of us?
Well, and there's a commonality on those 20-something jobs, which are the smart skills that you've mentioned, right? All of them will require a creative, empathetic, resilient human being who knows how to navigate digital tools. And I know that Martin will give me the look very soon, but I'll ask a final question. There are some universities, and both of your universities are testament to that are leading with AI. They're believing this digital transformation and have no questions about that. Maybe no one has any questions about that anymore. But it is true that there is part of universities that possibly will not follow that path because of a myriad of reasons. Will there be a space in the market for both?
Oh, at least in the US context. I mean, everything that I've been sharing today, it's not meant to be viewed as uncontested. At ASU, we have over 5,200 university faculty lecturers. There's plenty of pockets of critique, and then we welcome that through our engagement with our faculty. In the US marketplace, there's absolutely going to be room for the segmented approach for students who are interested in different kinds of experiences. And at ASU, we're committed, at a school that now has 203,000 students and half of those online, we're committed to access. And there's lots of different ways you can have access. You can be in our honors college and have an intimate personal experience as you would at one of the Ivy League schools. And at the same time, you could do online and shift the times in which you decide to take the classes and so forth. And of course, across the entire marketplace with 4,000 colleges and universities in the country, there's something for everybody. Will everybody get on with the AI journey? No. Will that matter? Only in a kind of relative sense for the next 20 years or so. But I think for those committed to access and public service, we owe it to ourselves to be graduating students who can participate in the AI economy. And so we're leaning all in.
I think we agree. We think that they will get there eventually. It's about like every other revolution that you've said. And there may be ones that are waiting to say, well, we'll see what they do, and if they fail, and we'll learn from that, and then we'll catch up. What I suspect is that the market has And the students and the expectations have shifted. So you will see a shift on attraction for students to say, well, that's flexibility and ability to meet my needs is probably more attractive. And that will shift in terms of who leads and who's actually left behind. So we see this as an absolute focus for us in terms of just growth and retaining who we are.
Thank you. Thank you. Martin, do we have questions from Slido?
Yeah, we have some from Slido, and we might wrap them up with others that come during the panel session, and you're welcome to jump up and join in on that Q&A too. But I just want to leave and wrap this fireside chat up with returning to some things that actually featured in a podcast episode I did with you, Lev, just recently, because you expressed a really interesting view in that of perhaps, if I'm remembering it correctly, of all universities needing to think of the combination of both why and how they use AI in the future, and how that determines whether they will remain relevant. Do you want to articulate a little bit further about that and what you think the question is for every university in this room?
Well, again, I'm a student actually of history, not a computer scientist. And so I've looked at this in terms of the roles in which education, and especially higher education, have actually played in a functional relationship to the economy of the day. And that's a long story, but this moment in time, there is an economic revolution underway that AI is actually, in significant ways accelerating, with lots of disruption, and lots of it is obviously contested. And with that said, I absolutely believe that it will be our long-term role, when history is written 50 years from now about this moment in time, it will be, did we pivot? Were we adaptive enough to support graduating students through their experience by leveraging AI, driving research discovery that leveraged AI in ways that if we do, we become part of the answer. Martin and I have a certain age. If you're not part of the answer, you're part of the problem. And that, I think, is the risk that we raise. I just want to say one last thing about getting real, rolling up your sleeves, if you don't mind me saying here, Manuela and Martin. If you're, several of you probably know that there's an annual meeting in the United States, EDUCAUSE's annual meeting. If you're at all interested, next year, in the week before EDUCAUSE is in Nashville, October 23 to 25th, there is going to be an international hands-on workshop on agentic AI and student success at Arizona State University, and we'll work through Martin to share it with the HEDx community, because it's a real opportunity to actually get your hands dirty, invite all of our friends from the Trobe and elsewhere across the country to come, especially if you're on your way to Nashville for EDUCAUSE.
That this collaborative nature is precisely, I think, what we were after in this panel, and you closed that beautifully.
We always like invitations to America, no?
We've been working on it, right, Martin?
Can you join me in giving our thanks to Manuela and our fireside chat? And while they leave their stage, we have our final panel for today's event, everybody. That's going to be ably led by Sam Jacob, with alongside them 4 of the most brilliant minds in Australian advances in AI at the moment. Please make Sam welcome as they introduce their panel.
I did say to Martin that this is normally the time for drinks on the programme, so sorry about that. My name's Sam. I'm here hosting the last panel session of the day. I have the best job in the world. Sorry, everybody else. I'm the CEO of ColArts, the Australian College of the Arts. I took staff off for a strategic planning day last year with the aim of writing some fairly corporate goals, and instead we wrote a manifesto which tells you everything you need to know about ColArts. Our manifesto is a series of beliefs. We believe creativity is vital, and never more so than now. We believe that difference is powerful, and that whilst you might be diverse by nature, you have to be inclusive by choice. And we believe that stories change the world. It's lovely to see some of those themes coming through today. Time me. I'm going to try and wrap up what we've heard so far today in 1 minute. Although your 7 hours was well invested. We started with Paul, laser-like focus on students. What's the job your students need doing? Disrupt yourself before somebody else disrupts you. What defines a good life in the future? And don't forget the value of judgment, wisdom, empathy, and sense-making. Pascal challenged us to think about a post-lecture future. And Dan, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Melinda, we've got to move as fast as the world around us. We can use values to redefine productivity. We have an urgent need to end silos, deliver modular content that is radically up to date. Tim and George, go where the students are, get the data, find the insights, listen, act, act, act. Our student support panel said solve the data puzzle together. Remember, complaints are part of listening and that good admin matters. The student feedback, teachers hold value but are a little negative. And we've all got trust issues. And Lev, the great unlock of the 21st century, aim higher, run faster, engage more broadly, and think more deeply. What a lovely intro to the last panel of the day. Thanks. Danny, I'm going to start with you. Danny, you describe yourself as a molecular biologist by training, a programmer by night, a researcher and faculty developer by day, and an educator at heart. You're also Professor of EdTech at UCID, where you co-chair the university's AI working group. And I've heard you say that we're not thinking far enough into the future. What should we be seeing?
So I was told to be provocative, so here is a provocation. Over afternoon tea, we were talking and we're reflecting that on the conversations of the day. And it feels that sometimes some conversations could have happened about 2 years ago. I said 1 year, other people said 2 years. And so the question, I guess, with all the talk today about kind of moving fast, are we actually moving fast enough? Are we looking far enough in the future? Pascal said the future doesn't look like the past. I think that's really great. It's a great reminder for us of where we need to head. Lev said, you know, it's not just about how we teach, but it's also about what we teach. But I think I want to take it further and say why we teach. Because depending on who you listen to from the AI labs, this thing called artificial general intelligence might be coming, and this is where you have AI which can basically do everything a human can do and potentially better. Why do we teach? Well, why would we teach in that situation when you have AIs that can do everything that's economically valuable for us to do? So we also heard earlier today about you know, the idea of what is being human, what is being a human educator, what is the role of this, why do we do what we do? And I want to kind of contrast that with what is happening. This is all future-looking stuff. We need to be thinking about this potential future, which may be coming in 2 to 5 to 10 years' time, where we may have these super smart AIs. Why are we still teaching? But I want to contrast that with what's happening right now in classrooms and with coordinators who are like, you know, I still want to ban AI in my assignments. And that massive contrast and how to actually bridge that contrast there. And I think one of the issues that we face is that the mechanisms that drive activity for our staff who are on the ground don't reward them thinking about the future. They don't reward them thinking about what it means to be a human educator. We reward them on their research outputs. We don't reward them on how much they care for their students. We've heard a lot about care, humanity, all those kinds of things today. We do not reward on that. And without that, how can we get real and how can we move towards the future?
Thanks, Danny Liu. Susan, you describe yourself as 100% made in China, which I love because I see a garment label every time you say that. You've gone on to have a pretty impressive global footprint, and your university career has come off the back of 15 years of tech experience at some of the global powerhouses, Google, TikTok, Amazon, Canva, and now you're leading for the UK government on digital trade between Australia and the UK. I didn't even know that job existed. I know you're passionate about using your industry experience to amplify change in higher ed. What should we be learning from big tech?
Thank you for the question. Well, I'm true 100% made in China. I have a very cool Chinese name called Xiao Chen, means little dragon. My friends named me Susan after Desperate Housewife. I wish I have ChatGPT then. I could still have a friend. What we should learn from the tech industry, on top of my head, 3 things. I'm glad the VC mentioned TikTok. What do we like about it? We do nothing with TikTok. You put your phone in front of yourself, start to play itself. So number one, simplicity. How can we make AI so simply for staff and students and understand the users and make it self-play or something easier for them to adopt? That's the first thing. Second, the culture of celebration. So in the corporate world, we celebrate quite often. In Canva, every quarter, if we have a big win of the customer or something, we celebrate. We go to horse riding or like through the axe if we're really stressed. But in university, we celebrate maybe every 3 or 4 years. When you finish PhD, you finally get onto the stage for 3 seconds, shake the hand, and turn. It's so long, and students, staff went through all this battle, right? The disputes, the heart, the stress, the payment, everything. We should celebrate more often in the course. So the culture of celebration, how can we incorporate that for students? And that will bring the level of joy for everyone. Number 3, social sharing. If some of the university did really well, they will tell their friend, hey, come to study in this university. So on Amazon, you read all the book reviews. So people will review your university as well. So social sharing is something we should tap into.
Fabulous. I did hear axe throwing then, didn't I? Yeah, okay, good. This panel comes with an OHS warning. Jason, you're an internationally recognised scholar and leader in learning sciences, educational psychology and educational technology, currently at UQ, and your research with the Learning Instruction and Technology Lab focuses on the cognitive, metacognitive and emotional mechanisms of learning, primarily with technology and digital learning environments. I've heard you say that we're having the wrong conversations about AI in education and that makes you worry for your kids, all of our kids, and for the future. Tell us more.
Thanks, Sam. Let me start by quoting Rosemary Luckin, who was talking about AI in education when I was still in primary school. I don't want to cast any aspersions about Rosemary's age, but she has been doing this for a long time, long before there was ChatGPT. And she said, and I think she's right, we need to learn fast but act slow. Learn fast but act slow. So what have we learned? So let me ask all of you here, you're at a conference on AI, to have a think about, I'm assuming many of you have used a generative AI tool of some description. Did you find yourself compelled to say please and thank you to that tool? Right, a lot of people nodding in the room, a lot of laughs, think about that online. This points to a fundamental difference in the human-machine relationship that we have with this technology that we have not had in the past. It is a tool, but it acts like a peer or a collaborator. So essentially, if we hear that 90% or more of our students are using these tools, they're essentially doing group assignments now. It just so happens that the group assignment is with the smartest possible peer that they could have, including leaving all of the work to that smarter peer to do. All right? So when we fundamentally look at the mechanisms here, we're talking about a very different type of technology. From there, we then have to think about, well, what are the implications of that for what we're doing in education? Now, my brilliant former PhD student, Sujing Yang, looked at the dynamics of what happens in group assignments. They are enormously complicated. They require skills at multiple different levels because you're not just doing the task, but you have to figure out how to do that task with another agent. You have to negotiate various bits within that task. And many of those skills are the same sorts of skills that students need to have to use AI well. Right? So they need to understand their own learning and they need to be able to understand and navigate an agent that is interacting with them, even though it's still a tool. Right? So that it's very complex and sophisticated. Now, if you think about the way that our education systems are currently set up, and some of the work that I did towards the end of last year for the Department of Education was to try and look at how this was all fitting and preparing students for the age of AI, we're still focused a lot on getting stuff into the head, right? Particularly in primary and secondary contexts. Right? There's still a lot of testing, there's a lot of exams, there's NAPLAN, and a lot of it is still focused on that. There is not as much focused on how do I become a good learner and how does that learning translate when I have to do that with other agents, whether those agents are people or machines. So When I say that I think we need to have a different conversation, I see a lot of the discussion about what we do about AI moving further into the direction of creating additional structure, doing more exams, focusing more on cramming stuff into heads and less about those complex skills. And there's been a lot of talk about this sort of older notion of soft skills here today, but I'm talking very specifically about a skill that is a co-regulation of learning with an agent that happens to be a machine. It's very complex, and I think we need to get on with focusing on that as a critical skill that students are going to need both for their learning and for their future.
Thank you, Jason. We might come back to that. Phil, hi, neighbour. You're a seasoned AI leader with experience across academia and industry as well, and also have a career that spans 3 continents. You're currently head of artificial intelligence at Macquarie, and I know you think that's a role that makes sense of everything that you've done to date, a bit like me. And you're also an author and a keynote speaker advising enterprises on harnessing AI responsibly for competitive advantage. An AI strategy can look a lot like chasing shiny tech. What's your advice on where universities should really focus?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of strategies over the years, and oftentimes they can look like chasing shiny toys, and we shouldn't be chasing shiny toys. We should build the blueprints. And so what I mean with that is we want to focus on what I think 3 main things. One is an investment in the people, first and foremost, because AI is not just for programmers and data scientists and engineers. AI is for everyone. For our students, for our staff, for our leaders. And they all have to, must build AI literacy to be part of that innovative power that we can unlock. And that's not just an inspirational statement that I like to put out, it's a strategic move, because ultimately an AI-capable campus can move faster, can make better and smarter decisions, and most importantly, can adopt to change much more quickly and with confidence. The second thing is investing in meaningful efficiencies. Because AI can do a lot of things, and we've heard that over the day-to-day, automating or streamlining workflows, personalizing content, but we shouldn't lose sight on the most important thing that does. It's freeing up time for the most profound thing we have, and that is human connection. So I have an example here that my daughter gave me before I left to the airport yesterday, a goodbye daddy card. And there's nothing more profound than having a different human spending some of their valuable time in caring for you and about you. And Charlie, when you see that, I love you. Ellie, you too. So we can make that connection with our students, with our co-workers and colleagues, a much larger part of our work, which is amazing. And then lastly, we also need to invest in the long-term impact, not the short-term benefits or the short-term hype, because the technology will change and keep changing. That means we need to be grounded in valuable and great challenges to solve, and in the values that we hold dearly and want to apply to finding solutions to these challenges. Because that will ultimately let us lead with ethics and lead with accessibility and lead with the kind of, or lead into a world that we want to live in and want our children to live in later as well. So these are the 3 things that a strategy should include.
What does that say about how you would measure success?
Great question. And I think we're all still figuring out a little bit what success looks like in a world that is so quickly changing. I think there's not one measure of success. It's figuring out how do we get the voice of the students heard? How do we measure against their experience? Can we provide them with what they need to enter the workforce sufficiently and successfully? And also care about our staff and the organization. So staff well-being, staff happiness, the way we work, how is that changing from today? Do we feel supported? Do we feel empowered? And also just looking at the bottom line of our organization, because we also want to make sure that there's financial sustainability that allows us to grow and to work for the next 50, 100, 500 years to create graduates that can transform their lives.
Yes, I'll be retired by then, but yes.
You say that now.
Susan, I'm going to ask you this question knowing that I'm asking you this question in front of your Vice-Chancellor, which is tricky, right? But just pretend Theo's not there pointing a camera at you right now. Your university wants to be AI first. What does that even mean? And are you getting there?
I'm not going to repeat what Theo and Shannon mentioned before. As an international student, came to Australia 15 years ago, if I see the statement, bold AI strategy, what I hear is this university want to grow with the student together. Regardless it's AI now or something else in the future, this is a university willing to step outside the comfort zone, thinking just as a tech company and evolve with students. And I hear the honest, I hear the vulnerability. Because students, they are young adults, right? I think someone mentioned the trust issue always there. I think research said 60% of the students self-identified cheating, regardless there's AI tools or not. So I guess the point is, the university, when we put the AI strategy in front of people, it's showing a mindset of change, and it shows the commitment to grow and consider students not just a customer, but also a partner, where actually the parents are customer, right? But the students are the one benefit from it. But I think this is a great statement for a lot of people out there. And I think I mentioned to someone, say, this is my dream job. As a researcher, we need to define what is a dream job. A dream job is something that gets you really excited out of the bed every single day. And people say you usually find something you're really excited about and enjoy doing it. And then you can either get joy out of it or make a lot of impact out of it. I think being an AI-led university brings the joy. I feel like this is what I'm helping my future kids, or maybe feel your kids, to grow into the future where I find it's safe, it's responsible, it's fun for them, and we grow with them together.
Talking of fun, and what do you think being AI first means for the work culture that we should have? I've heard you talk about being good at sucking at things. Tell us more about that.
I think tech companies are really good at it, right? But then thinking about it, in tech company, if we fail, we probably just lost a proportion of the profit. And I understand the risk is really high in higher education. Students are human beings. We are risk their future, so you can't really take it very lightly. And now with the UK government, I start to understand why sometimes we say, oh, it's functioning really slow, why there's bureaucracy. Because it is taxpayers' money. It's a British taxpayer. I didn't spend your guys' money. So you have to be really, really cautious about it, right? So I think you really need to think about it, but at the same time, you need to take action and be able to show your willingness to try. Student will be able to get it. I think student, just like the TikTok reel, they will really attract to those honest with them and say, hey, we did this wrong, but we're willing to change it for better, and then they will be able to grow with you together.
Thank you. Jason, you touched on this earlier. You've got a particular interest in self-regulated learning, with, in opposition to, and despite artificial intelligence. What does it mean to focus on helping students to be better self-regulated learners?
Thanks, Sam. So some of the work that I've been doing with my team, who do the hard yards and have to sit in the lab and day after day and collect the data for this, we've also been working closely with Dragan Gasovic from Monash University. And the point of this is try to understand the mechanisms that sit underneath all of this. So a typical thing that we would do is that we ask students to come in, we give them a mini assignment to do, we say we want you to use AI to complete this assignment within a period of time, we capture everything that they do on the screen, we play it back to them, and then we ask them, why did you do this? What did you think you were doing here, or what was happening here? Now from that we've learned a few things. Obviously, as you've heard, there's a lot of variation in the way that students do this. Many of them will use generative AI like a Google search. There are a proportion of them, even though they're being observed in a lab, will use the Gen AI to just do the whole task for them. They don't seem to care. But there are also a proportion of students who engage in very sophisticated approaches to using these tools. I think what's coming out of that, and what I think is really important, is partly what I talked about before, is that machines are starting to meet us where we are. So, sorry Phil, and controversial, a disagreement on a panel. I don't believe that the AI literacy piece is the most important thing here. The reason I say that is that when we look at what these students are doing, these are students who are good learners first, and then are good learners with AI second. Now the reason that I say that is because when we think about the machines meeting us where we are, then one of the things that I learned early on, and I'm certainly not a super user anywhere near the capability that Danny is, but if I don't know how to prompt it, I ask it. What prompt should I give you to do X, Y, and Z? The good students will then take a prompt from one generative AI tool, put it into another one, and say, what prompt should I give this other tool though, so that I can, and they'll move those things backwards and forwards. That's not a technical capability, that's largely started from the fact that they understand themselves as learners first. And these are the same students who previously were able to kind of navigate the complex environment that they have around them, right? When do I use a video to help my learning? When do I talk to a peer, right? So these are students who have got that kind of very clear sense of who they are as learners and what's most effective for their learning, and they've just picked up this new tool and slotted it in. And it hasn't required a huge amount of technical capability to do that because of the way that these things operate. So that's why we think that a lot of this is coming back to learning how to learn being such a critical component in all of this. And like I said before, that emphasis has dropped off to some degree across, again, thinking about across all education sectors. They do a great job of it in early childhood, right? Phil, you've got young kids, right? Even in Sesame Street, I wonder, what if, let's try. That is such a powerful message for a 4-year-old. My daughter goes on about it all the time, right? It's a really powerful message about her learning and who she is as a learner. I wonder, what if, let's try. If something gets hard, I've got a way of navigating my way through it. Now, for many year or 7 or 8 students, because of the way that our systems are set up, if they get stuck on something, the signal that they're getting from the system is, I'm not good enough, I can't do this, I don't belong here, and then we're seeing the ramifications of that over longer time periods. So there's something fundamental about being good learners here that I think is critical. Yes, having some technical capability is important, but the human part, because machines are acting more like agents, I think, and our data is supporting, has become more critical than ever. And a 1-hour workshop during O Week is not going to fix it.
No. A 1-hour workshop during O Week has never fixed anything. Danny, as well as all the other things I've already talked about, and being dad to 8-year-old twins, which I discovered today, you also lead the Cogniti AI team through the University of Sydney, and badge that as proudly putting educators in the driving seat of AI. Why is that important? What does it say about autonomy and trust?
So just a disclaimer, we're not trying to sell anything here. We give away Cogniti to people for free, so not trying to sell anything. So trust has come around a little bit today in the discussions, but what has also come around is the need to kind of bring educators on board with these things. And what we found early on, and even now, is educators don't trust when students are using ChatGPT because they don't have visibility, they don't have control over what students are doing in there. And students themselves, we saw just with the feedback one, for example, students also don't really trust just those general purpose AIs because they're not grounded in whatever the assignment is or whatever the subject or the course is. And so what we're trying to do through Cogniti, and there are lots of other platforms out there like custom GPTs from OpenAI and GEMS from Gemini and PlayLab and MindJoy and all those kinds of things. All of these tools are aiming to basically give educators control over the underlying AI so they can actually steer this in a way that is educationally meaningful. So I'll give you an example. One of our English literature academics, they built an essay question refiner for their students. And And so they basically got into the AI, they used plain language to say, your role is to help my students refine their essay topic. These are the parts of the rubric I want them to focus on. These are the things that make a good essay question and a bad essay question. And she would give this agent via Cogniti to her students, and this would basically mean that her students would then ask the agent to refine their essay questions, which means when they come to her in class, she can have much richer conversations with them because they've already refined their essay question. And so it's not meant to be replacing her, but it's meant to be augmenting what she can do 24/7 one-to-one with the students in an educationally meaningful way. So going to what Jason was saying before, it's not about AI literacy first and foremost, it's about educational literacy, how people learn and what is helpful for them, and educators know this. And giving educators that ability to build these AIs that they can trust, that their students can then trust, has been really powerful.
Yes, I agree with everything you say, mostly. Susan.
Which bits don't you disagree with?
I never like to align 100% with anybody, it's not personal. Susan, your passion and curiosity for EdTech led you to finish a PhD in 3.5 years, which is pretty impressive, whilst working and having 2 kids, even more impressive. And now you're in what you call your dream job as VC's fellow at La Trobe, where you get to put your research into action. Very smart. What is an educol, and why are you inspired to help people become educols?
Thank you for the question. So it's EDUKOL. If you are on TikTok, you all know KOL is Key Opinion Leaders. So in 2018, I quit my comfort job at Google and joined ByteDance in China. No one know about them because they just acquired Musical.ly at the end of 2017. And the mission for our team is to rebrand them as TikTok and go global. And then during that two years, I worked with a lot of influencers. No one know about them at that time, but now they have millions of followers. But I always wonder, I have my primary teacher and high school teacher I always love. How can I turn them into an influencer? I feel it's a shame. It's only me knowing how good they are. They help me to become who I am today. But they can help so many people. So that's all the inspiration I want. I want all the other students benefit from it. So that's become my research topic. And at that time in UW, there's one professor say, I only recruit a female PhD student because, some of the guys I really lack off and just play games at night and not really focus. So I message and say, will you take me on board, but I still have a full-time job and I'm very driven and this is my proposal. So that's how I started. Example of EDUKL, like Andrew Wu, the co-founder of deeplearning.ai, and also Khan Academy, right? Khan, he started by tutoring his family friends, and then he went to YouTube and talked to all of the colleagues at Google before, and that's very inspiration. So all these dots I connected for my PhD journey, and I feel like my professor also taught me forwards throughout these 3 years. No paper, no future. Yeah. So my goal is literally turn all of them into different influencers. Maybe I can implement this with the AI buddies in La Trobe. And in China, there's not just DeepSeek. There's also other technology. In primary schools, they already implement a lot of AI technology in the classroom. There's no news. You will be able to search overseas here. And what they call is like little language model. How cute. They don't need that many data because, they're still learning. And I think that's a future. I just really want to make educators cool again. We are also human beings. The students see that and hurt our feelings, right? We are their lighthouse. We should have the confidence in ourselves. And like the research Margaret, they shared, students still trust the feedback from the educator, even though they use AI or not. They still trust it. We should tap into it and really make the educator cool again. And we can do this together. That's why I did my PhD. And going to realize with Theo 2030 plan. Let's make it happen.
I'm going to get you a baseball cap with MECA on it. Make educators cool again. For the next time I see you at a conference. That's fabulous. Phil, you talk about pushing The Boundaries of Jagged University Frontiers. Are you also a poet? For the benefit of students, what does that mean in practical terms?
Yeah, I'm only a poet if I have access to an LLM that helps me being a poet. What it means, so pushing the boundaries of the jagged frontier and even finding the jagged frontier in your organization, your university, it describes the concept of understanding what you can do with AI in your context, the tasks it can help with, but also what's behind the frontier, where you shouldn't use it or you can't use it. And there are multiple research studies that have come out where if you apply it to the wrong context, it actually decreases the productivity, efficiency, well-being. So you need to be aware, or every organization needs to build this internal understanding and capability to navigate that frontier and apply and deploy AI in a responsible way within the boundaries. There's one foundational move that you need to do, that every organization, in my opinion, needs to do to enable that at all, and that is get people hands-on tools. You cannot discuss where the boundary is. You need to start experimenting and feeling it out, where it applies well and where it shouldn't apply. And to do that, it needs to be good leadership, strong leadership, that embraces AI and makes it cool to use AI to experiment, even though there's a lot of uncertainty in the beginning. So making sure that we empower our staff, we empower our leadership as well, with the tools that they need, with the time that is necessary to start exploring, start experimenting, start failing, but also start finding out where it's a great thing to explore and to deploy AI, and then sharing that with the other colleagues who do something similar. And this is what unlocks innovation, not through policy documents or longer discussions, but by getting hands-on tools and finding the use cases that really matter and that really work with today's tech. We don't need to talk about what might be in the future. There's so much innovation capacity to be unlocked in any organization today. It's about creating that culture of confidence and acceptance that we can just go out and do the Sesame Street actions to find out what we should do.
There's been a few conversations today where we've edged towards ethics. And I didn't tell you I was going to ask this, but I'm interested in, I think we're not going to naturally be any better at ethics for AI than we are at ethics for anything else. And so being better at ethics full stop seems like good prep for being better at AI ethics. How do you do that? How do we raise, for want of a better word, ethical literacy in our institutions? What could that look like? Any of you want to take that?
I have one example where I think, and the rest can think about the answers while I'm doing. The one example that I find very important, thinking about ethics, what is ethical? What is okay to use AI for? And we will have to, as a human society, think about that very deeply, because the AI will get smarter and smarter and more proliferated, and we want to make sure that we don't end up on the wrong side of things. A practical example is anything that has to do with automated decision making, I think needs to have ethical awareness of the impact a decision has on someone's life, or the potential impact, the potential negative impact we might have on someone's lives. Again, we need to understand what AI can do, how it does, how to trust it, what to do with outcomes, the reasoning models that are now coming out. What is the reasoning behind it? They're still predicting tokens and putting out tokens. So if we put it at use cases that I hear often, not just in the university space, but also generally in an enterprise context, about hiring new people in the university context, admissions, we should not, from an ethical standpoint, let an AI decide whether or not someone is rejected from university, because that has a potential adverse effect, huge adverse effect on their life. And we can't trust the technology yet, because it's not flawless. We can't have technology run loose on things just because it makes it so much easier and it's so much quicker, and we don't need to deal with that anymore. So we need to figure out, and government and legislation and regulation will have to step in there as well to draw lines in the sand saying these things are high risk, have a capable human in there. It's fine to support and do some pre-work and think about it as if I hired an assistant that is smart, but not really. What would I let that person do so that we don't accidentally get to a point where a lot of those biases from large language models are exposed to decisions that we can't revert?
I love the idea that our yeses are clear when our nos are clear. And so what we say yes to should always be complemented by what we've said no to. That's great. Jason, you've got a lovely kind of thread in your career. People might not know that you started out as a chef. Everyone went, ooh, tasty. Working in professional kitchens and overseeing apprentices. And so kind of immersed in both the profession and education. And that led you to a psychological science degree, which led you then to be passionate about education. So you've kind of fallen up to learning. And like me, I think you believe in the power of education to change lives, and maybe not like me, I cry at every graduation ceremony and try not to sit on the stage so that I can have a good sob up the back of the hall. And so passionate about what the potential is of education to change the world. And so if we reframe AI as a kind of human challenge rather than a technology challenge, what do you think we should be focusing on?
Oh boy. I actually didn't think we would get to this question, but you've done a great job in hosting the panel, Sam. Well done. Look, I think I keep coming back to the necessity to have system-wide change, and partly going back to the question about ethics. Michael Henderson and I were in a room where they were figuring out the schools framework for AI, which obviously had a strong ethical component to it. I think for me, the key to getting that kind of system change is trying to talk across sectors more. I mean, there are 206 higher education providers also in Australia. There are over 9,000 schools. So the problem is different, but it is a problem at a scale that we can learn a lot from that. So I think for me, the path forward here is for us, you know, I can say as a researcher, as a teacher, as somebody who works in higher education, to be working with the other education sectors because they're grappling with very similar problems for very similar reasons at different scales, talking with the tech companies and working together. I think largely most of the conversations that I've had with people from tech companies, we all want the same thing at the end here. We want high quality student learning. And of course, involving our students in those conversations as well. I think whatever the future might end up looking like, that should be a conversation rather than it being a very kind of specific direction for that. My worry is that if any part of that drops off, the agenda gets taken away from us and the tech bros come in and whatever the future of education looks like will be dictated by them. And that terrifies me. And with a lot of the funding being taken out of UNESCO and the OECD because of Trump and that moron Elon Musk, we are now in a situation where there is less international collaboration on some of these issues, and it has been fairly obvious even within the last few weeks from what I'm hearing that there is a very strong push by this tech bro block to now get in and take over what we're doing, and that really deeply concerns me. The only way that we can address and push back against that, I think, is together.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The world has gone to hell in a handbasket. Danny, you didn't start in a professional kitchen as a chef, but you did have an obsession with potato growing and watched your folks grow potatoes at home, and that led you to be curious and to study science. I love that. Science gave you a passion for teaching, so similarly, you've ended up with this passion for education through a kind of circuitous route. You're a multiple national and international teaching award winner, and now you help teachers teach more effectively. What are the big mindset shifts that you think we need to make facing the future?
So we mentioned before at the beginning how reward and recognition mechanisms aren't right. And so I like alliteration, so I'm going to give you a few alliteration things. We need to shift from publications to people as universities. We need to reward people work as opposed to publication work. Jason also mentioned before, how every individual assignment with AI is now a group assignment. And it's interesting because often we see when we hear people starting to experiment with AI, we often say, I use the AI to draft a rubric for me. I use the AI to write my assignment for me. I use the AI to summarize a text for me. Those are all uses of AI where you see the AI as a workhorse for you. But I think the more powerful way to see AI is like those students who truly see AI as a partner as collaborator. And so another kind of double P alliteration thing for you is shifting from a mindset of AI as a peon, which is there to kind of produce stuff for you and crops that you eat, to AI as a partner, which is a collaborator with you. So that's an interesting one.
Not a potato?
I should have done that, actually. And another one is kind of thinking about if we and our students see AI as a peon, it's there to produce stuff for us, and automatically we jump to AI equals cheating. And if we see AI as a potential partner in learning, then we can actually see AI now as there's not alliteration here, unfortunately, but it's AI as a learning aid as opposed to a cheating aid. So that kind of mindset shift from cheating to learning. And the final mindset shift, I think, is around shifting. If we can shift from that mindset of cheating to learning, then we can maybe shift from a mindset of having to police everything that students do, so ban, block, detect, deny, restrict, to a mindset of possibility. So what can we now do with AI because it's here to help us, and what can our students do as well?
Lots of P's. I love that. I love an alliteration. Phil, I don't know whether you like potatoes or not, but I do know that your roots are in Germany. So I was going to give it a good guess.
I can cook them.
And while you can cook them and your parents were growing them,
I'll eat them.
will eat them. You were busy clogging up a phone line as a kid in the old days when we used to dial up. And you were the first person to do a tech qualification alongside regular school. So you've been a nerd for a long time. Yeah, great. You came back to Australia with your wife and 2 kids to take this role up, the one that you're in now. What will you have achieved in the next 3 years that will make you and your 76-year-old teacher dad proud?
I'll try to answer without tears. What I think, I feel so privileged to even be able to sit here and to be in that role and to enable Macquarie University and our 45,000 students, 3,500 staff, to achieve something extraordinary, and using that tectonic shift that we're sitting on here and the opportunities. So in 3 years, I will be proud if we have given all our students the confidence and skills to navigate this environment, to know how to use AI responsibly, how to be competitive in the workforce, because they bring the skills they need when they need it to their employers. Secondly, for our staff, I'm going to be proud within 3 years, every staff member has had the chance to explore how AI, and building on what you've said before, how to explore collaborating with AI to enhance and augment their work and not feel threatened by it. Because I truly believe that if we empower our people, if we empower our staff, that this will turn fear and potential hesitation into opportunity. And thereby, we have made AI real. We've made it accessible. We've created a culture of confidence and innovation that will unlock things that we can't think about right now. We have seen where the frontier is. We're in there. We're leading towards a world where AI becomes a partner. And we've heard it here before, where AI just becomes a thing that we use and we can work with, and we understand how to do that responsibly. I think that would make me proud. And if my dad would be here, he's a 76 by then 79-year-old teacher who refuses to retire. So he's still teaching. He's 3 classes at school every year. Can barely make it to school, but he's there. And he would probably understand only half of what I'm doing anyway. But he would nod and smile and say that's what the education industry needed and was waiting for many, many years, because times have changed, and it's up to us.
Perfect. Stop before you cry. Audience, I've got a favour to ask. Phil, give me that microphone. Pick up your camera, turn around, do a selfie with the audience. This is for Phil's dad. Are you ready? Wave and cheer, everybody. Hi, Phil's dad.
Thank you.
Perfect. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, thank the panel. All done. Over to you.
Thanks. We've got a couple of questions from the audience. In fact, you've actually named some. Thank you. People are like, we really want to hear you, Kelly. Questions from the audience. Marcia is going to ask in a moment if there are any in the room. Wanted to start first with Danny and then go to Susan. Coolest use of AI you've seen in education?
Our National Centre for Cultural Competence have built an AI AI agent which converses with people and has really difficult cultural conversations with them in order to try and increase their cultural competence. So that's quite an exciting thing.
Yeah, love that. Susan?
Can you repeat your question? I feel like I'm going to cry about it. Sorry.
If you need a moment, we can come back to you.
No.
Yeah. Coolest use of AI you've seen in education?
La Trobe.
You get a raise.
I think US are really ahead of the game, right? Hear from all the Americans on every single panel, I feel like, Jesus, we need to catch up. And this makes us like very pumped, and like all the keywords up on the screen for the day. Make educators cool again, let's catch up, let's collaborate with all the US partners or rivals or UK partners on the great cases, and let's work together and swap some of the notes, share some of the best practice, just like today, and come back to HEDx next year.
I feel like we should end there, but we won't. Thanks, Suzanne. Jason, coolest use of AI you've seen in education?
Don't know if it's coolest, but it was certainly the most terrifying. I was sitting in the back of a cab with somebody who's like Danny, who spent thousands of hours using these tools, and in 30 seconds on their phone, they created a complete deep-faked video of themselves with a beautiful background saying all sorts of things that they never actually said, and for all intents and purposes, I had no idea that it wasn't that person that was in that video. He then explained to me that he also made one of those and showed his wife, who also didn't know that it was him for about the first minute or so. So that's when I thought, oh my God, first I thought, oh my God, we're in deep trouble here. Secondly, I thought that is just amazing. Like in 30 seconds on your phone to be able to produce something like that was just incredible.
Thanks for that, Jason. Phil?
I'll say something that we haven't heard about today yet, and that's, well, we've established that I've been a nerd for a long time, so I also played videos and video games for a long time. There is a specific tool that one of the faculties is trying out at Macquarie on a trial basis, or one educator, that is a simulation environment where students can be placed in, was developed for role-playing games, and he repurposed it to have that in the law faculty or in the law school, to simulate customer and client interaction. And it's this little build your own adventure kind of thing, where one of the main limitations in just using ChatGPT or something like that is they overshare. So having a simulation with a client is hard because they give you all the answers. But with that tool, it is a natural language processing module in there where you only get information if you ask for it. And it's a massive setup, and he worked on it for a year and a half, but I've seen it in action, and it was really cool too. The students really had to navigate their negotiations and conversation with their hypothetical clients, and it's unsure where the outcome is. And that, I think, was very cool to see the learning that is very individual and very reflective, because then they could talk about, oh, I didn't know that this information were available, how did you get it? And then having that class conversation, which was really engaging and valuable. That's one cool use case.
I love it, and it led to human connection. Sam, there's audience demand. We know you're the facilitator. However, Coolest AI use you've seen?
I was at a conference last week, Danny was there too, and the fabulous thing about it was K-12 and vet and higher ed, and it's so great to be in a room full of people who are doing K-12 teaching. We were all talking about like concepts and theories, and the teachers were like, well, we did this, we've done this, and we did this. And one teacher is using an AI tool for language development, and the students are making their own songs in different languages, and the AI tool is giving them kind of grammar and pronunciation hints, and so they make a song, they record a song, and then it breaks it down into different pieces and gives them back kind of hints about how to pronounce things in a slightly better way. And it's just cool, right? It's like SingStar at school in Japanese. I thought that was really cool.
So Kelly and I have called ourselves the backup singers and dancers, so I think that gives us our cue. Let's go, yeah. Are there any final questions in the audience? Gail, do you want to ask a question? Come on. She'll have a good one. Okay, great. Do you mind passing the microphone on?
I think you're getting the microphone.
Oh, she's called me out. I'm in trouble. I was also at the conference last week, so got to see everybody talk. I think, you know, as we sit back, I guess, and we all now reflect, and there's just so much to take in, and I guess what I haven't really heard a lot about was, you know, obviously we're paid by the government. I think you talked about taxpayers' money for us to actually implement all this great work. What role do you, or what are you seeing that's happening in the government around supporting all of this work?
I can probably talk to that. Many of you will be aware that there was a parliamentary inquiry last year with one of the House committees. There were a whole pile of recommendations that came out of that, none of which have been implemented at this point because obviously we have an election very shortly and there's caretaker mode and all sorts of stuff around that. There was also a priority on getting the schools funding agreement in place as part of, you know, something that they wanted to get done before the election. So at the moment, although there are a lot of really great recommendations in there, including establishing a national AI in education research centre, from the government perspective at least there's not much happening federally, but certainly, as many of you will be aware, the states have been quite active. South Australia, New South Wales, Queensland is now getting on board where they're doing quite wide-scale implementations across whole school sectors. We know that there's a lot of private schools that were already well ahead of the curve on this. So the governments, the state education departments and curriculum authorities have been really active because they've kind of had to be on this because the schools are kind of jumping ahead. So there's a lot of stuff, and I think this has been a theme through some of the things that we've heard today. There's a lot of stuff happening in K-12 that I think we can learn a lot from, because I think for us there's some sort of blockages at the moment that are kind of stopping that sort of government action bit happening. If you haven't seen the report from the parliamentary inquiry, it's worth having a look at. I think there are some pretty good recommendations in here, and let's hope that they get implemented by whoever the minister is in June.
Anyone else want to comment? That was pretty comprehensive, impressive answer.
I'll just quickly add to it. I think Danny and a lot of you guys probably contribute to it. Last year in August, Australian government launched a white paper called Study Buddy or Influencers, and it's 185 page of the report. I highly recommend if you have time and if you have trouble to sleep at night, have a look. But I'll give you the too long don't read version. The top one recommendation is saying it did encourage higher education trying to adopt the Gen AI in their system. Whether how to implement it, it's up to us. On the flip side, for the UK taxpayers' money, last year we also launched something called AI Action Plan, and then we found different scholarship among, for example, Cambridge, Oxford University. So when I go back to government, we are going to bring the delegation over. We're going to share some of the ads work we have done here in Australia and share and do the partnership with British university together and say what is alliance looks like and how do we collaborate across the Commonwealth countries. So another trade mission. I hope some of you, I will definitely talk to some of you, and hopefully you will be joining the trade mission coming up soon.
Thank you. Excuse me. Martin's given me the look several times, so could you join me in thanking this panel?
Thank you so much to Sam and all on that final panel for giving us such an inspiring set of ideas, provocations and controversy to the end. And I'm now going to invite, and we're nearly home there, everybody, I'm going to invite our co-hosts, Theo Farrell, Chris Ryan, with a very special role to play as will be revealed very shortly. And I'd again like to invite Manuela back to the stage, and we're just going to do a wrap at the end. You may have seen a little bit earlier, there's a poll open on the Slido, the last poll that you'll be invited to engage in. I've got it open here somewhere. It's going to give you the opportunity to share takeaways from this event with us. It's going to hopefully give you the opportunity to share what has inspired you to the point of doing something about it and an action that you might take. We'd like to get your feedback, obviously, as everyone always would in an event like this, of how you rated today, and then something that I'll mention a little bit in a little while, what topics or types of sessions and formats you'd suggest for the next HEDx. But I think the idea here was, well, I'll perhaps stay where I am now. I am where I am. I'm joined in this closing session by 3 different people. And Chris, I'm going to come to you in the middle there first, because what's next for HEDx?
Well, a few things. So I was reflecting on Danny's comments just before, and that conversation of, hang on, shouldn't we have been having this conversation 2 years ago? And what conversation should we have next? I had 4 written down in my list. Danny, that comment about general AI was one that I thought, well, why aren't we having the conversation now? And I was just reading an article in the New York Times saying, hang on, we're not ready for this. Well, let's get ready. So I think that's something that we need to have. There's another thing, people are talking about teaching and the value of education. I've got a really firm view on this. I want my students to value what I value, and I want them to be able to challenge and reimagine what I value. And they're the only 2 things that I want, actually. And if we can bring that conversation back in and bring in that collaborative play with AI, I think we can do that, and it'd be marvellous. The work of the future, we need to talk about that. And I was really taken with the notion of nurses and doctors Paul mentioned right at the start. So actually, is our framework incorrect when we say to students, become a nurse or become a doctor? Our definitions are getting blurry, and we should perhaps embrace that. But most importantly, I would really value if everyone can... now, we had a small cyclone up in Brisbane. It was all good, though. We've tied it up since then. I'd love you to meet our students there and hear directly from our students. Now, we're investing $1 million a year in teaching innovation grants. Jason gave you an example of some of that work. They are being put together with our students. And I was wondering whether maybe, Martin, if I could invite you maybe early November for you and a few of your friends to come back to UQ. We'd love to host you if you're willing to do that.
All those in favour say aye. Thank you very much for that very warm invitation. And look, I'll come to you in a minute, Manuela, but Chris, just reflecting then, and you've done a bit of that already there, but reflecting on all that you've heard in the conversations today and that have taken place here, and thinking about the really tangible impacts that would actually benefit students on the ground in, I don't know, let's forward cast to 12 months' time. We'll have been to UQ in the first week of November this year and had conversations like this, but maybe different from this. What are the key topics that we need to discuss at UQ in 6 months' time when we all join you there to really make an impact on students?
I'm going to premise that by one thing, though, before I answer. I had the great fortune that I don't think many other people in the room have had here. I got to sit down next to and have lunch with Tim Rennick. And Tim mentioned one thing to me which I think is a really important message that I hope you don't mind, Tim, me passing to everyone else. The changes that we have to make, they're called incremental, right? And that means we have to celebrate the little things, and we have to be able to see from everybody the little things that we're doing and saying, I can do that. We don't have to reinvent. We have to adopt, and we have to adopt as rapidly as we can. And when you bring enough little things together, you get a quantum change. Now, that means that we absolutely have to embrace AI and bring that in. So in my area, to your question, something that I know we need to do at UQ, and we're not doing enough at UQ, that idea of collaborative play that we just heard now, we're not providing the tools for our academics to play collaboratively. And with that, we engender a sense of mistrust. So that's one thing that we need to do. Now, the last time I sat here and you asked me a question like that, it was in UQ, and I said we need to do more research in feedback around AI. So hopefully when you see me again, I'm going to be able to say that we've got that. But the other thing that we need to do, and I've noticed this in my response, other universities' response, we're putting up all these websites to tell students and academics what to do when it comes to AI. Cool. And it's ignoring the collaborative play. So we are looking to work with our students to flip that on its head and ask our students in a white hat kind of way, right? How do you use AI? And would you mind showing us a quick video of that and sharing that in a constructive way so that our entire community can learn from that and feel more assured that that's appropriate? So there are two things that we're hoping to do.
Well, it's very kind of you to offer to host us next time in UQ and to have already given some thoughts of what that might be about. We'll come to our host for this time after inviting Manuela to say a few words. Now, Manuela, you've played a big role in this conference today, and Adobe has, in that you've been on a fireside chat earlier. I should acknowledge that Adobe was most kind in providing so much assistance in bringing Lev from ASU to Australia for this conference, and we're really grateful for your support in that. It gives me an opportunity, the question was raised earlier of the coolest thing that they've seen with AI. When I first met Lev on a Zoom call for a podcast of 4 or 5 weeks ago, I made the mistake, or maybe it wasn't a mistake, of wearing a Fleetwood Mac t-shirt. And we've bonded around our age group, seems to have a bit of affinity for some of that. When he was recovering from jet lag after your bringing him here earlier this week, he used AI for a two-step process, one of coming up with a Fleetwood Mac album cover that featured me and Lev and his colleague Dave from ASU, from some route photographs. But then he took the step of converting it into a picture of the Muppets. And as yet, that hasn't found its way out of his camera or in my inbox, but I suspect it might well do that. I don't know if it's the coolest, but it's the way that I think experimentation and playing with AI and forming common bonds for it is so important. It's been so helpful for us to have Adobe's support. You're also the sponsor of the drinks and the networking that we're about to have that I'm stopping us getting to, Manuela. And we thank you and appreciate your support for that. But do you want to say a few words about the artistry and the poetry that may have happened here today?
Oh, Martin, I will start by jumping on something that you were mentioning, Chris, that I think and I will echo some of the comments that I saw on Slido, if you don't mind. Whenever you're discussing education, it comes to my mind a quote from this prominent Brazilian pedagogue called Paulo Freire. I'm not sure if you guys came across him. But he says that whoever teaches learns in the act of teaching, and whoever learns teaches in the act of learning. And it makes me think that we should definitely have a student voice in these conversations, right? I think you cannot lose sight of that. But the day started today with you, Theo, mentioning the Industrial Revolution and change being a given in our time. So how do we prepare students for the future? How do you prepare them for AI? Well, we prepare them for change. And how to prepare human beings for change? We want them to be resilient, creative, curious, empathetic, aware of their surroundings, of who they are, owners of their own stories, digital storytellers, right? And I think it is, again, yet again, a chance that we have to look at students in the eyes and to see the world through their eyes. It will definitely, as Susan mentioned to us, go through TikTok. Definitely that's going to be a component of that. But in this moment where we're required to act, and I think we saw the commonality, act, it's a time for action. We also want our students to act more than ever in the world that we live in. And in this time of tectonic plates shifting, Lev, I'll finish, Martin, with, it's not poetry and it's not mine, but as an educator, again, it guides me to think that education is an act of love and thus is an act of courage. So we should be brave. And we did indeed, in my perspective, achieved art. I think we spoke about that at the beginning, and how this conversation is a bit like art, a bit like jazz, a bit like dancing. We are all trying to get a joint search. I think we achieved that today. And on behalf of Adobe, I want to thank you, everyone, for that generosity. And we look forward to keep the conversation going.
Well, thank you for that, Manuela. We thank UQ for hosting us next. We thank you and all of our partners for supporting us so well this time. And as I return to the end of the row there with Theo Farrell, with whom we started today this morning, who's been our most gracious and generous co-host and partnered with us in the event here today at the State Library of Victoria on behalf of La Trobe. Theo, I'm sure you have some thoughts to close with of observations on the day and thanks that you want to make.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. So my hope for today was that it would be an opportunity for us to broaden our horizons and to have lots of interesting conversations. And I think the one thing that this day has certainly delivered are lots of opportunities to reflect, fantastic insights from the panels and the speakers, and real buzz, actually, over coffee and lunch. And one of the things that comes across really clearly is in our tertiary sector, with all of our university and vocational providers, there is one thing that unifies us, and that is that we are driven by a very strong common sense of purpose, which is to create and share knowledge to improve lives and build better societies. So whatever we're talking about, that common sense of purpose is our North Star. And I think time and again we've heard speakers say we have to focus on that. But I'm really struck by the comments, for instance, from Tim, which is notwithstanding that sense of common purpose, that one of the things we're all really animated by is how we can address disadvantage through education. Often we in universities are the barriers to that purpose. And one of our challenges is how we actually provide personalized support to students at scale. And we all have very large numbers of students, and that is just a very difficult thing to do. So therein lies the promise, one of many promises of AI. I'm also struck by I think Paul got us off to a good start with a real call to arms. He really challenged us to have a sense of urgency. I really liked I must confess, I've been guilty of using the expression, AI won't take your job, someone using AI will take your job, and he called nonsense out on that one. And he said, no, AI risks causing mass job displacement. We have to face up to this moral challenge as a sector that has a mission to train people for the future and educate people for the future. And so, as Lev put it, we have to embrace this disruptive moment that we're facing and move at the speed of the market, because the ground below us is just shifting incredibly quickly. And this is the reality that our students are living now, and our graduates will live throughout their lives. And so this really, I think, is the insight that I think Susan brought to us, which is being AI first. What's that mean? It means a commitment to actually change at the pace that's required and to grow with our students. That actually has to be our moral purpose. And so it is very much a human-centered approach. So I think I was really struck by a note that was handed to me by Kelly, which is, some of our students are building their own agents already. Well, soon that will be most of our students are building their own agents. So that's the reality that we're facing. I just in closing want to say a big, huge thank you to Marcia Devlin and Professor Marcia Devlin, Professor Kelly Matthews. You guys injected a really interactive, element into today, and I really thought that was just superb. And also, I just want to say thank you to Tori Dillon and the events team at La Trobe, who worked with the HEDx team, which has been supporting us today. But most of all, Martin, thank you for the opportunity to partner with you. I think we've had a great day of conversations and sharing of insights. And I think the important thing here is that we're on a collaborative journey together to serve our communities and our students to the best of our abilities by leveraging the opportunities AI affords us. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Theo. And it only remains for me to add a few more words of thanks of my own to all of the speakers here in this session and every session that we've had today, for everyone to join us. I'd like to also thank Marcia and Kelly for being such fantastic supporters of this event and making a great contribution. To my HEDx team of James Lees, who's here, Stephanie Bido, who's out there somewhere, poor Janet Stone, who's in the Gold Coast trying to deal with all of the live stream feedback, and my apologies to anyone inconvenienced by that. And also Kate Gilpin, who has helped us, but since had to leave. Thank you to all of our members. Thank you to our partners. Thank you to all of the the venue team, the crew at the back. I'm sure you've had a tough day too in some ways, but you've had a great day looking after us so well. Thank you. And the catering and the front of house team from the State Library of Victoria. I really am the only thing now standing between you and a drink and a canapé. I'm going to stand here no longer. Thank you very much.